All right. How's it going, Frank?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
That dog.
God, I can't believe it's the 25th of July already. This month is flying.
Yeah, how's your dog doing?
He is doing fantastic. He's a whole lot better. I think there's some mental things going on with him.
Right,
Physically,
probably.
he's back to normal. Physically, he's good. But I think
Right.
he's dealing with some other issues now because of that attack.
He's
He's
probably
just not the
PTSD.
same.
Right.
Well, I'm sure he's. I mean, like I said, he's acting weird. I check on him all the time, and I watch him while I'm at work on the cameras and stuff. And he's doing things different than he used to do. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
So, but yeah, he's a good boy. I love him to death. I'm so glad. I'll show you. This was my most recent photo of him here, right here. There's my boy.
that
Yeah,
look. That's a good picture, dude.
yeah. He's my little rascal. So
uh, they
he's a
are. So,
good. Yeah,
I'm just
he's
glad.
great.
I was afraid. I hadn't heard from him for a few days. I was like, man, I hope that dog didn't pass or something. And he was. That's kind of what I was hoping that he didn't. Because I was a little nervous about because a Rottweiler, that's a big dog, dude, and for
It
him to
is.
be his size, like I was a little nervous that I guess the main thing would be lung punctures and stuff, but he'll probably be
Yeah.
a he'll probably be a little
He
disordered
was
for.
sore there for a while. I couldn't pick him up. He'd scream. He had some puncture wounds on his hind area, um, but they seem to be healing up nicely. I was concerned about internal bleeding or internal injuries too because he was wearing a vest. I do wear, walk him with a harness, so
Right.
his upper body was more protected. So when it grabbed him and started just shaking my dog, I mean just shaking him, it was so violent. I was scared that far one break his neck and
Right.
puncture a lung or whatever. But he seems to be fine. He seems to have gotten past all that. He just acts weird now. He just doesn't do things. He's like he's moody. Like one moment he's happy and
I
good
mean,
to
he
see
could
ya,
still be
and then
sore. You know,
huh?
I said he could still be
Yeah,
really sore. I
and
mean,
then all of a sudden he's depressed. He's just he used to jump in my bed all the time. Um, when I left to work, he'd get into bed and just lay at the foot of the bed while I'm at work. He doesn't even get near my bed while I'm at work now. He sleeps in his own bed, and he never slept in his own bed. It was there for him, but he never slept in it. He always jumped on the bed with me. Now he sleeps in his own bed. He won't jump on the bed. He can. He jumps on it all the time when I get into bed. He'll get in it when I'm home. You know what I mean? He won't eat. He won't even eat until I get home. So
I don't know. Maybe it's just a sense like that one I was telling you that we got that my wife picked up on the road. Like she's timid, so I don't know if somebody had done something to her before we got her. Uh, Plus, our wolf dog kind of bothers her. She don't try to attack her or nothing, but she likes to pester her. But like
yeah,
if if we're home, she's got to be with one of us. If we're not, she goes and lays by the door and does not move. And I don't know if it's just her way of feeling safe or it's weird. I guess people don't think about uh, PTSD with dogs, but I mean,
oh
I was
yeah, they get fear and they
yeah,
get cautious and stuff, and
they,
that's all. Like like I said, he just acts different. There's something
right.
I haven't been able to put my thumbprint on it. He's more timid. He's more cautious.
Well,
But
maybe he'll
but
get
again,
out there.
he's even more loving, and he's a loving dog, but he's even more loving.
Right.
It's just the whole thing is just really weird. I think he really counts on me to protect him now. I did
Right.
purchase a cattle prod, so now when I go for a walk, I'm waiting for this sucker to come out because he's getting the. I'm gonna light him up, and I'm not gonna stop. I'm just gonna keep lighting him up because revenge is a bitch. You know what I mean?
No,
Um,
I was at Tractor Supply the other day, and I thought I walked by one, but I was like, man, I was like, that is pretty smart because our little one went through the gate the other day, one of the little ones, and was chasing after a little dog. Wasn't trying to hurt anything or nothing, but I thought, man, if he does that on a big dog, could be the same scenario. And
Right.
I don't want that.
But he's already in this timid state of mind because of the attack, and then I did the worst thing I could do to him. I literally did the worst thing. Because he is a small dog. He's about 11 pounds, a little terrier. And not terror, he's a good dog, but he's a terrier. But he'll bark. But he barks for a reason. He doesn't just bark like most, just a bark. He's barking for a reason, but because of my work schedule, I have to sleep. And all of a sudden he wants to bark. You know what I mean? So I purchased a bark collar. Okay? It doesn't shock him. It's just a vibrating. So it beeps, beep,
like
beep, 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 and it and then it vibrates. It doesn't shock.
Right.
I got one that vibrates.
Right.
And it works. He's learned. I mean, he's not barking. He's quiet. He's doing really good. And but I made the mistake. I come home from work, and I want to play with my dog, and we're roughhousing on the bed, and I'm getting him all riled up. And, of course, he gets riled up, and he starts growling and barking. And all of a sudden that thing goes off, scared the living hell out of him. And he wouldn't talk to me for the rest of the day. He wouldn't come near me for the rest of the day. My fault. I totally forgot the thing on his neck, forgot to take it off. And here I am creating more issues for his mind. So I felt really bad. But tonight we have a great guest, Marian Gant. She's with the BFRO, so are you. And you know her, definitely better than I do. I don't know how close you guys are, but you know her.
Yeah, I've been out on quite a few expeditions with her. Yeah, she's cool.
I've seen her at past conferences and stuff like that, And when I was sitting there with you and shooting a breeze with you and stuff like that, I told her, I said, we're going to get you on the show.
Yeah.
She said no. She said, no, I don't know about that. But here she is. So, but I already had other people scheduled. She would have been right away, but I already had other people kind of lined up. So, but we got her on here, and so we could talk some BFRO stuff tonight.
Ooh.
And so let me bring her on. This is Marian Gant.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I see you blushing.
Nervous.
It does. I'm still getting used to it myself. So.
Well, it's live. That's the problem.
Right.
They can always edit out the mess ups later if it's not live. But no, it's live, so you get everything.
No, it's live. It's live. If you fart live, we're gonna hear it.
Oh yeah. That or the cat or something. It's always something.
Yeah, you can blame the dog.
Blaming it on the cat.
Like that old joke.
Oh man. But we also got my good friend Icebox with Dirt Road Bigfoot. He's in the chat room. He said he just showed up to cause trouble, and I said, cool. For those of you that don't know, Icebox is the host of Dirt Road Bigfoot, and I'm the co-host of the show. So we do that show on Sundays every other week, like we do this show on Saturdays every other week. So if you guys get a chance, check out Dirt Road Bigfoot tomorrow, because we'll have a show. I think it's at 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night.
I was talking to somebody about you. They reached out and was saying that they really like. Hold on, let me get the name right because I don't want to. But he said that he worked with you a lot. His name is.
Hey, Verax, good to see you, buddy.
Adam Pierce.
Oh yeah, Adam. Yeah, he's Adam is in Michigan.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And him and Todd Turville have a podcast.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I talked to him a little bit, and he's talking about how he knew you and how you helped him out quite a bit on stuff.
Yeah, they have a podcast called Entering the Unknown, and they cover all the subjects. If it's
Right.
cryptid or sci-fi or whatever, they'll cover it. Where I strictly stick to Bigfoot. They cover it all. I was a guest on their show. Both of those guys were guests on this show at two different times. Really good guys, really great guys. I like them both. Support them 100%. And when they wanted to get out of the Spotify region and get into the YouTube, and so I helped them, guided them, and showed them what I did know, because I don't know a whole lot, but what I did know, because I had nobody to ask these questions to, and I had to learn. So I kind of fast-tracked them because I already knew the answers to a lot of it. So,
He seems like a really nice dude. Just to make you feel better, Marian, I've been noticing when I smile, I got like a crackhead look because my tooth is chipped.
At least you don't have a wicked witch wart. So
I was pulling a bowl back, and my thumb release let go, and it came back and smacked me in the mouth. And every time I open my mouth, I see it, and I'm like, man, they probably think I smoke rocks.
No, you still have
we don't judge. We don't judge. Oh, here's our one of my favorites. We got Sharon. Yep, she's from all the way across the pond, and she yep.
Wow.
It's I don't know what time it is there, but it's late. You know what I mean? She's super supporter. She's great. Yeah, try to your mic is a little. I don't know how it sounds on Marian's side, but on your Frank, you're like you're far away from the mic type thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because when you lean forward, yeah, she says it's I don't know what 00.12 a.m. is, unless she's like it's 12 minutes after midnight.
Wow.
I don't know.
That's dedicated.
Or 12. I don't know. She's pretty far away. Yeah. One day I'm gonna con her into being a special guest just to hang out on the show with us. She avoids me, but I'm not giving up, Sharon. I'm not giving up. Just so you know. So Marian, so I saw you this year at the conference. What did you think about this year's conference?
I thought it was great. A lot less drama the previous years. Some good guests. Not that I got to see a lot of the guests. The speakers I wanted to see, I was usually working at a booth or something like that.
Yeah, right. I didn't get to see none either. That's.
Well, yeah, I was either at the booth with the BFRO, or I was helping Lori at her booth while she was doing her talk. So she was one of the ones I wanted to see talk, but I missed her. Scott Nelson, I wanted to see him.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, too many people, and which is great. It's great.
You know what I noticed though is they didn't have the Cinertron going this year.
They didn't run it this year.
Yeah, because normally for the people back there where they don't get to see it, it's at least up on the screen where you can hear it. They didn't have that this year, and that kind of.
But the interest.
They said it was last year. I didn't notice it until this year. I don't know why I didn't notice it last year, but I definitely noticed it this year. But they were serving alcohol.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it was this year. I'm pretty sure I noticed it last year.
I didn't see, and I'm all over the place. And I never saw it last year, but I sure saw it this year, and I was like, I know why they got the bar there. That's for the non-believers. You get them drunk enough, you can convince them of anything.
Yeah, the husbands and the wives who don't want to go, you just park them over at the bar and go do your thing.
Right. Yeah, because you
join enough alcohol in them, they'll join.
Yeah. You two guys both work the BFRO booth. How do y'all like that? How? I mean, I'm not part of an organization or a group or anything like that. So we've had Frank on and talked to Frank, but what got you wanting to get involved with the BFRO itself, Marian?
I started with the BFRO back in, I want to say 2006 2006, 7, 8. I don't remember which year. My son had a sighting in 2006 by our house. And Caroline is the one that came out to investigate it. I believe she manages all the investigators across the country now. But I met Caroline. She hit it off with my sister. My sister actually became an investigator first. I became one later. But I was always interested in Bigfoot. I read all the books in high school, Boggy Creek. I was one of those outdoor kids that, you know, the mother would kick out the door and say, don't come home till dark, drink out of the hose kind of thing. So it always interested me. But I like being part of the BFRO. I think it's a great organization. Something that a lot of people don't realize is most of the organizations, other organizations you see now, started because of the BFRO.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think everybody got reports from to go out and look, the areas to go out and search, the different stories? That started with Matt Moneymaker creating a database and setting up a bunch of investigators to actually go talk to these people instead of just putting it in verbatim. We have at least 2 sets of eyes look at the reports now, Frank, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The original investigator, usually, we try to go to the location, feet on ground, talk to the people, look at where it happened. And then when we submit it, there's somebody else that goes through it, just does another check before it's actually published, which is why there's a lot more.
Yeah. And
mm-hmm.
that brings up a good point, because you being in the BFRO and me being outside the BFRO, we hear all the negativity about the BFRO. And it's mostly really about Moneymaker. People he's not the most likable person. And he kind of rubs people a certain way. And people don't like that and stuff like that. So I get it. But I tell people all the time is, Matt Moneymaker, BFRO is bigger than just his name. There's so much more going involved. There's all these great actual researchers that are going out, because you put something in with the BFRO. You had a sighting, and you call the BFRO and say, hey, I got a sighting. It's not Matt Moneymaker coming out. You know what I mean? It's going to be somebody near you or in your state that's a BFRO researcher. So you're dealing with a living, breathing human person that is not Matt Moneymaker. And those researchers, for the most part, are very good. And they, like you said, you may like or dislike Matt Moneymaker, but he did 2 things for the Bigfoot world. He did 2 big things. One was a database, one location where even myself can go on and look at some information to help me, research certain areas that I want to go to. But 2, by finding Bigfoot, he brought Bigfoot into the mainstream. See what I'm saying? Where people started creating their own groups, started going out and researching, started going out and attempting the same techniques that they're using out there and stuff like that. See what I'm saying? So regardless of what anybody says, I don't like the BFRO. Well, that's like saying I don't like elephants because I don't like trunks. You know what I mean? I just don't like them all. I don't like white people. Because this one person did me wrong. Just because you don't like Matt, and we get it. I don't know Matt personally. I've never interviewed him or anything like that. But I get it. I understand. It's so much bigger than that. You know what I mean?
Well, they was like, for instance, the other day, I got tagged, I think Saturday, and somebody was saying online, and they were like, I believe a certain 4-letter whatever tells their people not to write down like mind speak and orbs and and all this craziness. And I was like, and then a guy said, ask Frank, honestly, everybody that I've met in the BFRO, you write down what you've experienced. And I've never had nobody tell me not to put something in a report. But I will say that's such a variety of different people that maybe people don't put it in their reports because of themselves. But as far as like them telling you not to put anything in there, I've never experienced that. But
well, in the beginning, when I first joined and stuff, The woo was
Right.
verboten. You weren't, no.
Wasn't
There was
allowed to-
there was no room for woo. But
Right.
as time goes on, you know, enough people have had enough unusual things happen that you
Mhm.
can't just disregard it. I don't know
Right.
what it is. I don't know
Right.
what causes it, but these things are happening.
Right. And see, I guess I get it, because I'm not a woo person, but there are things that happen that, attach questions. So it's like, you know, uh, it's not to say that it don't exist or whatever. It's just for me
Yeah,
personally,
I,
it's
I,
no disrespect to anybody who's a wooer or whatever, but it's like,
Woo!
yeah. I
but I'm
try
saying,
to stay away from the term woo. I refer to those people as the metaphysical or metas. You know what I mean? Because
yeah, yeah,
it's that side of the realm.
right,
I'm not, and I try to explain this to people. I'm not. I don't get into that. But I'm not opposed to it. I
right,
just base it on I have yet to experience it. See what I'm
right,
saying? I have yet to experience it. And I've spent countless days and hours in the woods, days, nights, weekends. I mean, constantly out there. And now, have I had weird things happen? Absolutely.
right,
Not metaphysical stuff. I'm talking just strange, things happen like my equipment or hearing drones and stuff like that. That are
right,
forensically I can verify. Um,
Well, that's
but
what I
I'm not
mean.
but I'm not
You're,
opposed to it.
right,
And I think like when in my very specific case where I had electronic issues and different things like that, I don't think it was quote it's Bigfoot related because I'm out there looking for Bigfoot, but
mm,
it wasn't Bigfoot that made it happen. See what I'm
right,
saying? Now I'm not saying I think something else made it happen. I do. I think certain entities, three letter acronyms,
mm,
whatever, probably made it happen, but it
right,
wasn't Bigfoot. You know what I mean?
see,
Um,
but that's the difference. That's what I see the difference is. Weird things happen. I'm more with you guys. I'm more in that part of the spectrum. Weird things happen. Yes, I experienced it. No, I can't explain it. I put it aside until something else backs it up.
right,
yep.
But the woo, the paranormal, whatever, when something weird happens, they just automatically jump to it's a ghost, it's a
And I
demon, it's this, it's a that. And you can't do that.
right,
And it
no,
aggravates me because we're out there trying to find as much information as we can so we can start interacting with these things more.
right,
If they're hanging around here all the time, then we need to know that. When you start throwing this stuff in that you can't even prove, you can't prove portals. So how can you prove Bigfoot goes through portals? That
correct,
to me
correct.
just messes the whole thing up. I'm not saying there are no portals. I haven't experienced them, but it's
right,
messing the stuff up.
Yeah,
It's messing the
yeah,
data up.
yeah, and you bring up that good point because I've said it in the past. Um, two rights can happen at the same time but have nothing to do with each other. See what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? But like for example, one of the things that happened to me was I was out in my research area a few years ago with a documentary crew. Okay, they were documenting what I was doing out there and stuff like that. They were going to do a short film on it. So I'm doing my own thing. They said, just do your own thing and we'll film you. So I was still recording. I was still doing what I would do in the woods. So we spend hours, out there, half a day out there. I go home. I go to review everything that I filmed so I can go through it, and there's nothing there. I mean, there's nothing there. And I'm like, so I start blaming myself. Like, did I not hit record? You know what I mean? I said
right,
it's something, So I'm going through everything because anybody in the audience and you guys, I'm an Android guy. I don't know how iPhones work, but I'm an Android guy. When you take a photograph or a film, the first place it goes to is your gallery. Okay? It's the first place it goes to. But other than the gallery, it goes to Google Photos. instantly. When it goes, you have no control over that. It goes to Google Photos. That's your cloud. And it's automatically put in order. The last thing you took is the first thing you see when you go to Google Photos. Okay? So I was like, well, it's not in my gallery, so let me check Google Photos. I go to Google Photos, there's nothing there at all. So I'm thinking, well, maybe because I do collect so much information, maybe I need to delete a bunch of stuff. And then next time I go out, because I thought I ran out of storage space or something. Right. So I started going through Google Photos to get rid of stuff because I had over 1,000 friggin' photos in there. So I said, well, I'm going to start to the oldest photo I have and work my way up because that's old stuff. That's stuff that's probably 10 years old. I can start getting rid of stuff now, right? I go back, and the very first photo was the video that I took that day in the woods. How did it get there? And guess what? It was dated December of 1969. December 31st, to be exact, of 1969. The very next photo was 2009. See what I'm saying? For some reason, this thing got filed so far back in hopes that I wouldn't find it, I guess, and dated at a time when there was no internet, there was no Google, there was no nothing. 1960. I was born in 1969. See what I'm saying? And it was dated for then. And I still have it today. I can show it to you on screen today and show you what I'm talking about. And I have no control over that date. I have no control over that. It just automatically. So that's what I'm talking about. Weird things that happen.
Well,
now,
I just
did
had a weird
Bigfoot
thing
do that? No.
No, I was just going to say, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know we have a lag on our microphone, so people, if I over-interrupt them, guys, I'm sorry. No, I just had a weird thing like that happen in the Green Swamp. I was out there with Troy Palmer, Sasquatch Origins, and Tammy Grimes. We stayed the night out there, and I got the recording of the coyotes. I got the recording of some sort of, we think it's a tree knock. We got the recording of a couple gunshots, but also there's one point at night, it's about 2:30 in the morning. Troy got up to go walk out down the trail some. I was looking the other direction. He was looking through my back. So he's behind me and he's walking around out there. And all of a sudden I hear a whistle. I can't whistle, but clear as day whistle. So then 5 minutes later, Troy comes walking back and I said, did you whistle? Why'd you whistle? He said, I didn't whistle. Clear as day. And it's not on my recorder. I can't find it. Everything else is on there, but not the whistle. Right. It's strange.
Yeah, like that's the stuff that's so weird that it happens, but we have no way of explaining it just to say it. And you have to take us at face value, and
yeah, I've been out in the woods with people that say they run into this electronic stuff all the time. And I kind of joke with them. I said, dude, you're just doing something wrong, or your batteries weren't as charged as you thought, or whatever, until it happens to you.
Right.
I was in Michigan with, Rick, you've heard our story, Frank, Rick Wellis, about in Michigan when we had him yelling at us.
Oh, no, I've not heard that one.
Oh, well, Michigan, I think it was 2013. I went it was up in the Upper Peninsula. My sister, Ree Monteith, and I, we traveled up there. And I was out with a bunch of guys in a waterfowl area. So as we're walking around there, we did the whole thing. I mean, you start at the parking lot, you walk through the woods about a quarter mile, half mile, you get to a bridge that goes over some water. The road keeps going. To the left, to the right, there's a ridge with another pond for waterfowl. And then there's a trail that went from the bridge, one side of the bridge, all the way back to the parking lot. So we're traveling around and we're doing calls, we're doing knocks. We had a guy that hunted the area with us. And every time we heard something cry, we'd look at him because we thought it was a howl. And he'd say, no, that's a loon, that's a swan, that's a goose, that sort of thing. It got dark. We got back to the parking lot. And of course, the guy with the thermal decided he was going to go with a couple other people to a different location. We were having a great time. We were having a great time, good bunch of guys. So we decided to go back out to the bridge again.
Mm-hmm.
So it's about this time, it's about, I want to say it's about 11 o'clock, midnight, cold. I think it was in March. So it's really cold, drizzly. Clouds were covering the sky, though I think there's a full moon. And I had a recorder running, and I believe Rick Rellis had a recording running. So we're sitting out there shooting the breeze, and we see two of the guys in the middle of the bridge, and they're looking across the bridge and pointing and talking to each other. And we're like, hey, what's going on? And they're saying, we're seeing eye glow. We're like, what? Because we're seeing red, what looked like red glowing eyes. And, they're pointing it out to each other. And we noticed other things. We noticed things like there was two trees on the ridge to the other area. And somebody pointed out, I don't remember seeing a bush there. Do you? It was far enough away. You couldn't see details, but you could see something between the two trees. And then there wasn't something between the two trees. There's a point where the road, it was white gravel, curved off into the distance. And a couple times the curve disappeared, like something was leaning out of the woods, blocking it. And another time, two of the guys saw something cross the road. I'm watching this. I'm trying to see the eye glow. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it at all, even though they're pointing over my shoulders. Until finally there was a sign, and I see this thing come out from behind a sign. It looks like somebody turned on a mag light, a mini mag light. And it goes back, and it comes out, and then there's two of them. And basically, we played peekaboo for a little bit. I want to say the sign was about 20 yards away from me. So this went on for a while. I never saw the red eye shine, even with them pointing over my eyes. But myself and a couple other people, we saw this peekaboo sort of thing going on. So it quieted down, and we had this feeling like we didn't want to cross the bridge towards them. The bridge was kind of the barrier. You hear that a lot. If you give them space, they're more comfortable coming towards you. If you push forward, they're going to back off. So we thought, this is great. This is great. High five. This is a great night. We turn around, we start going into the woods, and it was dark. It was dark. That road disappeared in the woods. So we thought, okay, when we get further into the trees, we were going to stop and see if something knocked to show that we left the area. And we stopped. Nothing happened. So one guy said, hey, thanks for a good time. The other one's, yeah, we enjoyed it. Thank you. Just yelling out, being funny. We turned around. I don't think we got 5 steps. And I sound stupid because I can't make a monkey sound, but it sounded like a gibbon or one of those howler monkeys, comes out of the woods. I mean, this is Michigan in March, and this monkey is yelling at us from the woods. And the first thing we did is we looked at the guy that hunted the area because he'd, thrown water on everything all night, and he was doing a jig. He's about 4 foot tall, 4 foot wide, and this guy was leaving the ground. He's like, I have never heard anything like that before. Yeah. Jim Sherman took a video of when we discussed it later, and he's on there. He's a great guy. So we discussed, again, high fives, and we talk about going back. And we just had this impression that if we went back, they were going to retreat. So we turned around and we took 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more steps, and it happened again, this time louder. Same discussion. We decided to keep walking. We got so many feet. This time we had, I remember 4 voices yelling at us. And just 4 different voices, still the high-pitched monkey sound.
Were they coming from different directions?
Excuse me?
Was they coming from different directions or all?
No, it was all coming back from the bridge. We couldn't see the bridge anymore, except for that little bit through the trees. It was all coming from the bridge. And then it did it a last time, and the last time was completely different. It was kind of. I don't have the voice. All I do know is, you can fake eye shine. People can come out there and put lights on their glasses and such. You could get a guy or somebody, hold a coat out and stand between 2 trees and block the light between trees, things like that. The sounds we heard coming out, you couldn't fake that. A man couldn't make them. A woman couldn't make them. A stereo system would not be that clear. So great night. But the end of the story is I thought, I got it on my recorder. I got it on my recorder. I had my recorder. I believe Rick had his recorder too. I remember the conversation I was having when we saw the guys on, starting to notice something, and my recorder cut out like 5 minutes before the activity started.
Ain't that wild?
But you saw eye shine too, wasn't it in Tennessee? You saw eye glow. I differentiate between eye glow and eye shine. Did you see eye glow?
You seen, illuminating eyes, eye glow. It was me, Betsy, Tony, and I think Michael's nephew. But at one point, they was 9 sets that we counted, and they varied all different colors. And we wasn't shining any lights. We was sitting in the dark. And
Yeah.
the next day when we walked up it, when the dude went down in there, when we walked down through, well, he walked down through there and I walked down there a ways, but it actually came back up. So technically, as a crow flies, it wouldn't have been that far, but they interacted with us for a while. And when we watched them pace, me and Tony stayed back, and Betsy and them went down the hill, and 2 of them paced them all the way down the hill. And I got a bunch. The only thing that irritates me on the videos is where it's filmed on my camera, it's hard to make out the 2 sets of eyes. They look like an orb, So when the camera moves certain ways and they move, every now and again you'll get the glimpse of the 2 eyes. But I pulled it up on a bigger TV and you can see them some, but they were glowing. I mean,
they were glowing. Yeah.
I have no clue. And I was watching, I found a show on, the best way I can describe it. I was on YouTube and it was some show where RPG goes up to like Oklahoma or somewhere, and he meets with these Indians, and they let them go out in the field and all this, and they cut that out, said they wouldn't let them film it, but they done like an AI description of it. And RPGs and the Indians, it was the same thing. It's like all these illuminating lights came out, and I think they were more or less saying they were orbs, but on mine it was eyes, but it looked exactly the same, and nobody was shining lights or anything. And the way they would change colors, at first we only see the one, and we thought it might have been somebody walking through the woods, because I think Hill and Butch was supposed to have been out that night, and they was supposed to be on the trail on going the opposite direction of us. And we got there and their car wasn't there, so we thought maybe somehow they got lost or something. And then when it spread out in the different colors, and at one point all of them went off and we yelled and they all opened back up. But that was an experience. That was pretty wild. And I don't know what to, do they have illuminating eyes? That's a question.
Well, I had Todd Neese on the show last year, one of our very first guests. And I really encourage anybody to please go watch that interview. It was one of our first shows, so give us credit for not being the greatest interviewers or whatever. But Todd Neese, when you listen to Todd Neese, I think the guy is wonderful. He's full of knowledge. I don't know if anybody knows him, but he goes way, way, way back. He was researching with all the Four Horsemen, all the guys that were back in the day. He's been with all of them. He also hosts, what he did up until a year ago, his own conference called Bigfoot on the Beach or something like that. And Jeff Meldrum was a yearly person, and so was different people. But anyhow, Todd Neese really goes into the explanation of the self-illuminating eyes in the interview. And he really made me think and go, oh, wow, okay, that makes sense. Because he makes you understand, because he's not a paranormal guy, but why do they think that way? And when he explained how it's possible to have self-illuminating eyes, it makes you understand the paranormal side of it and why they see it that way, even though it's not paranormal. it makes you understand why. See what I'm saying? And it's a great explanation on the self-illuminating eyes. I'd love to get him back on the show. I should give him a call and get him back on and go through it again. But he is one of those ones that when you interview, you feel like you're at a conference. See what I'm saying? So you gotta, get your meal, get your soda, and sit back because Todd, he's going to be here for a while.
Yeah, stuff like that's what I'm interested in trying to learn. I mean, to me, I enjoy doing it, but I mean, and she can tell you, we've been on some that were dead, and we've been on some that were really good. Like you mentioned Rick earlier.
Oh, Rick. Rick's my good luck piece.
Right.
Everything that's happened to me has been with Rick.
I've had stuff. Well, I'll put it like this: every time I've been out with him, weird stuff has happened. And
there's something up with your mic, Frank. It keeps fading out.
I don't know. I couldn't tell you how to fix it. But anytime that I've been out with Rick, can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
I can hear you, but it's not loud. You know what I mean? It's like you're far away. So it's really weird. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the South Carolina one, I think you and him seen the bright orb or whatever on the shed or right around the top of the shed. I didn't see that one, but we got a lot of crazy knocks and stuff that night. But I know he mentioned, and a few others had mentioned that they had seen like a big white orb. I missed it, but
I missed the orb. But what Frank's talking about is Frank, Rick, myself, and I don't remember the three other people.
I know one of them was Z.
Z. I just don't know their names. Mark, was it Mark?
Yeah.
Okay. We went out to a field in an area. It was a wide open field. You go back to the back and there's this old building, metal roof falling apart. About a quarter, half mile, there was solid woods it looked like, and then there was a river.
Yeah.
And beside the building and where
the little island in the center too.
Yeah, there was an island. We called it an island. It was a trees in the center of this field was like the size of 2 football fields, something like that.
Dove field, I think.
So we get there. The first truck, they parked, and my truck pulls up. You were with the first truck, weren't you, Frank?
Yeah.
And y'all heard something when you got out.
Yeah, I think we heard a knock as soon as we got out, and then when everybody got in a group, we were all looking different ways. And I remember at one point we got up and started walking towards the center, and that's when it all broke loose for me. I don't know. It made me think, and it made us think that maybe one of them was in the center sleeping or trapped since we came in or something.
Yeah, like one split off into the island and another one split off into the woods behind the building that we parked by.
Yeah, because we was down by the building for a while. And as soon as we got up and started making our way towards that island, it started going crazy. There was knocks coming. It was like they were trying to lead us out. Like they basically knocked in a big circle, and we done a big circle around this thing following the knocks. And then that's how we think. After we sat around and talked, it was like, man, something basically guided us away so the other one could, if that was the scenario, what I mean?
We got around to the top of this island. I remember looking on satellite. We're like 120 yards away from the building where our trucks are parked. And Mark, I think it was walking closer to the island. I was further out. And next thing you know, something goes crashing through the island. And Mark, who's not a small guy, is running to us, squealing like a girl. Sorry, Mark. Going, what the heck was that? And we're all talking about So we're talking, should we, go through the middle of this island? What could it be? Da, 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 da. And all of a sudden, bam, a rock hits the metal right by the trucks, hits the metal building by the trucks. And that's when we knew for sure that all the knocks were just trying to get us away from this island. Because, basically it was like, get us away from the island and get us back to the trucks.
It was crazy loud.
It was.
Really,
so
really
we go back to the trucks and didn't notice anything. We didn't find a rock on the ground. So we went back out in the field with our by the island. We're about what, 20, 30 yards away from the island.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're set up there. And when you go out with Rick has a whole bag of tricks he brings out. He brings out a pop gun, laser, Indian music, all of it.
All of it. And every time I've been out with him, something weird has happened. And
I don't like the bowls.
I've never heard him.
I don't like the bowls. I won't go out with anybody that's going to do the bowl thing. And the reason why, it's creepy by itself. I don't need to be in the woods at night and you do it. It's creepy by itself. It's creepy in the middle of my living room. You know what I mean? So I don't want to do the bowls.
But why were we doing that? I was just going to say, why we're doing that, something threw a rock from the island to behind our chair. I got that on audio, and we had a rock thrown at the building 2 more times. Yeah. And the last time it was funny because we all stood up and we all got the same feeling. It's time to go, except for Frank. Frank's like, I want to stay. But we all stood up as soon as that 3rd rock hit the building. We all stood up and we're like, okay, it's time to go. I think that was the loudest one.
It was really loud. We heard I don't know if everybody heard it, but me and Rick heard a cow, and I asked him, I was like, is there anybody around here got cows? Like, I don't know the area.
And I heard that too. It sounded like a cow, but
perfect. Like a cow.
A ghetto cow.
But it would have been in a spot in the direction that it came that there's no houses or anything, and there shouldn't be a cow there. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And what do? I mean, you just say, hey, I heard a cow.
Yeah, I did that once. I left audio out in my research area. And like I said, this is a place that I've researched for a long time, and I still haven't probably covered 10% of it. But I left my audio out, and when I went to hear it, it sounded to me like a goat. You know? Like, you ever heard a goat scream?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? It sounded like a goat. Like, it was really excited and it screamed. And I'm like, I've never seen a goat out there. I don't even know if anybody owns any goats that are even near this property.
Yeah.
So,
what's funny is where I'm from, for years, as you head off of, I think it's 421 going on Highway 38, going back towards where I live, there used to be an old billy goat that set up on this high peak on the mountain, just right there on the side. And it's like, it was crazy that he could even get up there, but that's where he stayed for, 20 plus years that I remember. Every time you drove by there, he would be there. And they passed some rule the other day, or it's been years back, but they passed a rule like 5-6 years ago where they moved it away, and everybody was mad. But Kentucky, I've ran across a few wild goats, and sometimes that's a freaky sound.
Yeah. Well, it's the same with bobcats and same with Florida panthers. I mean, they make some screams and sounds at night that will just, curl the hair on the back of your neck. I mean, they're pretty crazy vocalizations from both of those cats.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, because I've heard their audio. And I'm like, yeah, it's definitely a bobcat or a Florida panther or something like that. Oh no, it's not. No. Unless you saw what did it, you can't say no, it's not. You know what I mean? But
you know what I learned? I learned from a report I took right before the conference. Black bears don't growl.
Mm-mm.
Black bears don't. How many times we've been in the woods and heard something big growl and just assumed it was a bear or something?
Right.
Black bears don't growl. I had a guy, he was hiking near Juniper Springs, where they have that blue hole or something you can hike to. And he said I guess he'd set up camp or something, but he said in the bushes not too far from him, he said something really big growled enough to where he packed up his stuff and left. And he just, all these years, he just assumed it was a bear.
Right.
And then he found out black bears don't growl. And I looked it up. No, they don't. So I'm just wondering how many people out there have been growled at and just said bear.
Right. Yeah.
Bear.
And, you know, and that kind of puts it in perspective too, because if you're thinking automatically bear, then you're assuming something pretty big. You know what I'm saying? Like, be able to make that guttural growl that you're assuming is a big bear. And there's not a lot. I mean, you know, bobcats can have like a pretty mean snarl that's actually pretty it's different than their scream. It's more of like a dog growl, I guess. But
it's like the chest cavity. The chest cavity makes a difference in the tone and the range.
But
you know, bobcats can be loud, but
not that loud. You know, so you know that's another learning thing but that's the stuff that I like to learn. And
yeah, bears for the most part are very quiet. They'll snap their jaws as a warning. You know, they'll make that popping noise with their mouth. And they'll roar. You know what I mean, or something like that. But on a normal daily, they're quiet. I mean, they'll walk right past you, and you won't even know there's a bear within 10 yards of you.
I don't want to know there's a bear 10 yards away.
I learned that the hard way because I was in this one area, and one of the game wardens was there, and he said there was a bear, and they were trying to get it out of the area. And sure enough, me and him were standing there, and the bear popped up. So I grabbed my whistle, and because we wanted to clap our hands and whistle to push it away. So I went about, I don't know, less than 50 yards to the game warden's where he was at, and we just started walking in the woods. And then he stopped. He said, "Hey, look, he's coming your way now." So I stopped, and I'm watching from his direction to see it coming. It wasn't until it was already past me, and it stuck its head up over a bush. I never saw it and never heard it walk right past me. They're very quiet if they want to be quiet.
Yeah,
very quiet.
Well, but you know, by her explaining that took me back to when I was in high school. Me and a couple of my buddies that I played baseball with, we'd go out digging root, you know, like blood root and stuff for money. And I remember we was way up in this area, and we left because something growled at us that was really, really guttural, and it was a few seconds, and we was like, oh, you know, and we jumped on Fuller and took off. And you know, for all these years, I've sit there and I've done that. I thought it was a bear. That's what we explained it as, you know, and it just makes you think, like, man, you know, like, who knows? Because whatever it was enough to make us get out of there. And it wasn't just a second or so. It was a good 3-second snarl, growl.
Yeah.
You know?
And see, with the things that you're saying tonight, even brings up a point that I brought up in the past about these things are not really aggressive. Yeah. Everything that they did was, hey, we're here, go away. It wasn't an attack. You know what I mean? It wasn't like they were, hey, we're going to destroy you because you're in our area. It was more like, it's either, like I said, it's either they don't want you there and they just want you to leave, and they're going to do what they can just please leave, or it's the opposite where they're like, hey, we're over here. Look at us because we want to see your faces. You know what I mean?
Or, I think look at us because we want your back to this other one that's going to get away.
Right.
Which is what happened to us in that field.
Yeah, because I had something thrown at me one time while I was, you know, camping. I was at my truck, and I heard it break through the woods and then land somewhere near me. Because I heard it thump before I realized something was thrown. But it was behind me, so I think it wanted me to turn around. I think it wanted to see me. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I had a rock thrown at me, but it's because I pissed it off. Me and this guy. Have you the Bridges? Have you ever heard the Bridges? I think she was on Finding Bigfoot, Carolyn Bridges.
up in
Me, a
northern.
group of people were up there. Dr. Bob was there with his son, Dr. Bob Frank. He's another
Yep.
BFRO guy. And they had 2 decks on the back of their house, one by their bedroom, another one by the guest bedroom. So we were up there talking on this deck, had a banister. Banister had boards with maybe, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 inches in between each board that overlooks the drop down to the creek. So, because they're on a rise and then it goes down to this white creek. That's why the Bigfoot were coming through there. I mean, beautiful area. But we sat there and we talked a lot and made a lot of noise, trying to catch something's attention. And we were camped about a quarter mile away in some pine forest. And they decided that they were going to start walking back to camp. Me and another guy, we stayed back. We're like, we're going to hang back a little bit and then we'll follow you in about 10, 15 minutes, see if we catch something in between us or, anything like that. So they took off. And I looked at that guy and I said, hey, let's duck down. Let's not sit here. Let's duck down. So we ducked down and you could barely see through the banister, but evidently something was trying to see us because it was walking back and forth, back and forth. We could hear it. I had a thermal. I couldn't see it, which the problem with the thermal is your depth perception's off because the sound was coming where the ground dropped, but I couldn't see the drop. All I could see were trees and grass and stuff. Back and forth, back and forth. Finally, it kind of quieted down. So I said, okay, let's maybe it's time for us to go. We stood up and something went crashing through the bushes. We surprised something. And so I said, oh, we scared something. Let's sit down again and see what happens. So we sat down and then here comes the rock. Tung, 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 tung. And I've always said that we pissed it off. We scared it and it didn't like that. And it didn't like us sitting down again. So this time it threw the rock. Didn't come close to us.
Yep.
But yeah, later the next day we went out there and off the drop, there was a log, and walking back and forth on this log, you could see he was trying to see us through the banister is what he's trying to do. And then off to where we heard the crash was nothing but palms and such. So he crashed off the log into the palms.
See, I used to look at that kind of like in the military during sniper and stuff. We used to do a thing called tree stacking, where you would move a little, like the trees have to be lined up a certain way where you can kind of peek out and you get like a little crack and a glimpse of what you can see everything. And then you don't have to, you can barely move back, and it's very easy to see and not get seen. And I used to think, man, and I've seen one video on a thermal of them low crawling, and it looked kind of like a sniper crawl. And I thought, I wonder if and it's just out, thinking in my head, but I'm like, man, is that something that we mimicked from them? You know what I mean? Because if these things have been around, they were doing it before us, and, or is it just something that, Indians used to do or what? But I thought, because I've seen the one in Florida doing that, and I've heard people talk about it being related to autistic, and I do think that possibly, because I know chimps do it and stuff, but
I mean, that's a good theory because that's Christopher Noel that came up with that theory of autism, and when you read it and you listen to it, his explanation, a lot of it does make sense. It really does. But then somebody came up with the theory of a baseball player. When they get in that stance where they're stealing base, they need to go in 2 directions quickly. They get in that stance and they move back and forth depending on what direction do I need to run if I have to run. See what I'm saying? And that made sense. You know what I mean?
Or they don't always do that. It's just that's the only time we see the movement. They could be standing there with their eye halfway across a tree, but we don't notice them until they start doing the movement like this.
Right.
And that I used to think, because are they tree stacking us? Are they peeking and doing that little thing where they can?
Well, I'm sure there is a level of that. I'm sure, because they know their environment better than we do.
Right.
See what I'm saying? By you doing that, learning that technique is learning the environment. That's part of the environment. You're using the environment to your advantage as a human Now you're kind of, even though it's a neat technique, it's really a primal technique that you're learning. You're picking up a primal technique, which is something they already have. So I'm pretty sure you're right. They do use that technique. Absolutely. That answers a lot on why they're so hard to see, why they're so hard to film or catch on thermal. Because if you stack trees, you're also not going to get you on a thermal either.
Right, and you don't have to move much to be out of sight. You know what I mean?
Well, on the second thing though is that because predators go by eyesight. You go by movement.
Yep, movement's always
first.
At
that point, they want you to see them because they can sit very still behind that tree, and we'll just think it's a stump or a bush or something like that. Maybe when they're doing that, it's because they kind of want you to see them.
Yeah, a lot of animals will, as long as they're not, they have a hard time seeing you. And they're looking for that slightest little. I catch more stuff in my peripherals than anything.
Absolutely. I tell people that all the time. When you're in the woods, and I use this, and I'm a true believer in this, and I do it every single time. When I go in the woods, I don't do anything really for the first hour. I'm just walking, because it takes about an hour for your senses to adapt. Your sense of smell, your sense of sight, your sense of hearing. It takes about an hour to get all this junk that's been in your ears and eyes in the city and driving and doing all this other stuff. So when you go in the woods, the first hour should just be relaxing. First hour should find a place, sit down, get accustomed to the environment, let your senses get accustomed to what's going on, and then you start doing what you need to do. See what I'm saying? Because like you said, movement's always first. You don't see color first. It's always movement, and I've proven that in a video I did on my channel where I saw a deer perfectly camouflaged. Nobody could see this deer, and then all of a sudden, what did it do? It moved that white tail. You know how they'll flip that tail? All of a sudden, the deer is in plain view.
Right.
But if he didn't move, if he didn't do that tail thing, you would have never saw him.
Yeah. Especially
sometimes I wonder if it's the opposite. They want you to see them when they're doing this kind of thing.
Maybe.
And a lot of times we're still at that moment. So maybe they're like, trying to make sure, I don't know. I know that usually at night, a lot of times, or, I do it in a day, but if I'm really trying to pay attention to what's over here, I'm looking over here a little bit just to see, because my peripherals pick up that little bitty twitch. And I do that a lot at night times because if I'm looking right at it, you kind of go blind after.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's like I always try to, if I know something's here and I got it curious, I'm going to be looking here. And that's always helped me a little bit. But, I would assume they see way better than us. Maybe
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. I mean, living in the woods, like I said, if you give it an hour, your senses actually get better. And you got to, figure something, especially like a bear. They say a bear can smell you from miles away when you enter the woods. I'm sure these animals, their sense of smell, sense of hearing, sense of sight is heightened due to the fact they're in the woods. There are predators there, especially in Florida. I think that a Sasquatch in Florida has an extremely high sense of its surroundings because of alligators, other bears, because even though I don't think a bear would be so much as a physical threat, it's definitely a threat to their environment, a threat to their ecosystem of finding food and stuff like that, because I think both of them parallel what they eat and don't eat and stuff like that. So like I said, that heightened sense, I believe is absolutely there, and we don't have it. A lot of people say, well, we lost it. Well, when did we have it, really? When did we really have it? See what I'm saying? I don't think we ever...
I don't know. I'm just becoming of the impression that Bigfoot in Florida are not as aggressive. I mean, these last few expeditions I've been going up in the mountains where you have ridge, you have steep climbs and such like that. We are not apt to go charging after something. Whereas in Florida, they have to be aware of that all the time. They, you know, they don't have the same barriers they have up north. And it seems like, I don't know, it just seems like in Florida, they're a lot more subtle. They're a lot more worried about something coming straight at them, because we can just go through a field and plow after them. You can't do that up north.
And this is just my opinion. It's always been my opinion. I've voiced it many times. Is I don't think they're aggressive. Period. Anywhere. And I always use the Ape Canyon incident.
No, what I mean by aggressive is letting you know they're there.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think here.
Let you know they're there. Whereas is Tennessee, Georgia, Ohio, South Carolina, they let you know they're there. It amazes me, because I'm thinking, no, there's no way. And
well, I think in Florida, I think a lot has to do with we're encroaching on their environment so bad right now. You know what I mean? And I think there's a level of fear. I think there's a level of they're losing territory, they're losing areas and stuff like that. And I truly believe, it's just due to my own experiences, which I'll get into one day on the show. I truly believe that there is a effort by whatever entities are out there to eliminate these things or move them out of certain areas. I just really do believe that, because I think what I've experienced in my own research area, you know, draws me to that conclusion that there's something going on, that they're aware. I mean, there's been a slow rollout. People don't realize it, but when you have multiple states that literally have laws on the book that you cannot shoot a Bigfoot, you cannot kill a Bigfoot, that's a slow rollout that we know it's there. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, they don't put that on a .gov site for no reason, you know.
Yeah.
Well, we got pulled over by some FWC in Gothi one night, and we asked them about it, and they just said that was to see if people read the book or not. The hunting laws, that they put that in the handbook to see if somebody actually reads the handbook. Because if they do, they'll come across it. If they don't, they have nothing about it. That was their
but you could put something like you can't hunt Mickey Mouse or something like that. You know what I mean? To see if somebody reads it. But they chose Bigfoot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They actually use the term skunk ape.
Yeah,
you know, in Florida.
Skunk ape, yeah. And
you know,
well, and you know, I have heard that. I didn't hear.
Well, that's a good excuse by them. I would buy it and say, okay, that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know, a lot of the stuff that I've been reading lately, I mean, I've not experienced it yet in Florida, but a lot of the stuff that I've been reading about Florida talks about they like to be deep in these swamps where there's not a lot of people can get to so easy.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, out there, you got to be worried about gators and pythons, I guess now. But, you know, I don't know. I mean, I think it would be smart of them to be way out there, you know.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of food. There's plenty of resources.
And
you know what I mean?
You got to be extremely dedicated if you really want to get way out in the deep swamps.
Which I've done, and it's been a mistake. I've gotten lost and ended up spending the night in the swamps under a tree because I got lost and I didn't know how to get out and blah blah blah. But I've also found some of my best evidence that way too.
Right.
You know what I mean? There was a time where me and another guy. And you're going to come here, Frank. I know that one day you're going to be here, I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about, and you'll realize, okay, that makes wow, you know. But from where I park my vehicle to the back border of this property, it's a hike. It's a friggin' hike. And then when I got to the border, which is just a barbed wire fence, then it's still more acreage, still more woods. It's just the barrier of the county. That fence line is the county barrier. That's all it is. And then there's a easement, and then there's another fence, and that's the next county. That's the only reason the fence is there. Well, I jumped that fence. Now, I don't know how many people will hike that far to get to the barrier and then jump the barrier. See what I'm saying? So I jumped the barrier. I'm going down that easement, and I see a lot of cypress trees, which tells me there's a swamp down there, you know, because cypress likes a lot of water. So I started heading in that direction. I didn't get, I don't know, 20 feet into that cypress swamp, and I found a footprint that was 15 inches long. This is all on video. I live video. I mean, it's not photographs. I'm videoing it, and I'm measuring it, and that footprint is filling with water as I'm filming it. That's how fresh it was.
That's
so whatever was there saw me coming and left.
Yeah.
And you see this footprint, perfect footprint. You know what I mean? Perfect. And as the water filled, it made it even more defined because it filled all the toe crevices and the heel crevices and everything. I missed it by, I don't know,
He's probably
seconds.
sitting there watching you like, man, I know this dude ain't fixing to jump his fence. Oh, come on, man.
But again, like you said, I had to go way out of my way. I had to go way, and then I don't know if I was breaking a law jumping the fence and going into that easement. I don't think I would be. I'm just going from one county to another. But, you know, I'm a traveler for all you, whatever you call those people. I'm just traveling. So, but like I said, luckily, I did getting lost that day. I do remember getting a little lost that day. So
I try to get out to this place in Big Cypress. I've stopped my side by side, and I bought waders because I knew it was deep. But there was one section that had like nice green pine and all this stuff, and I'm thinking, man, it is blistering hot out here and super humid with all the water. I was like, if I was something trying to like stay away, knowing people don't go to, where would I go? And I seen this spot and I thought everything in me said, go. And I got about 20 feet from it. And then everything in me said, get out of here, turn around, just don't go in there. And I did. I was like, all right, yeah. I when my gut tells me something, I go, but I was.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Yeah.
And I don't shy away from it either. I own it. I'll be live in the woods, or not live, but I'm videotaping in the woods, and I'll tell the people, I'm getting the EBGBs right now. I think I'm going to go another direction because I'm just not feeling really comfortable right now. You know what I mean?
No, I got about 20 feet from it, and then everything in me just changed. It was like, my stomach was like, no, don't go in there and get out. And I was like, all right, because but
I've had that happen. Yeah. To me, it's weird. It's like there's a haze. I can't explain it. It's like there's a filter or a haze that goes over. Because I was out with some people, and it's happened a couple times. I'm trying to pay more attention to it. When you get that vibe, and we'll come across the trail, and they'll say, "Let's go down this trail." And usually, I'm like, "Let's go." Nope. Right. It looked like I was looking at it through a cloud of gray or something. And I said, "Nope, don't want to go." We come back by 15 minutes later, look normal. So I don't.
That happened to me with another guy. We were walking, and it's an area we've been in because this is our one of our primary research areas, and we were walking, and it was really funny because at the same time we're going down this trail, and we both look at each other and said, "I don't feel right. I don't feel right." And the further we keep going straight, the more I get this, I don't feel right. Something's not right feeling. Then he agreed. He says, "Yeah, I feel it too. I can't explain it." So we turned around and went back the opposite direction and felt better immediately. You know what I mean? That, okay, I feel comfortable here, but I didn't feel comfortable there. You know what I mean?
I've been there.
Did the feeling leave little by little, or did it just go right away?
No, it gradually, as we got further, it got better and better and better and better. But if we turned around and went back, it got worse and worse and worse and worse. You know what I mean? It just kept compiling this feeling of dread that I should not be here right now.
Well, we're talking about Rick Rellis and things happening. Up in South Carolina, Rick and we got zapped. And I thought, I didn't know what to think about zapping. I thought some people were exaggerating. Some people were misinterpreting other physical things happening.
That was a fall, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And the way it started is we had heard something. It sounded like something picked up a big stick and cracked it across a tree trunk, whack, crack. And it was we were at the end of a cul-de-sac, and it was about 100 yards up a rise, and then they went down again. So Rick and I decided to go check it out. And we go up and over this rise, and we're looking around. We're thinking, no, it was back closer to the rise. We didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Nothing, jumped out at us. But we're starting to go up to the top of this rise. We get up there, and I got the weirdest feeling. I got a feeling, Frank's heard me talk about this a lot, of like, oh, crap, I left the water on at home. Or, oh, crap, tomorrow's Monday, and I didn't get that report done. That dread feeling. The same exact time, I'm trying to figure out, why am I feeling like this? This is stupid. Rick looks at me and says, are you getting a funny feeling? I'm getting a funny feeling. And I said, yeah, I'm getting a funny feeling. What is that about? And he goes, I think we're being zapped. Going back to what getting this feeling. And as we're walking, I got some chills in my chest, a little bit on my arms. But as we walked, it eased off little by little. I tell people, like a icy headache. You just got to bear it, and it'll just little by little let go. And I turned around and I went back. And when I got to the top of the hill, nothing happened at first, but then I'm looking at Rick, and this time it was from the top of my head to the bottom of my toes. Every hair on my body stood up. My hair was standing up so bad, it felt like somebody had a hold of my hair on the back of the neck. That's how hard it stood up. And then I had chills, like I was cold, but it wasn't the cold. It's inside chills. You know what I mean? And as I walked down back to Rick, it eased off little by little by little. It didn't just go away like that.
Yeah, I kind of compare it to riding a roller coaster. As you're going up, you start getting that feeling like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. But then once you're past it, you know what I mean? It's just that feeling of, okay, I'm good. You know what I mean? And that's what it felt like. It was just very ominous feeling, just a very ominous feeling. And what was weird, on our way back, and this is a fairly wide trail, and we would have noticed this easily, without question. We would have noticed it. So we walk up, we go like just a few hundred yards, and that's all it took was a few hundred yards, and then we got that feeling, and we turned around and came back. On our way back, there was a branch from a hardwood tree laying in the trail. And we look around, there's no hardwoods near us. I think the nearest hardwood we found was 50 yards away. And it's all pine. It's nothing but a pine forest. But yet, a hardwood branch is laying right there in the middle of the and we would have seen it the first time when we walked by. But we didn't, but we noticed it. And that's twice that's happened to me. There was a time at another area that I went for a really early morning hike, and it was cold. Even in the video, you can see I'm bundled up. I'm wearing a vest and a hood or a beanie and all that. It was very cold. And I stop at this one area where there's a little bit of water. And I'm not a tree knocker guy, and I'm not a vocal guy. I'm not going to make vocals, okay? I want them to instigate that contact. I don't want to do it. But on this occasion, I was bored, and I was checking out this water source just to see if anything had come down, footprints or anything, animals, anything getting water. And so I made some vocals, which I like the one that's more of a primate. It's a ho, ho, and I do it as loud as I can, So I did that a couple times. I waited about, 10 minutes. And then I continued on with my hike. Well, after a while, I got hungry. I said, well, okay, I'm going to head back to my tent and, make me something to eat. I got back to that water source, and there was a palmetto frond, a green, fresh palmetto frond right where I was standing before. And it was completely ripped. Now, you guys are from Florida. Grab a palmetto frond and pull on it. Yeah. There's no way you're breaking it. There's no way you're pulling it out of the ground.
I got another one for you. Go ahead.
You can hook it up to a truck, and you're not pulling that palmetto frond out. I mean, you have to cut them. You have to cut them. And this was when you look at the end of it, it was exploded. Okay, it was just like boosh. I mean, it was like shredded, like it was just ripped, and
Or
it was
like
laying in the
something
middle of the.
chewed it.
Well,
Something
no, it
chewed
looked
it
more
like sugar
ripped.
cane. Okay.
You know, no, this was like pulled apart, so it was strands of the palmetto, like it was ripped,
Uh-huh.
and it was laying in the middle of the trail. I would have easily saw it. There's no doubt I would have saw that when I was there before, about an hour before, making those vocalizations. But in a sense, like you said, Marian, it was like they were letting me know, we see you, we're here, we know you're there, you know, and any type thing. And which made for a very interesting weekend because that's when I had an encounter at night at my tent. You know what I mean? So very weird, you know.
Well, I just said when you bring up palmettos, the reason I said that is because the second sighting my son had, you know, we back up to Cypress Creek. I guess they call it Preserve. I don't know. It's the one in Pasco County. That's what we back up to. And my son and his friend had a sighting there back in, I want to say 2008 or something like that. But eventually, a couple of years later, he had a second sighting. And the terrain had changed a lot. We had bulldozed a bunch of the trees down. We were going to build a pond, but the bulldozer broke and we just let it go. So it was mostly, it used to be swamp with hardwoods and pines, had been bulldozed. And now what was growing in that area was mud with reeds. The reeds are about 4 or 5 feet tall. And he was out riding a motorcycle along the edge of it. We had a couple of hills he could jump going through the yard. And I see him going through the yard, and all of a sudden he just zips into the garage, parks it, comes upstairs to me, and he's white and he's shaking. And he's like, I think I saw it again. And I'm like, what? When? And he goes, just now when I was riding, I think I saw it again. I said, well, you take me out there, show me. And he said, yeah. So we go out there, and it's kind of hard to explain. You know, you have my yard, and then to the side, you have this field. It's reeds about 4 or 5 feet high. There's some rows marked through it because my other son liked to take the four-wheeler and go bogging through this stuff. So we had a couple bog rows. We had one between the swamp and the trees that we didn't knock down, and we had one going back towards it. And so we're looking in this area, and what had happened is he'd gone along, he was doing a jump, and he saw something duck behind those reeds. He said it was just very tall. He said it had a couple feet above the reeds. So whatever it was had to be at least 7 feet high. You know what I mean? And it ducked. And then he came right in to get me. So we're looking around, and I'm not seeing anything at first. You know, he goes, well, maybe it was just out of the side of my eye, maybe. And I'm like, no. And I look at this row where there's the hill that he jumped over, and I could see it through the reeds, and I turn around, and across the ground are palmetto leaves. When you talk about how hard it is to pull them out, something had pulled out a bunch, and that's when I learned they look like celery on the bottom. They curve around and bulb like celery. And whatever it was had stood there and had taken this apart and had bitten some of them. It had chewed on some of them, and some of them it shredded the end like sugar cane. I mean, it was completely shredded. And as it was doing this, it was dropping them on the ground. Unfortunately, it was so mucky back there. You know how your foot goes in and comes out and it just fills in again? We couldn't find any tracks. But whatever it was, I told him, I said, yeah, something was watching you. As you were going around, something was eating a snack, just chewing on these things and dropping all on the ground when it's done. That's why I asked you, the one that was shredded, could it have been chewed like people do with sugar cane?
Yeah, this doesn't look like it was chewed. It just looks like, literally, like it exploded. You know, okay. It was just like, you know, it's a green stalk and it's long, and then at the end it was just, I mean, it was like just shredded. You know what I mean? And like it was just ripped. And
I have to send you the pictures of what I have, and
when you chew on,
huh?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, chewing on palmetto. I was looking it up because I thought, you know, it may have starch or something, but it says chewing on palms is physical habit or a sign of stress, but not in like health issues. You know what I mean? You're just stressed out and you chew on them. And so I wonder if that's something that they do, you know, like maybe that's why, maybe they're stressing out over that. I don't know.
I've only heard of one other instance. There was a guy, we took a report, Bob and I, a guy in New Smyrna Beach was part of a hunting club, and his section of the property backed up to a swamp, and he had had several encounters and was talking to us about. And it to the point where he said, look, can I hunt on a different section? Can I, and they said, yeah, you can come up here, highland with palmettos. And it was funny because I said, speaking of palmettos, have you ever seen? And I told him what we'd found, and the guy went dead white. And he's like, oh shit, yes, I have. You mean they're up there too? And I said, yeah, they're up there too. Because he didn't want to see him again.
I wonder, if we could, find somebody who works at these sugar farms, you know what I mean? Because there's a lot this way, like down in close to Okeechobee and all that, like it's all sugar. And you get reports and stuff around that area. I wonder if they just stay close where they can come in and pick it when they want, Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised, especially sweet it is. And it's probably something that, when it happens, they just say, oh, it's some poacher or something like that. They're probably not even thinking of a, 6 to 7 foot tall hairy guy.
Right.
But I would not be surprised if they're out there taking that stuff.
Yeah, that's.
I want to go into another direction here. So, Marian, okay, we talked about this a little bit earlier. You're being a female, and this is a very male-dominated research field. Okay, how is that being a female getting into it? Explain the dynamics of that. And when I say that, I mean, how are you treated as a woman in this field as an investigator? And do you feel that you have to prove yourself? Do you have to push yourself harder? Or have it's been a pretty easy process? Because we don't have a lot of women in this field. It's growing, which is fantastic, but it is a male-dominated field. And as a woman and a full, invested investigator with the BFRO, how does that work for you? How does that affect your ability?
As far as interviewing and stuff, Bigfoot is one of these things where people don't really look at men and women. At least in my experience, everybody's looking at Bigfoot. Everybody, you go to these expeditions and stuff where you go camping with people and you have all types of people, all, different races, different ages, male, female. That doesn't even come up. It's all about the experiences and getting out there. Now, trying to investigate as a woman, some women are braver than mine. I am more comfortable in the woods alone than I am going to talk to somebody or having somebody take me in the woods that I don't know. I'd rather, I've told Frank and them, I'd rather either go out with one of them, huh?
I said, you got a killer setup. I love it.
I'd rather go out, with somebody else to interview somebody because of that. And that kind of holds me back. I told them I'll do the paperwork in the back. I'll go through the old reports and such. I'll go out with you as a partner, but I am wary of somebody because, honestly, anybody can submit anything to the BFRO report database. Doesn't mean it gets published. Doesn't mean it gets investigated. Right. But you get some people that you just, no, I'm sorry. I don't want to meet up with you in the woods 2 miles from the road. I'm sorry. Right. Guys, that limits me. It does limit me. And being out in the woods, I'm more comfortable by myself, but I do have to constantly make sure, okay, how many cars are in the parking lot? Because I've come across times where there's nobody in the parking lot. I think I'm the only person there, and here comes a guy on a bike. Okay, they're regular guys, but it's like, where did you come from? I thought I was the only one out here. So you're always having to look around, and unfortunately, women are more of a target than a man. It's just the way it is. So that limits me. There are other women I know that are a lot braver about it. But for me, myself, I don't want my husband to have to tell people, my wife was out Bigfooting in the woods. got shot or something.
Because, when I started this and back in 2005, one, there was very little people out there actually researching, especially in the state of Florida. But also there was no women. But now you've seen it explode. You've got not just women investigating, and becoming part of BFRO and stuff like that, but they're doing podcasts, and they're really putting themselves out there, which is a great thing because I'm a big advocate of the more people out there doing this, the better chances we have of solving this mystery. And so it's good to see that there are women coming into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's
and
a
taking
lot
it
that comes
seriously.
on expeditions. There's a lot that comes on that.
Yeah, that's what I said. There isn't a man-woman thing when it comes to expeditions and investigating and stuff. It's just as far as the Bigfoot community goes, and there may be a guy out there that's a jerk to women. I don't want to say some of these words people call him, but man, when you get him talking about Bigfoot, especially when he experiences something, he's not going to worry about if you're male or female. He wants somebody that can relate to him about the story.
Right.
So that's not a problem.
Yeah, I just always wondered, was it beneficial? Like when you're interviewing somebody, are they more open, with you than they would be with me? Or because as a man, I might be more cynical or whatever. Or are they the opposite? And it's like, well, she's a girl. I don't want to tell her. I want to talk to a guy. See what I'm saying?
Well, right. And I can vouch for Marian. Like, she is that girl that's in the woods. You know what I mean? She really is. I mean, when we go on hikes and stuff, like, she's the first one wants to go. So, like,
well, I can. I'm getting old.
Well, but I'm saying, like, you've never shied away from it. You've always been. So, like, she's probably out there more than most dudes I know. So, I mean, somebody like her is as knowledgeable as anybody else. You know what I mean? And
I'll give a prime example. I'll throw her name out there too because I have a lot of respect in her. But Desi will go out there and sleep on the ground. What they call cowboy camping.
That's
and she will lay her head on a backpack and sleep on the ground in the open at night in the woods. See what I'm saying? I love to hear that. I'm like, this is fantastic. This is what I'm talking about. See what I'm saying? Because you got some men that won't do that. I won't do that. I'll take a small little pup tent, you know what I mean? But I got to have something to keep the weather off me or something like that, you know what I mean? And for some reason, that thin nylon makes me feel a lot safer.
You know what's funny is my whole life growing up, as much as I was in the woods, I always slept on the ground. Until I got into this, I never owned a tent. And now I have like 100 of them because I'm a tent nerd.
Oh, dude, I'm at that point because I turned 58 this January. And I'm at that. And I think I'm in good health. I mean, I don't have any major issues as far as joints and back and stuff like that. I mean, I have the occasional issue, but not chronic issue. But now I'm at the point where I like my cot. I like having my cot. I like being off the ground and on a sturdy bed, I used to have small tents. I used to have small tents.
Every situation, I've got the hammock for if there's no ground cover. I got the little small tent for when I'm on my bike. I've got the medium tent that just pops right up. If I'm lazy, I've got the tent that's medium size. I can put a cot in it, but I can't stand. And then for those long trips, I've got the tent that I can stand in. And now I've got the van. So I've got all those covered. Yeah. I've got the small pack, the medium pack, the large pack, the overnight pack.
I own like 4 different styles of tents, but my favorite is the one that I can stand up in and put my britches on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, like, I got into this and then I got a tent and then I thought, my wife's a city girl, so like she never goes into the woods. And she told me, she's like, if I had this and I had that and had this, I would go. So I got all this stuff. She went for like half a night. And that was it. And then
it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody.
No, but the thing is, it got me a little bougie on it. Now I have a hammock and
yes, Frank's got it set up now, boy.
Yeah, I think I'm doing pretty good as far as comfort. I've done some videos where I film setting up my area and stuff like that. And I've got a 13 by 9 tent. It's 6.5 feet tall, and it literally takes less than 10 minutes to completely set up. It's one of those ones that pulls up in the middle. It's a huge tent. I got a cot. I got my blankets. I even got half the tent is set up where I can sit, put my shoes on. I have an indoor toilet, so I don't have to leave the tent at night if I got to go to the bathroom. Yeah. So I got my own little apartment. If I'm ever homeless, I'm actually going to do all right.
Well, well, this year I got a van. So now I don't even have to set anything up. I just park and open the doors.
I love it.
I love the camper idea. I think campers are great. But I need something small. I like small things. I like living simple.
Her setup is the perfect. It's like, those, it's like
it's a camper van. It's just a regular transit van.
Yeah. It's like
somebody threw solar and a bed and
Right. Yeah.
And it's not a fancy, it's not one of these fancy $100,000 ones you see, but it's great for camping. Perfect.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she's got it set up perfect.
And it's nice because I can go on these long trips. I can just park at a Love's or something, stay overnight, no hotels. If I decide to go off by myself, I can just back it in, and if I need to, I can lock the doors and drive off.
Right.
That's what I like about it. Well, I don't have to, somebody bothered me at camp. I don't have to worry about grabbing all my stuff and stuffing it in the car. I just shut the doors and go.
And that helps you a lot on, those things that you were talking about before with like the guy coming out on a bike. Like that's
where did you come from?
Well, but that's a different scenario if you're in a hammock versus a van or versus, what I mean? That's a different scenario. So it's like, I think the van idea is perfect. And I like the way you got it set up. I told my wife, I thought I was going to go and get one of those, buy old used medium-sized U-Haul trailer and just doctor it up and just drag it.
Yeah. Well, I've seen some great setups. I think one of the ones that impressed me a lot was Dr. Bill Hewitt, and he's down there in your area, down in Miami. Wow, he's an engineer, okay, and he engineered. Dude, he's got like a transit van, and it's all set up for camping, but yet it's got shelves of video screens, equipment, and on the outside of it, he's got nothing but cameras that go around this van with instant lighting if he wants to turn on lights at an instant. But he pulls a trailer behind it, this huge trailer that has this like semicircle awning that comes around it that he unravels.
Batwing.
And he has his cooking and everything, but then you can enter it, and inside it there's a bed and there's equipment and there's monitors. I mean, this guy, and then the last time I saw him, I was out in the woods, and he showed up, and I was like, oh, it's Bill Hewitt, Now we got two researchers out here. And he had I want to say it was an Excursion or maybe a Chevy Suburban. It was one of those big SUVs, completely decked out. I mean, he's got mounts on the hood and everything of lighting, cameras, everything. I mean, he can go out in the woods on any one of these pieces of equipment, sit inside in the comfort in a bed, and monitor everything going on around him with night vision, everything else, A lot of money spent. Dr. Hewitt spent a lot of money.
Yeah.
Hey. But man, that's nice.
But see, one of the reasons I didn't get a trailer would have been cheaper, is I can't back up worth a darn. So
it takes practice.
With the van, it's it's a regular. Yeah, I can see me trying to back up a trailer back, quarter mile back down the woods because I took a wrong turn. No, that's not going to happen. So the van works.
I wouldn't trust myself.
But I like the van thing. I've always wanted that. Because that sounds like a good setup. I would love to have a small like transit van that I can set up and put a bed in it and some shelving to keep my equipment and stuff like that. You can also install AC or something.
Well, see, that's the problem is AC, because I got about, I want to say 300 to 400 amp hours on my solar setup. I've got 2 Tesla batteries, but running like a portable AC it takes only an hour and a half, if that. And
Get a generator. That's what I did. I bought a generator.
But man, generators can be so. I mean, I don't want to be in the middle of the woods running a generator.
Yeah, but you got these new ones that like mine's a 4500. Has a gallon and a half tank, and it'll run for like 13 hours. You know what I mean?
Now, how quiet is it?
It's very quiet. Very quiet. Matter of fact, there was a guy. I went up to Salt Fork up in Ohio, and there was a guy that had almost the exact same one I have in the back of his truck. And when I walked, it was so quiet. I mean, you could hear it, but when I got about 20 feet away walking towards my tent, I didn't hear it anymore. You know what I mean? It's not, now we're not talking those big box square metal frame generators. This looks like a suitcase. This is, it's all covered in plastic. It's easy to carry, weighs about 40 pounds. It's actually very quiet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I have a fan. I have a fan in the top of mine, but I've been looking at like a 12-volt AC or something like that.
Well, what I was going to say is what I do is I bought a 12.8 volt, 312 amp battery or whatever, which is about like a 4,000 watt generator. And I hook my solar to that and then just plug an inverter up, and I'll run it's not the real big ACs, but it's like a 10 AC. It's like 6,000 BTU. And I'll run that, and it'll run it as long as it'll run it enough to keep you, but
Yeah, there's either the roof or there's this one that's out there. It's about 5,000 or 6,000 BTU, just enough you put a curtain around your bed and. Yeah, I was looking at those too.
Yeah, and the one that I got, I mean, there's different setups, but that's all you need, and it would be quiet, and then it would constantly be charging, and you could set it up. Yeah, I think, but yeah, you don't need nothing real big.
No, just enough to knock it off. But that's why I'm not out in it right now this summer. It's just doing the cowboy camp overnight or something, because I can stay in there when it's in the 80s or something. It's not so bad, but when it hits the 90s, no.
Oh yeah.
It's too hot.
Yeah, I mean, I can always plan for cold weather. It's very hard to camp in hot weather. Very hard. And like I said, I got the generator, but I mostly got it that I can open up all the windows on the tent and then run a box fan if I want to run a box fan.
Yeah.
Because it'll run for 13 hours. So really, I don't have to turn it on until really late at night because I'm up monitoring stuff. So it's only going to run for maybe 6 hours. And at least it gives me some circulation, some air movement and stuff while I'm in the tent and stuff like that. But I bought this generator. I thank God I bought it when I saw it. I think they got them at Lowe's, and I bought it off Amazon, but they have it at Lowe's and at Home Depot. And it's a 4,500, and now I paid, I think, $525 for it, and now it's $700 and something dollars. You know what I mean? It's gone up in price.
Hurricane season.
Yeah. So and I bought it, and I did buy it originally for hurricane season because we got hit directly twice in a row. And one, the eye went right over our house. We got hit by a tornado that, I showed in a video. We got a lot of damage where a tornado hit the house. But this was a generator I could put outside, run a cord through my window, and at least I could run my mini fridge, fan, my laptop, or whatever I needed to do and be comfortable in my room. Now, it's not good enough for the whole house. You know what I mean? But it's good enough for my room. And then I was like, this is great. I want it for that, but it's going to work out perfect when I go camping because I can crank this thing up. It's not going to bother other campsites or anything like that if somebody happens to camp near me. And I don't have to run it all night anyways. I just got to run it for a few hours because as researchers, we're up at night, listening and paying attention to stuff. Now, I'm not going to tromp through the woods at night. I have, but it's not my favorite thing. Because I just think that we're wasting our time when we do that. And when I say that is, I think they're more interested in us than we are at them at sometimes. And I think that if we're in a camping area, they're going to come to us. They're interested. They want to see what we're doing, what we're up to, because I know for a fact that when I start walking in the woods, they know I'm there. They're going to avoid me at all costs. They know that terrain way better than me. They can see better than me. Also, I'm going to walk up on something I don't want to walk up on, like an alligator or a rattlesnake or a water moccasin. Those are things I cannot see at night. See what I'm saying? Right. So it's different. Like when I was up in Ohio, I felt really comfortable if I wanted to walk around at night because I didn't have those worries. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But in Florida, you have to keep that in the back of your mind that there's so many things out there that want to do you harm. You know what I mean? So tromping through the woods in Florida is very dangerous. You have to stay on main trails. You have to. If you start breaking brush and going into areas that you would do during the day, you're going to end up getting hurt. Even if you twist an ankle, if you're walking in the swamps, and I tell people all this time, there's a lot of cypress knees that are underwater that you can't see, and you will fall down. You will step on one, and you're going to trip and fall. And what happens when you trip and fall? You're hitting another cypress knee and another cypress knee. So you might break your leg, crack a rib, something. You're in a world of hurt now. You know what I mean? So. I'm not a big fan in Florida going out in the woods. Now, I'll go in the woods, but I'm basically a perimeter around the camping area. But I'm big on, I like it if you're not just semi-quiet, not perfectly quiet, because I think conversation attracts them. But if you're sitting around the fire or sitting around in a group in the campsite and you're talking, just quietly, just calmly talking and stuff, having a conversation, there's been a lot of people that have noticed eye shine and things that are coming towards and watching them. And I think and they'll hear wood knocks or they'll hear growls or we did that one time a few years ago. We had vocalizations within 50 feet of our camping area. And we were just sitting there having a conversation about equipment, And
that's something the BFRO likes to do, and it's a compromise, is you're not going to sneak up on them. They're going to know that you're tromping around the woods. Sometimes you do surprise them. I mean, we've surprised one or two before, but mostly it's to draw them in.
Yeah.
You go out in the woods and you're kind of announcing yourself, and now you just la 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 ha 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 ha, go back to camp and then sit down. Sometimes that brings them in from wherever they're at. It makes them curious enough to come check you out.
Well,
because we did it a few years ago. It was, matter of fact, it was on Carrie Arnold's birthday. God bless his soul. And we were out in the woods, and we were all sitting around, a grill, because where we're at, you couldn't have a campfire. So Carrie had brought a really cheap, just bought at a dollar store, just this kind of a Weber-looking grill, and started cooking bacon just to give the aroma in the woods that, hey, we're cooking food, come check us out, type like that. And it ended up being a very funny story with Carrie because we knew we were going to be out there for a very long time. So we all brought food, hot dogs, chicken wings, stuff like that. And it was really funny because he started cooking bacon, but he wouldn't let us eat the bacon. He would cook the bacon till it was burnt and then throw it in the woods. Cook it, throw it in the woods. And then we got hungry. After a while, we got hungry because you're smelling bacon, So we go back to the trucks, and we can't find the chicken wings. We can't find because Carrie's over there cooking that shit up, too, and throwing it in the woods. We're like, Carrie, stop. No, dude, we want to eat. We want to eat, dude. At least let us have a couple wings and some hot dogs, because he was cooking everything and throwing it in the woods, So...
But, like what she was saying, a lot of times we'll just go out to these places where people have seen these things or had sightings, and then we'll just hang out and build a fire and then, look around. But it's like we're doing that, but we're doing it out there, and then, like she says, like a lot of times it does bring stuff back. But, and then there's times that we've all been out and come back, and people at camp will tell you, hey, it was popping off here, So,
well, that really stinks.
Yeah.
There was an example I have was I was up at the Happy Place, which is Johnny Two Bear's location where they've had sightings and stuff like that. And me and another guy were sitting at the camp. Everybody was in the woods, and we were sitting at camp, just sitting there, just talking and just chilling and stuff like that, eating beef jerky, just having a great time, doing man stuff. And I heard talking, mumbling, and we talked about this before, Frank. But I heard this mumbling, and but it wasn't more than, I don't know, 30, 40 yards from the camp area, and that was just me and him having a conversation, and it ended up not being the guy. I thought it was the guys coming out of the woods, but it wasn't them. They came out a few hundred yards more further to our right, and a few hundred yards away they came out into the open and then walked the rest of the way back. This was in the wood line in front of us, and but again, we were sitting, and this is broad daylight though, but we were sitting there just shooting a breeze and stuff, and there was mumbling. There was something talking. I couldn't understand the words, but there was mumbling.
Yeah, there's a lot of people have talked about that.
Yeah.
They're Brian, Brian Darcy. He talks about that when he hiked the Florida Trail. He's down in the Everglades. He did it from South Florida all the way to North Florida. And there's one point where he was coming up onto one of the high spots where they had a camp, and he heard this mumbling, and he thought for sure he was looking forward to seeing some other people and, sitting down, shooting the breeze. And he gets on the island and there's nobody, and there's no sign of anybody.
Yeah.
And he has no idea.
We heard it. Well, my first one in, I don't want to say, I guess, but my first one in like the middle of Tennessee area, we heard it, and I had told, Jeremiah Bryan about it a long time ago, and he had sent me an email a few weeks ago telling me that, he had just left that place, and he had heard what he thought was two women talking in the woods, and same thing, couldn't understand it, but it sounded like two people talking through the woods that he figured was female. And I've talked to a few people that's been to that place, and they've heard the same thing. But
Jennings, one of the camps in Jennings, excuse me, a friend of mine, a couple people I know camped out in there. The bootlegger camp, I think it was. And there's a lot of stories of people hearing kids playing. And they heard the sound of kids playing, and immediately brought their tents together,
Even Kerry Arnold, if y'all ever heard Kerry Arnold, his encounter, for months prior to his actual sighting, he thought he heard kids playing. That sound of kids, from a distance, from a far distance, but, screaming and laughing and playing and stuff like that, I haven't heard that. I haven't heard anything that was child related. This was like men, deep voice, like two guys having a conversation. But it was like behind a wall. You could hear that there was talking, but you couldn't make out what they were saying.
Exactly.
Some people say samurai chatter. It didn't sound Asian. It just sounded muffled. It just sounded like this muffled sound of people talking, and it wasn't far away. It wasn't far because I could hear it sitting in my chair. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it was an area that me and Johnny had entered the forest, so I thought he was coming out that same way, so I stood up and I walked towards that area to greet the guys as they're coming out to see if they saw anything. Nobody came out, and I stood there for a few minutes, and I was like, I don't know where they went. So I went back and sat down. We sat down. I started hearing it again, and then I told the guy, do you hear that? And he's like, yeah, I hear that. And then, like I said, it was about 30 minutes later, we looked down what they call I think it's a gas line, where it's a clear cut, where this gas line runs through this forest. They popped out a few hundred yards down that gas line and started walking up the gas line. Now, at some point, they have to go back in the woods and come around because there's a creek that cuts the gas line in half. extremely deep. Because I made the comment, well, we'll just walk across that creek, and oh no, no, it's above your head deep. It doesn't look like it, but it's very, very deep. So I knew they had to go in and stuff like that. But they came out way down there. So I don't know what it was. Don't know. But it was really weird because the first night I was so excited because I got there. I set up the tent. I'm laying in my tent. And I heard what sounded like a Native American doing a battle cry. Oh, 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 oh! You know how they do that scream? The Indians do that scream. You hear it on that, what's that one show? There's a show where the Indian's on his horse. He's kind of funny, and he makes that, you know, that noise. It sounded just like that. And I was like, wow, that was interesting. I haven't been in these woods an hour yet. Right, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a great weekend. This is, and I wasn't running any equipment at the time because I just got there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, you know, 2 times I was out there was vocalizations and stuff like that. It's a very interesting place. I'd love to go back. I really would, especially if I could spend more time. Weather kind of cut us off. We were going to spend I think we cut it 1 day short because there was really, really bad weather coming in. And they literally called us when we left and said, you guys are, the next day they called us and said, you guys are glad you left when you did because it was torrential downpour after we left. And the worst thing is trying to pack up your camping equipment and it's wet, putting it in your vehicle and then driving because you know when you get back you're going to have to set it all up so it'll dry. You know what I mean?
Well, that's always camping in Florida.
Yeah, no, so I wanted to avoid that. Yeah, I wanted to avoid it, pack everything up dry, so I didn't have to worry about it when I got back.
Never happens.
I try to avoid them as much as I can, but.
So, Marian, where are some places that you've gone outside of the state to investigate with the BFRO?
Well, South Carolina. North Carolina, that wasn't BFRO, that was somebody else. Georgia, that was somebody else. Ohio, I just went to that not too long ago. I want to go more places. I'd like to go to Pennsylvania. I'd like to go to Land Between the Lakes. I've been to Missouri. That was interesting. That was Marian Gant. I guess it wasn't a BFRO per se, but it was Marian Gant was running it. That was interesting. But mostly Florida, because Florida you can just pick up and go and you know it's your home place. Yeah. So you can get to some place within an hour and a half instead of driving for a day and a half.
Right. And you can spend 2 or 3 days camping and then go home and be ready to go to work on Monday.
Yeah. But I will say, going out of state, like I said, going up in the mountains versus down here on the plains and the swamp, they are not shy about letting you know they're there. Mm-hmm. Not at all. I mean, tree breaks. I mean, I had one in South Carolina. It had to have been. We were hearing a lot of tree breaks and stuff. I listened enough. I know the difference between an armadillo rooting, a deer stepping, or something like that. This sounded like something was just taking branches behind my tent, going crack, and then listening to see if something happened. I can't explain it. The rocks, the iglo, just we had in Tennessee they were banging on the rail of the railroad track.
Yeah, he's banging on. That was like that was the night after we had seen the eyes. The next night they had moved farther east, and all this stuff was pretty close to camp.
Yeah,
and they was banging on I think it was one of those metal gates that go across, or
there was that, and there's also someone. I don't know. It's just in Florida, they're there, but I describe it like you'll hear the birds chirp, 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 and then you hear this chirp. Some sound like that. You might hear some stick breaks, but it's very subtle, so it's hard to tell if it's a deer or not. Mm-hmm. It's just you notice that a deer wouldn't hang around, or they'd take off. Just some of the behavior's different. I was in the Green Swamp a couple weeks ago, and I'm hearing popping. And we all know palms, when rocks hit palms, it makes a loud sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there are no nuts falling. There's a breeze blowing and everything else. And from different locations, I'm hearing what sounds like a pop on a palm leaf. Don't know for sure. But the only reason it caught my eye is it was so different from all the other sounds around. Like you said, I like to go in and sometimes I like to take a few steps and listen. And that's when you seem to catch the stuff that's unusual and lets you know that they're there. But if you're not paying attention to that, it is, like I said, it isn't like up north where they just say, hey, we're here. Here's our eyes glowing. Whack, here's the tree. Here's the branches.
Like
and
a
I'm
lot
kind of jealous.
No,
I'm very jealous.
right. A lot of the times up there is, that was the whole point of putting your recorder on, because a lot of times just getting out of the car, as soon as you get out of the car, like there's a knock.
Oh, yeah.
And
Ohio, I got a recording. They slapped my van. And at one point they were throwing rocks at my van.
Where did you go in Ohio?
It was in the mountains. I can't tell you where. It was a BFRO expedition. So we can't tell where we went to.
Because I went to Salt Fork last October, and beautiful. It was amazing. I didn't really get a lot. I got some stuff on audio, and I found some arches that were interesting and stuff like that, but really didn't catch a whole lot. But it was beautiful. Just gorgeous area.
This trip in Ohio, we found tracks. A couple times we'd seen something on the ridge watching us, something in the bushes watching us. Guy got a picture. It wasn't clear enough to see what it was, but when we went back, it was clear enough to see that something had its head sticking out of the bushes because it wasn't there anymore. And on the ridge, I didn't actually see the figure. I saw something going back and forth between the trees, but it was a couple other guys that, the usual like, holy shit, when something stands up and they see the whole outline and stuff.
Yeah.
So
I went to Uwharrie and up in North Carolina, and I think there I was bluff charged. Because
did you hold your ground or did you leave?
Oh no, I held my ground because I had no choice. But but I was all camoed out. You know what I mean? And it was freezing cold. It was 13 degrees. So I'm wearing this camouflage thermal suit, the whole jumper, zipper, and with the hood and the face, and I was just really bundled up. And I was walking on this really narrow, very narrow trail, high elevation through these foothills. And what I liked about it was a lot of boulders. There's a lot of boulders. And I was walking on this ridge, and and the ridge goes down into a valley and then back up to another mountain. So as I'm walking, there's this boulder there, and Frank knows that when you're in cold weather, you don't want to sweat. So you want to walk for a little while, but then you want to sit down and cool off, and then walk for a little while, because if you sweat, hypothermia is going to set in. So I got to that point. I was like, yeah, it's been a good 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I'm gonna sit down for a little bit and kind of cool down, unzip, let some cool air come in, even though it was freezing, cool my body down. So I sat on this boulder. So I'm looking down this ravine and then back up to this other mountain, and it was cold, but the everything was brown, but the leaves haven't fallen yet. So it was a lot of cover. And all of a sudden, something was coming down that other hill. And it was like a truck driving down the mountain. You know what I mean? And I'm waiting for it to come out the bottom. You know what I mean? And like it was a dry creek bed, so it was going to come out in the open. But about 3/4 of the way, it just stopped. So in my mind, I'm thinking maybe a boulder let go, and it was just hitting all the trees as it was coming down. But it really stayed in a straight line. Whatever it was, it didn't vary very much. But you could see the trees moving as this thing was coming down the other side, but it never got completely to the bottom. It stopped, 3/4 of the way down, and then we just sat there in perfect peacefulness. It was quiet, and I sat there, and nothing ever came out. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I started my hike again. Huh?
She was bluff charged. My sister's bluff charged in the Cypress Creek by my house. She said it sounded like a bowling ball the size of a VW. She was out there. She's a swamp woman. I mean, she was out there hiking at night in the swamps and stuff. She gets lost all the time and doesn't worry about it. Not me. I don't want to go in the swamps at night. But she decided to do a little howl just for the heck of it. And she said this thing charged at her, and it sounded like a bowling ball the size of a VW, the way it was taking stuff down. She didn't hang around. She left.
I mean, it sounded like literally, it was just loud coming down. You know, like you heard branches breaking, trees being smacked. You know, it was just this loud noise coming down, but then it just stopped. But none of the trees came down. So I'm thinking, well, if a boulder, and I've seen videos where boulders are rolling down hills, when it hits a tree, it takes the tree out. Mm-hmm. It just blows the tree up. Right. None of the trees came down. None of the trees were falling or anything like that. So, but it's one of those things you look back on later and analyze it later. When you have a clearer mind, adrenaline's not pumping, you just kind of sit down and think about it. And like I said, I might have been bluff charged, but again, maybe it was a boulder. I don't know, but it was an experience. But I would definitely go back to Uwharrie. I would definitely. I like that place. It's beautiful. But I would go when it's not so cold.
I didn't get to spend much time there just because me and my youngest went to the Charlotte NASCAR race, but we was going to camp in the Uwharrie, and we went out there. And driving through, I just, like, everything in me was like, man, I bet they are here, because it just looks like that type of place. It's very wooded, but you can see far through it. Like, it's not a lot of, like where I was at. You can see, it was weird. It's like, but you was talking about the boulders. Like, you see a lot of boulders everywhere, but it's open where you can see pretty far, but it is wooded. And tons of deer. And I was just like, we didn't hear anything, but we only stayed like a day, or we spent the night and then left. But I knew
we spent 4 days there, and like I said, it maintained about 13 degrees the entire time we were there. All of our water was frozen solid. We had to boil water just to have drinking water. Right. You know, it was very, very cold. It was hard conditions. Right. And I was with 3 other Marines, and it was really funny because there was one night where I'm sleeping, and trust me, guys, I there's no filter. So when I say this, because I talk about me farting and whatever, this is one of those nights. It was so cold that I had a bottle with me, so I didn't have to get out of the tent to take a pee break. So I would piss in this bottle, and then I'd curl up with that warm bottle. Because it was that cold, you know what I mean? Frank knows what I'm talking about. That bottle becomes your best friend. And so, anyways, I'm gonna talk sweet loving to this thing. So I'm sitting there and I'm sleeping, and I didn't realize this, but I heard something was coming through camp, and I heard hunting dogs in the distance. But then we heard these footprints, and you know, like people, not one or two, but a group was running through the woods. And so I grabbed my pew, you know, thank you, YouTube. So I grabbed my pew, and I'm ready for anything that might happen. And it went right through the camp. Whatever it was ran right through the camp. Now I'm in a tent. The fire's out. It's dark. And so once it passed, I come out of the tent, and I walk out, and I got my pew, and I'm looking around, and out of the woods come all 3 of those Marines. They were already out of their tents in the woods. So, you know, I felt pretty safe. I felt pretty good. And I was like, why didn't y'all wake me up? And they just looked at me and goes, bait.
You know, it's a couple of years ago, I was on a camp out the corridor. I think it was Brian and Matt had invited a bunch of people to this area.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but what was interesting is the guy that does monsters. Oh, small town monsters.
Yeah, he was on my show.
Yeah, he was there and somebody else, and they could not get over how dense the foliage of Florida is.
Yeah.
You know, they talk about, it's only, the corridor's only about a mile or so. That's not enough room for, a big animal to travel through. But when they got there, they kept making comments about how thick it is compared to forests around the country. And that's something I've noticed. Yeah.
Everywhere. I've been to Pennsylvania, Ohio, North Carolina, and like Frank said, you have a really good sight distance. You don't have that in Florida. We don't have a fall season. Leaves do not fall here. So
they might shrivel up a little bit in the winter, but not,
But it's so thick. It's so green. It's very, 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 very difficult, and especially when you want to use the tools that you have, like I have thermal. You can't use right now, this time of the season, thermal's worthless. Thermal is worthless. Leave it at home because you're not going to be able to use it because everything is so hot. The ambient temperature, even at 2 a.m., it's the trees, the ground, everything is still holding that ambient heat from the day. It looks like a forest fire the whole time. It looks like Armageddon. So you're not going to see anything. So
it's over 90 degrees down here at night. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, down South Florida.
Yeah. Which is funny because where I'm at, Frank.
Yeah.
I'm considered South Florida. I consider myself Central Florida.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I'm considered South Florida. And but our problem here, this is where all the thunderstorms are at.
Right.
You ever watch the map? Look at Central Florida on the Highlands Ridge or what they call the Lake Wells Ridge. It's nothing but thunderstorms. Last night I was at work and we hit the worst thunderstorm. I mean, it was lightning and just thunder and everything,
But see,
it just gets really bad here.
That's the thing about Florida, though. It's like, now Kentucky's thick. Kentucky's really thick. It's Mammoth Cave. You can't see nothing through there. Where I grew up, I mean, it's pretty rough. But the problem down here is the heat. If you're so that knocks out thermal. If you're in a place where there's tons of palmetto, it blocks out a lot. But it's really rough getting through there. And then if you're not in the rough stuff, you're in the swamp where it's hard to walk. I mean, I have waders on, and it's rough. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I was like, Florida's unique, and I don't think people understand how much open area there is out there that people just don't go to because it's a pain.
Yeah, because when you mention Florida, anybody, they think Orlando, Mickey Mouse, and the beaches.
And the beaches, yeah.
They don't realize we have millions of acres of nothing but forest.
Yeah.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Slowly being chopped down by the subdivisions, but
that's why there's a certain governor I'm voting for, a certain cattle guy. That is big on stopping the development in Florida.
I hope they do. It's crazy. Yeah. It's insane. I'm thankful for a few years back they was trying to build an interstate right down the middle of the state.
Yeah.
Which is like, if you do that, it's all gone because what comes with that?
The next town over is called Avon Park, and they have a bombing range out there, and not used a lot, but it's used, every now and then. But
you can't have it.
It's a huge area, and they do open it up where you can go hunting and stuff. You can get a pass and go hunting and stuff like that. But Frank, hunting. I've hunted military bases. They'll cordon off a certain area and say this is the area you can hunt. You can't go in this area, stuff like that. But anyhow, it's huge. But what a lot of people don't realize or have forgotten. When you go into the bombing range, there's a canal, this huge canal. What it was originally was a canal was built from the West Coast to the East Coast so ships can go through. It was
Yeah, they
made.
never
They were,
completed it. They
and
never
they never
completed it.
finished it. They
Mhm.
never finished it. But it was made for, large naval vessels to go through and be inland and cut across the state if they wanted to.
Yeah. So that's another
That,
problem with Florida. I get jealous of all these forests
Oh,
up north because, a lot of our land's locked up into WMAs, or I call them well fields, because that's basically what they're doing is they're pumping all the water out.
yeah.
And they limit you. They put a
yeah.
gate at the road and say, well, you can park here and walk in,
Yeah.
20, 30
Yep.
miles worth of forest. Or hunting season, you can drive in, but then you've got all these hunters out there.
Yep.
And then when you go to some place like Georgia or Ohio or any of those places where you just park on the road, Tennessee, and just go.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I had to learn all
Here,
that because where I
every
grew up,
bit of
you
property
just
in Florida is owned.
it's
It's
locked
owned.
down.
That had a lot to do. I mean, my encounter had a whole lot to do with it, but some of it had to do with the fact that I was an avid deer hunter for a long time.
I
I had
had
no
to learn
place to hunt.
when I came here.
I have no place to hunt. It's all
Mhm.
private property. Unless you know somebody who has a few thousand acres and says, yeah, you can hunt my property,
Yep.
you're not going to hunt. And my research area, again, like you just said, Marian, I have to park and walk around a locked gate to go
Mhm.
in. I can't drive in. I can
Right.
park. But the good thing is there's no hunting, fishing, camping. You can't build a
Yeah, that's
fire,
good. I mean, I've
you
got an
know.
e-bike that gets me around a lot of stuff, but then again,
Yeah.
to stay at night, cowboy camp, we usually have to sneak in. We either have to park at the head of the Florida Trail and act like we're going down there, or
Right.
we just have to park in the bushes and sneak in and hope the plane with the
Yeah.
thermal isn't up there above
And
us.
see, I had to learn all that when I came from Kentucky. You just walked out of your house and walked in the woods and
And there you
hunted.
were.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it
So
used to
yeah,
be there was
move on.
a unwritten rule in the state of Florida. You don't see it anymore. That's why the rule's no longer in effect. But there was an unwritten rule that if a barbed wire fence had 3 wires or more, you were not allowed on that property. It's no trespassing. They
Huh.
didn't. They don't even have to post it. If it's 3 wires or more, it's no trespassing. If it's 2 wires, it's you can enter that property. See what I'm saying?
Huh.
Even though it's fenced, you can enter it. But you
I
don't
never heard of
see
that.
2-wire fences anymore.
No.
Everything is
No.
3 wires or more.
Dude, I'm seeing
Everything.
wires. I'm seeing 6-wire fences in some places.
That's
they
what
got the
gets me.
3 and then they got an extra couple so you can't pull it and get through.
Yep. That's what this is. That you bring up something that brings back a memory, Marian. Thank you. When out at my area, and I don't even remember where it's at. I came across it. I got to go back. Maybe that's something me and Frank will do is try to find this area. But the border between my county and another county is a barbed wire fence. That's all it is. Simple barbed wire fence. It's a pretty tall barbed wire fence, but it's a barbed wire fence nonetheless. But there's some areas that it's pushed down to the ground. And I'm like, what pushed it to the ground? That's where I entered. But I found an area where there is a fence that's it's got to at least be somewhere between 8-9 feet tall. This fence, it's 8-9 feet tall. Why? Why on the border of this county and that county there's an 8 to? I mean, it's a huge. I could not jump it. See what I'm saying?
Well,
Why is that height of a fence out there on this property? What are they keeping in, or what are they keeping out that it has to be that high? Because deer will not jump that high.
Well, they
know,
are some hunting leases down here that if you have to pay to go on them, and they have really high, like 8 to 10 foot high fences. That way, deer can't get out, and it's like cheating. It's like shooting fish in a barrel type thing.
Right, and we have one of those areas here. You know, it's a beautiful
Not saying
area.
that is, but they do have those.
But in the
Yeah,
green
this is
swamp,
on the-
there's the signs. They've got live munitions in some places. I found that out. I found a sign tucked in a corner that talked about live munitions because I've come across, a lot of people in the green swamp have come across fences with the barbed wire across the top, chain link, stuff like that. But then I found a sign that said they had live munitions still lost in the swamp here and there. So that could explain some of it too.
in this area I went to, on the opposite side of this fence, that's, gosh, at least 8 feet. It could be 10. It's been a while since I've been out there. It's a very, very tall fence.
Right.
The other side is farmland. Like,
Right.
it's forest and stuff,
Right.
but they could
it's
put
not a
cattle
hunting
on there. It's not farmland like in produce. It's cattle.
Right.
And I'm like, why would you put a fence that big? Because cattle, they won't jump a 3
they
foot
won't jump.
or a 4 foot barbed wire fence.
Right.
This thing is super, super tall. Now, again, this is the same area where I found that footprint. See what I'm saying? So I wonder if there's a correlation where the farmers or whoever owns this property is aware of this thing and is trying to keep it out. See what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just a theory. I don't know.
Right.
I'm the
No,
first
but
guy
it
to
could
say
be.
I don't know.
Right, but and it could be because I know there's places up in the center area, like where is it? Withlacoochee, I think is the name of it. They there's some of those fences. It's like a chain link fence, and at the top, it's got the extenders with the barbed wire.
Mm-hmm.
I saw some. I was up there several months ago, and I think some of them. I went a place. I guess it's that hill where what's his name took you. Mike took you. Yeah, those in there I think are old springs or caves that used to have water. When the water table's up, I think there's water in there, and they're keeping people from exploring the caves because the Withlacoochee State Forest has all kinds of caves everywhere.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
And I think
I've seen those. I've seen them up because they put some of them out there. They got them for like saying they're protecting bats. They have those, but one of them, I don't think it's in that specific spot. And I'm not saying what it is or ain't, but there was one. It was pushed way down, and they're pretty big. And it would look like a tree hit it, really, like a big tree would hit it, unless somebody.
Usually the tree's left there. Usually they leave the tree there,
Right, and you could see that there wasn't, but I mean, whatever pushed it down, either they moved the tree, or if it wasn't a tree, it's pretty big because, I mean, that's a pretty good sized fence, and it was pushed down pretty far, and so who knows, but.
Well, that's the thing too, is one of the reports around the time my son had his first sighting, there was a neighbor's daughter's boyfriend had another sighting on the other side, and he watched this thing just step over a fence. It's just a regular, like 3-wire, barbed wire fence. It didn't have to push it down. It just walked right over it.
Right.
Something I found funny. I mean, when you talk about things pushed down, I don't know. You guys have heard of what do they call it? It's the school. Oh, now I'm going brain dead. But it's Cypress Creek Nature Preserve. It's between 75 and 275. There's a school there that used to have the entrance, but they moved the entrance.
What's the major city in Pasco?
Wesley Chapel, Land O'Lakes, Port Richey, Dade City, Zephyr Hills.
Okay. I'm trying to get as far as the counties, because I'm in Highlands.
This was in North Hillsborough County up to Pasco County. I think the county line went through there. But what was interesting is I was going through there because BFRO had taken a report a long time ago. A biologist who I think at the time worked at the aquarium was setting up a camera to look for hogs, and he heard this crunching before he had the camera set up, and he watched one walk across. Because a lot of these swamps, if you look at satellite, you can see where the actual swamp is with the cypress trees versus the hard trees. And in a lot of those places, there are old tram roads from when they logged, because they logged from, I don't know, up past Ocala all the way down to Okeechobee at one point. Everything was logged. So they built a lot of roads and tram roads to haul stuff out. And some of those tram roads are still there. If you look at the map, you get lucky and you'll find roads going through the swamp where you think there's nothing at.
Yeah, we was looking at one time, and you could see where the tram tracks were there, and some people had took airboats and stuff, but when you look at these pines, if you pay attention, if you don't look at it closely, but there's little huts or little houses or something down there, and they're, like I said, if you just glance by it, you're not going to see it. But I always wondered what that was, like.
Well, what was interesting about this place is I'm going along and I'm going to, and I ended up at the water. Okay, this road is blocked off. There's water covering it. I look to the side and there's a tree down, but I could see an opening behind the tree. So I go and I get behind this tree and there's another road. And I thought, why is this tree on this road? And I go down and it's a perfectly good road right along the swamp, real undercover, not on the map or anything. And I get to the other end and there's another tree down. And I'm like, this is strange. And I looked at the trees. The trees were knocked down. They weren't bulldozed down. They weren't sawed down. But boy, it was very convenient at the very beginning and the very end. I found this in several places in that where I would find one of these roads. And sure enough, at the beginning, near where the regular trails are, the ones that everybody takes, there's a tree down covering it. You just reminded me about things blocking stuff. It's just very strange.
Oh, yeah, I've got photographs of that where there's a trail I'll go down one day. The next day I go back out there, and there's pines pulled down across the trail, kind of like blocking me, saying, no, don't come down this, So I went down it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Everybody says, Bigfoot's always giving you signs. Screw your signs. I'm coming,
That's how I found the roads, because I did the same thing. I'm like, oh, where's that road go? Let's
but
take through there.
I've done that where I'm in the woods and I'm shining, I'm glassing is what we call it, glassing. I'm using binoculars and I'm looking around and I'll see something that looks a little different. I'm like, there's an opening over there. There's evidently either it goes downhill or there's a road or something. And sure enough, I'll go around and go through the woods and stuff. And sure enough, I find, an opening, a trail or a road or something like that. I've got areas that I go to. There are concrete. You come across these concrete fence posts, and they were put there in 1932.
Survey posts?
No, what do you call it? God, what was that Conservation Corps back in the 1930s? They did a lot of work in Florida in the 1930s, but they're the ones that placed. Like that? Yeah, they placed these. It was a fence. Back in the 1930s, it was a fence, and instead of wood, they used these concrete, posts, and they're still there to this day, because they're concrete, and when I asked around, I came to find out it was 1930s. I actually found a drainage area, like a little waterfall, and I had pictures of this. And there's a slab there that they engraved that says 1932.
Nice.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, it goes way back. The property that I do, that I have access to, butts up. It's the area that I do is about 3,500 acres. And you see it in the intro, when you watch the intro, that my drone footage, that's the area. So you see how vast it is. That's where I want to take Frank. It's a beautiful area. There's water, there's trail. It's beautiful. It butts up to a state park. Matter of fact, it's the first state park in Florida. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's old. It's been around for a very, very long time. And luckily somebody got wise enough and made this into a preserve, so there'll be no construction. You know what I mean? So it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. And you can see in the aerial footage, it's big. It's very large.
Yeah. That's a lot of woods.
Yeah. And that's where I want to take Frank.
Yeah.
And I'll take Marian. You have an open invite. I was going to
invite myself along, but I'm sitting here going, I want to go.
No, you have an open invite anytime you want.
Next time you go.
Hell, guys, we could do it next weekend. I don't care.
That'd be great.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you guys want to get together next weekend, now, granted, if you come, there's no camping out there. So if you're going to stay the weekend, we can go out 2 days, you got to get a hotel room. But there's a lot of hotels here, probably pretty cheap. But we can go out there, and I'll take you out there, and it's beautiful. It is you're gonna like it. It's beautiful. It's well kept. They are doing a little bit of construction out there where they're trying to make it more people friendly, but I don't go in those areas. See what I'm saying? Well, where we're gonna go, I've gone out there and spent every single weekend for a year and ran across one or two hikers.
Oh, nice.
See what I'm saying?
Nice. Yeah.
So where we go, we're not going to run into anybody. You see what I'm saying? And but usually when I take people that I've that never been there before, just to be forewarned, I do hike a lot, so be prepared to walk. But two, I will go into areas I've never been into.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's one thing that's fun when you got somebody you can go with, because there have been so many times I'm out there and I'm like, that looks good. Oh, there must be a space between those trees, but you're by yourself.
Yeah, and I do all my research by myself, which is not smart. And I've had people tell me in the chat room, dude, you're braver than I am, and it's not smart to go out there by yourself. Dude, I 100% agree. I agree with you, but I don't have anybody else. I got to do it all.
That's what I'm running into. I mean, I try to be safe, and there's sometimes I do go off when I'm not supposed to, or I don't know where the road ends, but I go anyway. But again, I just don't want my husband to have to, be the one that says, "Yeah, my wife was out Sasquatching."
So I take advantage of people coming with me and say, you know what? I'm going to go to this area and check it out. Go down this area that I've never been to. I did that with Troy. We went down. I said, look, I've never taken this path. I've never taken it. I always go this way. Always go this way. Always go this way. I said, but I want to take this way. And sure enough, we found a very, very interesting arch. And I'm very particular about structures. Very particular. But this one, you could tell, was bent over and pushed because all the foliage behind it was pushed back. And this thing was laid across. So whatever it was, and it's in the video, was pushed back and then wrapped around a tree. And even Troy looked at it as like, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that's different. That's now me and Troy won't tell you what did it, because we weren't there when it was done, but it was very, very weird. And something told me that day, we need to go this way. So I'm just saying, if you guys do come, we're going to go probably someplace I've never been. And I would encourage Frank to bring some kind of GPS, because I am known to get lost.
That's fine.
And if we end up spending the night in the woods, I'm somebody's little spoon. Just saying.
I'm nobody's spoon. Okay, I'm sorry. Plus, I got to get up.
I'm just saying, safety in numbers.
I'll be the one peeing the perimeter around or something, because I have to many times.
But it's a beautiful area. There are Florida panthers out there. There are bears. There's hogs. There's deer. There's like I tell people, it's a menu. I tell people all the time. I was there with somebody, and I went to the main entrance. I never go to the main entrance, so I went to the main entrance because there's 9 entrances into this property, and all gated. You got to park and walk around the gate and go in, except one where there's a tiny little parking lot that you can park and go in. So, and it goes a little beautiful lake and stuff, and that's what people stick to. Say, I'm not that guy. I'm way out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. And so I encourage Frank, if you have a GPS, bring it.
Hey, I still remember a little landmass.
Yeah, I've got a good sense of direction until I'm lost.
Yeah, that's about it.
What I was doing to get myself affiliated with Central Florida is I went on the military maps for grid coordinates and all that, and have one made and printed out. That way I can touch up on my skills, because sometimes, your stuff don't work. So,
right. Well, it's like me. I lived in Japan, for a number of years, and I spoke Japanese, because you pick it up while you're living there. But now I'm in my 50s.
You got some
I can't
Japanese
speak any
person out
Japanese,
there
you know.
speaking some hillbilly Jap. That's
Yeah.
what you. They used to be. They used to be.
I only speak 2 languages now. I speak English and gibberish if I have enough drinks.
Well, there used to be a guy I worked with in construction. He's from Cuba, and he'd been here like 6 months. So his Spanish was like super fast, like faster than people.
Mm.
And so they had a hard time understanding him. But me and him worked together. So he didn't speak English. I don't speak Spanish. So it's basically body language. And what little bit we did pick up, it was funny because like when he would walk in, his English was mine. So he'd be like, "What's going on, man?"
A Cuban with the Kentucky accent.
But when he'd say it, all the Hispanics would start laughing, because it's, not
Like a Mexican. Mighty come, y'all.
Right, yeah. I was like, oh, that's funny, man.
Yeah, that's that old joke. What's the difference between a northern cow and a southern cow? Northern cow goes moo. Southern cow goes moo, y'all.
Yeah.
But
no, it's cool that you found that place. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say that Bigfoot do tend to go to more private areas now. That's the theory right now, is that they're hiding out in the private areas.
Yeah, it's my theory that this thing is traveling through. It stays in this area for a while, but then it moves into the state park, and it may even move further. I can literally go from that area that I research and go into 2 other counties and never be seen. Never be seen.
I've also been reading on them and swimming and what the possibilities of them in water, and stuff. Because, like orangutans and stuff can't swim. So it's like, if an orangutan gets in water, it drowns,
There's a lot of old stories about Bigfoot.
Here's my theory.
Well, I know, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there is.
I think they can, because I think they're more of a human than orangutans.
Well, here's my thing is I think they can swim because every dog can swim. They just choose not to. See what I'm saying? So I think that Bigfoot can swim, but I think it avoids swimming.
I don't think it avoids it.
Yeah.
Most of the areas to get through, it's got to go through water.
Going through water, like going across a canal or a pond or something like that.
Or under a bridge is what I'm talking about. Going under, most of the time,
I think
you got to go under the road.
I think it's out of necessity other than I'm going for a swim. Like my dog, I don't know if my dog can swim. I just adopted him, in June. But I'm pretty sure if I threw him in my pool, he could swim. But I'm pretty sure that he doesn't prefer that unless he has to. You know what I mean? And I think that's what it is with Bigfoot is I need to get out of this area. I need to get over there. I'm going to swim right now. But I don't think it's a common occurrence that Bigfoot is really adaptable to water. I think he's adaptable at the moment, but I don't think that's like one of his traits.
So, I mean, what I'm finding interesting about this book, because it kind of goes into all this stuff, and I've not got all the way, like I've not even got to the middle of it yet, but just what I've read, there's so many accounts of people seeing these things swimming, or they're on an island that's close to water, or things like that, and it's just going through the possibilities of do they use them as passageways, or do they use them to get away from people, or are they going over there for food? But like some of these seem to go, like some of their places are, I mean, they would have to swim a pretty good deal to get to some of these places. And then it was transferring into, could they use that to escape? Like if they see us, would they go underwater and just hide, or, peek up or whatever? And I'm just finding, it's just something to think about. Like
There's
Yeah,
a lot of stories. Lot of stories. I
Yeah,
mean, from
I would imagine.
Vancouver Island all the way down to the Everglades.
Right.
They
Yeah,
use
because
water.
even bears will swim across bodies of water to get to a food source. You know, so I think that I agree with that, but I'm just saying that, you know,
They're not
I
doing
don't
it
think it's like you've got guys or you know, there's been stories told that there's caves underwater and Bigfoot dives down and gets in those caves and stays under there.
No,
I don't believe
I
that.
don't believe that. Yeah.
I don't
No.
believe that. I don't think they would choose that manner of habitat. I just
Right.
don't believe that. See what I'm
I
saying?
mean, I won't go that. Yeah, I won't go that far neither. I think they would use it to, if they had to cross, maybe due to weather conditions or something like that. Uh, and I think that
No.
they could, they might use it if it's not
If they have
infested.
to hide or something like that, I think they'd use
Right.
anything that's available. But as
Right.
far as making a habit of living in caves under the no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
and I hear those stories and I'm like, God, it just doesn't seem plausible.
Well, I don't think
You
they're
know?
going to put themselves in a spot to where there's no way out if something happens. And when you start doing
Right.
that, if it's having to swim underwater to get to a cave system, I mean, maybe that cave goes out, maybe it don't. But
No. I'm thinking of gator holes and stuff like that.
well, see,
Yeah.
I've read about that. I've read that they've used gator holes.
Well,
But-
you hear about caves too, but we're in South Florida. There's no caves here. There's no
Well,
caves.
Not in South.
You know what I
but
mean?
in Central there is.
Central
up-
and further north, yeah, the karst country, yeah.
Yeah, when you get up in the Panhandle and the
But some of them's
borderline
not
and
really-
stuff, there
Like
are.
Polk County, I think, with the little Alafai River. Wherever you see the phosphate mines, there's some sort
Yeah.
of karst underground.
Because
One there
everybody's
was
like,
a
oh, they live in caves. They live in caves. I said, well, what about my area? We have 7 sightings in my county since the 1970s. We've had 7 sightings. Some as recently as like 3 years ago. Some as recently as a couple years ago. But we don't have caves. You can't even dig a hole without it collapsing because we are sand based.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, the ones
We
that
don't
I've
have basements. We can't even build basements because the soil's so soft.
I'm in all coral, so
Yeah.
yeah. But the ones that I seen personally, I don't know if they could get in one because it would be hard for me to get in one, unless there's a bigger opening somewhere. But I had looked at possibly getting one of them cave cameras that you can fish down in there and just see.
One of those little telescopic, like a
Yeah.
colonoscopy camera.
Yeah, right.
Hey, that's a bad word when you got 2 guys here. That's a bad word. I don't want to hear that.
Well, that's what I think of. I had Karen.
Why that? Why a colonoscopy? Oh my God.
I don't know.
Kathy Westerman would carry one. She'd be shoving it down tree trunks and stuff to see what's in there.
Well, this one had 100-foot cord, so I wouldn't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
thank you.
You know,
But yeah, that's
Yeah.
I would be interested to see if it did pop out somewhere, or even if you could get it down in there, or if maybe that's just an open that small animals can get in and out, or what. But I've heard of them sleeping in trees like nests down here. You would definitely have to be cautious about the water and stuff down here, especially if you're crossing down here.
Yeah.
Because I think they could handle a gator probably, but I don't know if they'd handle a croc. These saltwater crocs.
I mean, I've seen some. I mean, when you watch the videos where, huge, different animals try to cross a river in Africa, and a giant croc takes it like it's nobody's business.
Right.
you hear
we
about
have
these
some pretty.
alligator wrestlers. I want to see crocodile wrestlers. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah. You want to be brave? You want to impress me? Yeah. Do a croc.
I seen one, and it ended badly. And the croc had its mouth open. It wasn't the big African ones. It was like I don't know, but it wasn't as big as those. But he stuck its arm in its mouth, and it clamped down and started throwing him. And
Yep.
it just ripped him to shreds all the way down. And
Yep.
luckily that was all it did, because it could have tore his arm off very quickly.
And for all the Yankees that want to come move to Florida. There's alligators and crocodiles everywhere, just so you know. I'm just letting you know. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. So if you want to move down here.
With people, because when we were kids, we could go swim. A 10-foot gator was huge. And there weren't very many around, and we could go swimming, and they didn't come after you. That was one thing. Gators were shy. But I have to admit, in the last 5 years, 10 years, all of a sudden they are 13, 14. Yeah. And they're coming at you.
I think one of the biggest issues is these people come down here. They're not born and raised here, and they start feeding them.
Yes.
Stop feeding them, because they will get accustomed to it, and they will come to you. 100% of the time when you show your face, they're going to come to you, and you're not, even if you're not in danger, you're endangering somebody else. You're endangering somebody else's pet. You know what I mean?
They think it's cool. They think, oh, look at me, I got my own gator.
Yeah, I'm feeding a gator. Look at this.
Your dog gets eaten, your kid gets bit.
Yep.
Well,
your kid won't get bit. Your kid will die.
Yeah. But it's your kid will die. Now, when you see, the meme, if there's water, there's a gator.
Yeah.
And it's getting harder to travel in some places.
A gator is a prehistoric animal. If it gets a hold of you, you're done. There is literally nothing you can do. If I'm walking my dog, and I just went through a tragic event with him, and if I'm walking my dog and a gator comes out and grabs him, I'm walking away. There is literally nothing I can do. Nothing. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't mess with the water down here because of that. And I remember the first few times I went into Big Cypress, that place is insane with gators. And I'm talking like 12 foot, 13 foot, and they're all massive. I see
Dude, you got to check out Mayaca. Oh my God. Yeah. They're in the millions. Mm-hmm. The biggest gator I ever saw in my life was at Mayaca. And I was on a kayak.
Nope.
Yeah.
I stopped kayaking in that river because of that gator.
There was a kill just, a year or so ago in Kissimmee on a kayak. There was a woman and her husband was kayaking. It was somewhere close to Kissimmee. And a gator came up, knocked the kayak, flipped her out, grabbed her, and the husband couldn't do nothing about it, And then a year or so before that 80-year-old woman got ate because she was walking her dog next to the pond.
Yep.
And then
the little Econ River, that lady just had her arm pulled off. It killed her. And she was in 3 feet of water. She ducked down to wet herself, and they think it was a 12 or 13
A few years ago,
in Orlando.
A few years ago, the Hillsborough River in Tampa.
Yeah.
This is a few years ago. A family, a father, a mother, and a son were in a canoe, and a gator came out and grabbed the boy, the son, and killed him.
Yeah, there's another woman in there that jumped up and it grabbed her thigh, and everybody's saying, "Oh, she had to have been dangling her legs," and it's like, no.
Oh, they're quick.
No. They're getting aggressive. Well, we need to bring back hunting.
The two kids, or that one kid, it's been years back when the kid got ate there at Orlando. They was from Wisconsin, and they was walking in like ankle deep water or something like that, they said. But it's like, no, well, a lot of times they think people are fishing too because they're coming to steal the fish. And that happened to me. And a 10-foot gator, once it stole my fish, it came back and was coming up the gate at me, and I had to hit it with a rock to get it to back up because it wasn't, like you said, they're usually shy people. And
not anymore. Mm-mm.
No.
Well, let's plan something. You guys got my number. We could plan something to come here, go to this research area. You know what I mean? Like I said, there's no camping, so if you're going to stay the entire weekend, there's some local hotels that are probably inexpensive, but we can go out there, spend a full day or whatever.
You name
it's a day. It's a beautiful area. I mean, this weekend I can, of course, because I had this podcast. Tomorrow night I got another podcast because I'm a co-host of another one. And but next weekend we don't have a show. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have a show. You know what I mean? And we can go out and I'll show you the area, and we could do some filming because I've been wanting to get out there forever.
Okay.
And like I said, and I showed her the pictures that me and you showed last time on the show, where somebody was in my research area that I had made contact with in the past and sent me pictures and said, "Hey, this is what I saw." You know, they told me the whole story. There's a lot to the story where they heard noises, they heard this and that, and that's when they snapped the photo. And
Yeah,
so I
it
want to
looks
go back.
interesting. I'd like to find that place. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know the general area. I don't know the exact spot where the photo was taken, but I know the general area. So I would love to get back out there and see what's going on.
You just tell me a day, and then.
Yeah, I'm retired.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I know.
Well,
but
it's your
I don't mind being tired. I'm just not retired. But you know, I work nights, so we could do a Saturday. I'm off Saturdays and Sundays, so I get off at 6 a.m. on Saturday morning. I'm home by 6:30. I could be in the woods by 7. I just got to be home long enough to change clothes and walk my dog. And I don't mind being tired.
Let me know where and when, and I'll be there.
Yeah.
You know, you guys with the schedule and stuff. Like I said, whatever's good for you is good for me.
Yeah, I'm whatever he decides. So if you decide Saturday,
dude, we could do next weekend if y'all want to come up. You know what I mean? And we can meet somewhere. Like I said, you know.
This.
Huh?
How much walking? Because I am getting older. I've been using an e-bike to get around. So
bring your e-bike. Bring your e-bike and bring it.
Just got my kids
you,
one, so I can bring theirs.
You know what I mean? I don't have an e-bike. I have to do a GoFundMe to get one. But yeah, it's a lot of walking. It's a lot of walking. I would walk your e-bike most of the time because I did have somebody come out with an e-bike one time, and by the time we got done, they had no battery power. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I mean, they were able to get back, and then they drove it up and down the road, and then it died. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But you know, like I said, it's a lot of walking, but it's beautiful. You know, and we could take our time about it. We're not rushed or anything like that.
I just don't want to hold you guys back. I mean, I can go 3, 4, 5 miles or something like that, but more than that, and I'll be slowing you guys down big time.
No, you'll be all right. That 5 miles is, you know.
These walk miles with me in the mountains, so.
Yeah, I can't.
I can get what I can guarantee you is there's no mountains. It's all flat. There's no mountains.
Right, but I'm saying she does it, and you know she's there. She can.
Oh yeah, getting through the stuff, that's not the problem. It's just I do have a limit on how far I can go before my age catches up to me.
Right.
And I don't want to slow anybody down or hold anybody back. But that's why I got an e-bike, so I could get in deeper and not have to worry about walking out again.
Yeah, no, I would go at your pace. I mean.
My pace would never get there.
No. I'm saying I've seen you hike mountains, so I know you can hike. So I mean, if you got a slow,
well,
you know what
both of you guys have my phone number. You can reach out to me anytime this week and say, "Hey, Rick, let's do this," and we could do Saturday. Like I said, both of you guys have a drive to get here. So if we were going to get out there and get hiking, let's say when it's cool out. You know, 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning,
and sit and take a break and watch. You know. And
then we could. I do it all the time where I sit down underneath a tree in the shade. I drink my water. I shoot the breeze. You know what I mean? By myself. I even talk to myself. You know, I shoot the breeze with my other personalities.
That's what
I mean,
saying.
I got an extra e-bike, Frank, if you need one.
No, I can bring mine, and we'll all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't have an e-bike. I got to do a GoFundMe.
No.
I thought you said you did. Well, then I'll see about bringing one with. I mean, would you ride one if I brought it?
Oh yeah, I'd ride one. You know what I mean? I'd ride one. It would definitely get us way back there really fast.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But. Yeah, it's a beautiful area. You see it in the aerial photos on the beginning of the show.
Right.
Yeah,
Very,
I'd love
I
to
love
get out
that.
there. Yes.
And like I said, I haven't been out. It's been unresearched in like a year. I was out there every single weekend, every week for 2 years. I haven't touched it in a year. See what I'm saying?
Nice. Yeah.
And then this person sent these photos and said, "Hey, look, this is what I found." Blah blah blah. And this is somebody I hadn't spoken to in over a year. See what I'm saying? Probably 2 years. It's been a long time since I met this person, and I handed him my business card. Say, look, if you come across anything, give me a call. Blah blah blah, or give me an email. They sent me the email, sent me the photos, and that's where, like I said, I'll put them back up here real quick so we can remind ourselves.
Okay.
But like I said, this was the original photo. Like I said, there is definitely something in the woods. It's I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going to put my seal of approval on this. Like I said, I did an AI thing on it to see if there was anything else there. But like I said,
It's definitely
I've had
interesting.
experiences.
Yeah.
I've had experiences out there. Like I said, I've had some definite vocalizations. There was one time, matter of fact, Brian Darcy was with me. We went out there. We set up audio equipment. Went back to the campground. Slept. Went back the following day, so it ran overnight. Picked up the audio equipment, and it's all on video, so everybody knows I put it up, left, and came back. Went home, listened to it. Something, I don't know what it is. And you got to know the area, and we can check that. I can show you if you're interested in that spot. It's not where I want to go, but it's a very great spot, but it's not where I want to go. But anyways, there only one side of where I put the audio was heavy foliage. Everything else was kind of wide open where you can walk around trees and walk around and stuff like that. Whatever it was coming from behind the audio, breaking brush like it was no business. It wasn't like a deer just walking through brush or any animal like it. It was just, whatever it was walking just right through everything, walked right past the audio until it faded away. See what I'm saying? So I've had that. I've had vocalizations. I've caught the what we call the gorilla. If you go back on Bigfoot, a Bigfoot Florida guy on my channel, go all the way back where I think it's actually titled. It sounded like a gorilla, but me and somebody else were out there, and as we're walking out of this area that we found very interesting, I hear just like a gorilla. And I literally tap him on the shoulder and I go, dude, that was a bleep gorilla, And then we went back and I'm pointing. It's really funny because in the video he's like, okay, where did you hear it from? I'm like that immediately that way. That's where I heard it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when we got back, he was running parabolic, but he wasn't facing that direction. We were walking out with the parabolic.
Yeah.
But when we got back to the truck, we reviewed the audio. He caught it on parabolic, and sure enough, you hear,
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
That is
So
cool.
we got that audio, and then like the next time, I was with a documentary crew that was documenting what I was doing out there. And while we were talking, it was a really weird situation because I took them to this area, and there's this fire break. Probably been there 50 years. It's an old fire break. And as I'm talking to him, and I was mentioning to him, like, yeah, one day I was looking down this fire break, and way down, about, 100 yards down this fire break, I saw palmettos that were just standing there, and all of a sudden the palmettos go whoosh, just like that, out of nowhere, just boosh. And I was talking about it, and no, I'm sorry. Let me back up. I went out there, and I thought I saw something lean out of the fire break and look at me. It just kind of leaned out and looked at me. So I turned my back to it, held up my camera to film over my shoulder, and I'm talking to the audience and like, let me know if y'all see anything because I'm going to sit here for a moment with my back turned and blah, 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 blah. That's what I was telling him the story. As I was telling him that story, I'm looking down there, and that's when I saw the palmettos move like that. And I was like, dude, I just saw the palmettos move. There's no wind, no breeze, and all of a sudden the palmettos just, literally rapidly moved. And as I'm explaining to it, you hear, whoa! From far away, a few hundred yards away, but it was loud. And he looks at me, and he's just staring at me. Him and the producer. It was a film guy and a producer, and they're just staring at me. And I'm like, and I got to play it off. I got to play it off like I'm the badass researcher here. I'm used to this. And my heart's pounding. And I'm like, oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I've recorded in the past. They literally found that audio when they went back to do the editing, and they sent it to me. But they refused to come back and finish the documentary. They refused. They said, we're not coming back. You know what I mean? They refused. So I have some snippets that I used to use in the past for some different videos and stuff, because they were flying a drone and all that. It was a lot of fun that day. But they refused to come back. They said no. Because they came to one day, they came a following weekend, and that's when the other guy that I was researching with came out with me, and that's when we ran into something really, really weird. Was we were out there, and I think I've discussed this with you, Frank. So they're documenting us, and so me and this other guy are acting normal, like this is what we do, and we're actually running equipment, doing what we usually do. So we break off into the woods. We're breaking brush now. We're 500 yards off a trail. But yet we hear this drone. We hear it. We've been hearing it forever. We continue to hear this drone. It's obvious there's a drone flying over, but we can't see it because of the tree cover. But there's a drone flying around us. So we thought it was the video guy, because he did bring a drone.
Right.
Well, then all of a sudden he calls on the radio to the producer. He's like, okay, I'm done. Where are you guys at? Blah, blah, blah. There's no way he's going to find us in the woods. I said, so I'm going to hike back. I'll find him and bring him to us. Y'all just stay right here. So I hike out. I get to the main trail. He's not there. But I hear the drone. And it's down this other trail. So I said, well, I'm going to walk that way. I'll find him. So I start walking down this trail. I get about 200 yards down this trail. I don't feel good. I got that feeling again. And I was like, man, I don't feel comfortable. So I turned around and went back. So I get back to where I originally came out of the woods. He's standing right there. So, and I'm like, hey, dude, this is where we're at, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead and land the drone, because you're not going to be able to fly it in the woods where we're going. You're going to crash it. He goes, oh, no, it's packed up. It's in my backpack right now. But yet we can still hear the drone. We get all the way back to the other people, the producer and the other guy. Literally, this is on camera. It's in my videos. We're talking about the drone, and you can hear the drone in the video. See what I'm saying? We never saw it. We never saw this drone. See what I'm saying? And this is when I went back and checked my video footage, and it was dated 1969. This was all the same day. So Weird. It wasn't Bigfoot related. It wasn't Bigfoot related, but it was Bigfoot related. Something was monitoring me doing what we do, because we were hitting this place hard. And I think powers that be or whatever noticed we were hitting this place pretty hard. See what I'm saying?
It kind of reminds me of that guy that we talked to last. How when he seen his, all of a sudden that big drone appeared, not like 3 seconds after it showed up, and it ran off. And see, there's something to that, though.
Well, if you go to my regular, my Richard, my personal Facebook page, not my Bigfoot, not Sasquatch Unredacted or Bigfoot Florida guy, but my personal page, I've been posting some stuff lately. Okay. And one of them I thought was a drone. I'm filming this thing, and I'm like, because it was going from right to left. Well, any aircraft that runs right to left, okay, left-right returning is a Navy term. Should be a red light. But it was running right to left with a green light. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. So I started filming it. Then it turned and went left to right, and still had the same green light. And I'm like, okay, something isn't right here. So I filmed this thing. It's just 2 videos, very short, but I watched this thing for an hour and a half, and it never landed. I caught it landing at the end, but I watched this thing for an hour and a half. Now, I'm somebody who flies a drone. I do have a drone. I can't get 25 minutes of airtime in my drone.
Yeah.
I have to land it, change batteries, and launch again. This thing stayed in the air the whole time. It had running lights, and this is 11, 12 o'clock at night, so it has to be running thermal or night vision or something, because I can't fly my drone at night. I can't see shit. See what I'm saying? I'll crash it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Very weird. But like I said, in this research area that we will all go to, these are the weird things that we found out there. There was another time where we're walking, and I heard this dum, dum, dum. And I looked at him. I said, y'all hear that thumping noise? Nobody could hear it. Nobody could hear it. And I'm like, dude, I can hear. I held up my phone on audio record and caught it. And I played it back. Boom, boom. And they're like, yeah, I hear it. But y'all don't hear it live.
Right.
I'm hearing it. I'm holding up my phone in the air, and I'm hearing this thumping noise, but they can't hear it standing right beside me, but I can hear it.
Yeah, see, that's the night of the Ocala conference, I slept in my truck at it's in Fort McCoy. I can't remember the name of the campground. I've camped there before. It might be Fort McCoy. I was laying in the bed of my truck, and I had my truck running with the AC coming through the back window thing, and I'm laying there on my back, and I'm looking, and there's a lot of trees right here, but I see what I think would be a plane, but it ain't blinking. It's just white, and it flies, and I'm waiting for it to come completely into sight, because once it gets past those trees, it'd be in the open. Well, it never did. And I sit there, and I waited, and I waited, and I was like, it was like it vanished, and I was like, all right, whatever. So I just laid back down. About 30, 40 minutes later, I happen to turn back that way, and I'm looking out the window again, and I see the same thing, but this time, when it gets to the edge, instead of coming out, it cuts back the same way it was coming, and it reminded you like when a helicopter is searching for somebody, you know how you see the lights break through the trees and stuff? That's what it looked like. I couldn't hear a helicopter. My truck was on, but it didn't move like a helicopter. It was moving like back and forth, but it was staying behind the tree. And I looked at it. I was like, I get caught up when I should be filming something. I get caught up just watching. And so I sat there for a little bit, and I just rode over. I was like, because I can't, it's obviously something, so I'm, whatever. And I rode back over, and maybe an hour goes by, and I turn back around, and I look, and here it's back doing the same thing. So I don't know if it left and came back or if it stayed, but no clue what it was. And then I got on audio one time in Middle Tennessee. We were out in the woods, and it sounded, imagine like an old, just an old box car, a little putter, like with the loud muffler. We thought somebody was driving through the mountains with their lights off, because you could hear like a muffler sound. And we never seen anything, couldn't hear it going across anything, but you could hear like a muffler. And it's plain as day in the audio. Like the audio, it sounds like somebody's driving up and passing you. I have no clue what it was.
Strange.
Yeah. It's really weird because where I work at, I have wide open view of everything. 360 degrees around me, I have nothing blocking my view for thousands of miles. I mean, I can see forever. I can see thunderstorms in the Gulf of Mexico, okay? I can see thunderstorms in Miami, okay? Because I'll look it up. I was like, wow, there's lightning. I'll look it up on my map. The nearest thundercloud is over Miami. You know what I mean? I'm like, wow, I can see that far. It's flat. I have no restrictions whatsoever. And I've been filming lately. You have to go to my regular Facebook page. These lights that are appearing out of nowhere. It's just this bright light, and then it'll disappear. And then over here, another bright light, and it'll disappear. Then over here, another bright. Sometimes all 3 or 4 at the same time, then they disappear. So I've been filming them. I've been documenting them. I don't know what they are. They seem to be pretty far away. I don't know what they are. But the drone thing was something different. I think it was a drone. I don't know, but I think it was a drone. The only thing that bothers me about it is it stayed in the air for so long. You know, I own a drone. I have a really good, very expensive DJI drone, and I can't fly more than 25 minutes, maybe 30 at the max. I have to bring it back. I have to land it. I have to put a new battery in it and launch it again. And at best, I have 3 batteries, so that's an hour and a half at best that I can fly this thing. And I don't have running lights like that on my drone. So this had to be a larger drone with night vision or thermal or something.
Yeah. I think the one over where he was at, I think it was a drone. Because mine, you know, when I get close to trees, it has a big spotlight on the bottom that is blast out. But on the arms, it blinks green and red. You know what I mean? So you can tell it's a drone. This didn't have that. And it was just one big white light. But I've seen some weird stuff in the skies in Florida.
I'm one of those guys. I believe in UFOs. I was in the U.S. Navy. When you're out in the middle of the ocean where you have 100% visibility of everything, I've been in oceans that were so calm that you couldn't tell the difference between the sky and the earth. And it literally felt like you were flying through the stars. Because the ocean was so calm, the sky was so clear, just beautiful nights. So we've seen some things. Okay? Talk to any guy that was in the Navy for a long time. They'll tell you, we've seen some stuff. So I believe in UFOs. Now, I'm not a UFO guy. I don't research UFOs. I don't document UFOs. I don't give my opinion on UFOs. I'm that guy that if I see a Bigfoot in a UFO, I'm like, oh, cool, UFO. But, oh, my God, there's a Bigfoot. Now, I'm more focused on the Bigfoot than I am the UFO. Like I said, 2 rights can be at the same location at the same time. But they're not associated with each other. They're not. See what I'm saying? That's why I try to tell people, don't put UFOs and Bigfoots and aliens and portals, all that together. Don't, okay? Because not to this day that we speak, there's been no bridge that connects any of that together. See what I'm saying? But we believe Bigfoot exists. We know Bigfoot exists. The forensic evidence shows that there is something out there that's bipedal that's creating this. See what I'm saying? We know UFOs exist. The government has come out and said there's something unexplained that we don't know, blah, blah, blah. See what I'm saying? But there's nothing that connects the two. Okay?
Wasn't there an old UFO story where they saw Bigfoot come out of the saucer or something like that?
Yeah, but that was somebody's story. There was no documentation of it.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can come out tomorrow or next week and create a story and tell y'all, hey, this is what I saw. See what I'm saying? But I can't back it up with anything. I can't, you know what I mean? In this day and age with cell phones and stuff, my cell phone, I got an S26 Ultra. This thing does things that blows my mind. Okay? And I take video. You've seen the video. Have you seen the videos yet of the lights in the sky that I've done or the drone? It's very clear. And they're I guarantee those lights are no less a minimum of 20 miles away.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Okay? Because that's where the next town is. So it's at least got to be that far. I can't tell because when you're looking at something in the sky, there's no reference of distance. But I can say...
See, that's one nice thing about squatching. You can do a 2-for-1. You can sit out in the woods. If nothing's happened in the woods, you can watch the sky. If nothing's happened there, go for a walk in the woods again.
Yeah.
And trust me, guys, I think the sky is amazing. I love watching the stars. I've been a stargazer since I was a child. See what I'm saying? But here's the thing is, if I see a UFO, what can I do about it? I can't research it. I can't track it. I can't follow it. I can't all I can do is take some photographs or a video. That's it. And that's it. That's as far as it goes. See what I'm saying? You know,
Now,
I crack up with these people that say, "Oh, I'm speaking to him now in my mind and all that." You can't prove that.
right.
No.
Okay? If me and Marian are in the woods and Marian goes, "Stop. Bigfoot's talking to me right now. I'm mind speaking right now, and he wants us to leave." I can't prove Marian's lying to me. See what I'm saying? It's one of those things that people do it because you can't prove me wrong. See what I'm saying? That's the evidence I steer away from.
The
You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I can't verify what you're telling me right now. I'm not hearing what you're hearing. I can't see what you're seeing. I can't do anything about it. I'm a forensic guy. If I can cast it, measure it, smell it, taste it, bag it, whatever, that's the researcher I am.
Right.
Because I can bring that to the table and say, I have hair, I have footprints, I have a video, I have a photograph, I have a structure. It's all forensic evidence. See what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and I agree with that. And for me, like the things that I've read about that could possibly, that some people go and say that it could be the connection is like different minerals and stuff in the ground, the
Magnetic anomalies.
Those things happen.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. It's like it could be that Bigfoot's attracted to it, and that the aliens that are attracted to it. You know, and you just happen to see them around the same place.
Yeah, I mean, every animal's got to go to a water source. Does that make them connected?
But you know, right? But we've all seen videos of animals at one time or another where they've done something weird, like running in a circle or running in. You know what I mean? We've all seen something to that sort, but that's the only kind of evidence that I've ever heard that could make an argument would be the magnetic and the mineral stuff.
Right.
Then I could say it's still two things different, but
Well, you know, it is unusual. I think I've told you, if you look at the magnetic anomalies in Florida, they seem to be the biggest around Tallahassee, Apalachicola, the Ocala area, kind of goes into the green swamp, and I believe down in the Everglades. Coincidence or not, but they seem to be, that's where the biggest ones are.
right. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because I believe in orbs.
Yeah.
I don't want anybody to think I don't believe in orbs. I believe orbs are real because not that I've ever seen them. I have not seen them. But what I can say is I have attached myself to certain people in this field that I respect 100%. Johnny Two Bears being one. Love the man to death. He has seen orbs, and if he tells me there's orbs, then I will never question that there's not orbs. Same with Kerry Arnold. Kerry Arnold had an encounter up in, I think it was Alabama or Arizona or something like that, where he saw an orb that illuminated the entire area around it as it came through the forest. If Kerry Arnold said that, I believe it. So I'm not going to, but what I'm saying is,
you yourself experienced it.
I haven't experienced it, but I need a connection. I need a connection. You know what I mean? That's all I'm asking for is that little thing that puts two and two together. See what I'm saying? Together. I think that's what makes me a good researcher is, and we brought this up. If you're a good researcher, you have to have skepticism. You have to have skepticism. When you go to meet somebody, you don't know that person. You don't know their background. You don't know their history. So you go in with a level of skepticism. Because this is always my phrase. I coined this phrase. Anybody else uses it, you got it from me, because I've been saying this for years. Skepticism creates questions. Questions create answers.
And my favorite saying is you can't call out crazy, which is the big problem.
But, my old pastor used to say you can't argue with stupid.
Yeah.
Because you're outgunned.
I mean, as time goes on, I realize it's more of people, they're not crazy. They just might misidentify.
Right.
They're trying to make something make sense. It's not
absolutely.
All but
they
there
saw
are people
something
that make extraordinary claims.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to doubt it because if you do, you get thrown out of the group. You get labeled, and you can't call out crazy.
Well, and
I think that's why I wouldn't be good in the BFRO, because I'll be like, yeah, I'm out of here.
Well, to be fair,
you'd actually fit in.
Yeah, to be fair, there's a lot of like-minded people in there that I guess they get a bad rap, but a lot of
I'm not bashing the metaphysical.
No, I know.
I'm not.
I'm sure it's different in different places too.
I'm just saying.
You need to collect data. You can't collect data if you can't. I mean, we can replicate some things. We've replicated the rock throwing, the sticks breaking, things like that. It happens consistently enough to enough people that we can. It's not a fact, but it's pretty close.
Right.
And then there's stuff that. Like we were talking about, I don't know if you were there yet, Frank, but we were talking about how, Bigfoot and portals. You can't even prove a portal exists. So how do you prove Bigfoot uses them? To me, that just muddies up the water. Let's not even go there.
Yeah.
Right on the money, Marian. Right on the money. Here's the thing with portals. Okay, first of all, I don't care who you are. It could be Carpenter. It could be Tim T. They both have claimed that they filmed a portal. I call BS on that. Okay. First of all, nobody knows what a portal looks like. The only representation that we have of a portal is what Hollywood has shown us. Okay,
that's a very good point. Very good point.
They have to create something visibly for the theater, so you understand what a portal is, what they're trying to represent. We do not know what a portal looks like. Second of all, to this day, physicists have said that mathematically portals should exist, but they've never ever proven their existence. These are physicists, okay? Third, they said if a portal were to exist, the amount of energy it would take to create the portal for a millisecond, not even long enough for you to walk through it.
Or big enough for you to walk through it. Not only a millisecond, but big enough.
Right. Would take every nuclear-powered energy that we have on this planet to create it for a millisecond. But here's the thing that people don't realize. You're taking energy to create a portal. Where does that energy go? It goes to the other side. So on the other side of that portal is utter devastation. That energy blasts out to the other location and destroys everything around it. But we never hear anything about that. See what I'm saying?
Right.
These are physicists that are saying that. I have Ron Moorhead's book. He autographed it for me. So, I've had multiple times that I've had opportunity to debate Ron Moorhead on this whole quantum Bigfoot thing. And none of it makes sense. I have a brother, that makes a shit ton of money. He makes $300,000 a year. He has 12 kids. He's a very he's a super smart guy. And we've talked about it. It's impossible. See what I'm saying? Physics has never proven the existence of portals, just the possibility of portals. Right. See what I'm saying? So
a lot of physics is based on artificial numbers too. They have to make
absolutely.
Up a number to make the math work.
Right. They will create a number to get to the narrative that they're looking for. That's what science is. Science is proven wrong every single day. Well, we need to stop. We need to stop relying on science. Let's start relying on evidence.
Yeah.
What we actually can see, feel, taste, whatever, measure, that's what we need to focus our attention on.
Yeah, because the only argument would be is like the energy these things have is so beyond that we don't, and it's like, well, you've lost me at that point because that's something, you know what I'm saying? Like,
and I'll make this publicly, and I'm a very open guy. People will meet me and they either say Rick is a really good guy. He's a really nice guy. He's honest. He's upfront. He's a really nice guy. If anybody says I'm a bad guy, it's because they just don't like my answer. And I'm going to make it public. I'm going to make it public right now, publicly. You know, there are researchers in the state of Florida, and I'll mention them, Tim T. and Chris Connor. They're nice guys. They are. I'm not going to say anything bad about them personally. They're nice people. I want to make that abundantly clear.
Right.
But do I believe in their evidence? Do I believe in their research? No, I do not.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Because
Right.
it's based on inaccurate science. See what I'm saying?
I like how they think outside the box. They're trying to use different tools and stuff, and I think that's great.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But is it consistent? Is it something consistent that you or I could replicate? No.
Well, it's like using a what's that meter, the electronic meter that picks up electromagnetic fields in the area, EMF meter.
Yeah.
That is the most inaccurate thing you could possibly use in Bigfoot research. It is the most inaccurate thing. But they put all their research into that's a positive, you know what I mean? It is the most inaccurate thing out there because we have so much magnetic stuff going on around us 24/7. Even walking in the woods, you are dealing with electromagnetic fields all the time. That's what the earth is made up with. See what I'm saying?
Talk to Brian Darcy about that. He talked to a scientist about that, and they said to have a machine accurate would be like $25,000 or more to have the accuracy that we would need.
Yeah,
not something you buy for $40 off eBay.
But they'll get a peak spike on it, and then hear a wood knock and put the two together.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Dude, there is no bridge between the two. There is no bridge between the two. So I'm not saying I don't dislike these people. I want to make that abundantly clear. I don't dislike anybody. I love everybody. They are. I've met Tim T. I think he's a very nice person. Okay? I just don't believe in that aspect. I don't believe in quantum Bigfoot. Yeah. I don't believe in it. There is nothing that proves it. Soundly.
Well, even in the quantum stuff that they are able to replicate, it's on a quantum level. It's on a small level.
Well, that's kind of how I feel. I like Scott Carpenter's books and stuff, but when he was talking about the portal that formed in the tree, or whatever, you lost me there. And it's
you watched that film. I've watched that film, and trust me, I've had conversations when he was alive. We had conversations. I've spoken to his son. I did a tribute to Carpenter. And I asked his son, "Hey, look, this is what I'm going to do. Is that okay?" He gave me the thumbs up. I did the tribute. Okay. To this day, I still get hits on it. It's one of my most popular ones that I ever did because people do like him. Carpenter was a good man. Yeah. I respect him. He's a good man, okay? But that thing on his backpack where he filmed a portal is not correct. And I've told him that. I did not agree with him on the portal thing. I didn't agree with him on the Bigfoot that poked its head out because I put it on a large screen, high-definition television, and it's leaves. It's a vine with leaves, okay? And somebody disagreed. Oh, that's bullcrap. I said, do it yourself. Did you know a week later they called me and said, you know what, I did what you said, and you were right. See what I'm saying? People make mistakes.
But the question is, though, what are they seeing? Because like Adam Davies, he has that story. What was he at Skinwalker Ranch or something where they saw something and stuff? What are they seeing? Because
I don't know. I've never researched Skinwalker Ranch.
But that's the question I have. Obviously, they're intelligent people. They're not BS, and they saw something.
I recently just
even with Carpenter's film, I see what he's seeing. I absolutely see what he's seeing. But
I
mean,
like Adam Davies, what does he see? What did he see? And you were saying
I don't know.
You, Frank,
I don't know.
I
can't count on that because I've never seen it.
Right. I just started watching Skinwalker Ranch, and it's pretty weird. Like, it's pretty wild. I mean, it don't look, me personally, it don't look fake. I mean, the cows and stuff that's been mutilized and stuff that they show, it looks pretty...
See, I'm not into the paranormal thing, the metaphysical, so I don't ever watch those shows because I don't want to get... Because of my religious background, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where, absent from the body is present in the Lord. You know what I mean? So I don't believe in ghosts. You know what I mean?
Well, I read the paper. There's a guy. He was the Vatican's exorcist, and he wrote a paper about it. And he said there's angels and there's demons.
Right.
And that's it.
Yep.
That's it.
And all this other stuff are all demons.
When Marian dies, when Frank dies, trust me, I am no significance to them whatsoever. They're in the presence of God. You know what I mean? But but even Jesus says, if you are talking to spirits, stop. You are talking to demons. See what I'm saying? I've gone out ghost hunting. I went with people one time. I walked through that house like I owned it. You know what I mean? It was an abandoned house in the middle of nowhere. I'm walking up the stairs like, yeah, because I didn't fear ghosts. Right. I didn't fear spirits. See what I'm saying? Yeah, because I knew it wasn't my grandmother walking around. I knew it wasn't my uncle or this person or that person because they're present with the Lord. They're not here. This is done. See what I'm saying? So if I do come across something, it's a demon. And I need to show that demon, Rick's a badass. You know what I mean?
Well, that's me. Like I kind of believe that the UFO stuff. I don't believe that that's, and not to say that in this vast universe that God's created that there ain't something out there, but what I associate it with is angels and demons, whether they're, whatever, whether they're one side or the other. It could be the fallen angels that were left. It could be.
Oh yeah. I think when aliens do come, they're bad.
Well,
just telling you, I think they're bad.
The reason that I think personally and biblically that the whole alien thing is taken off is because that will be the excuse when the rapture happens.
Yeah,
and that's just my personal belief.
Yeah, but, I agree.
I don't get too much into the whole paranormal stuff, but I did get in. I started watching it just to see what they were kind of going and talking about and seeing what I could kind of relate and stuff like that. Like if any of it matched, and whatever's out there is wild.
Yeah.
Fake or not.
Well, I have a theory, and I've brought this theory up in the past. So, and Marian, you can tell me if you agree or disagree. You won't break my heart because I think the world of you anyways. I already have a preconception. I love Marian. She's awesome. So you can't break my heart. I'm one of those researchers that I take negative criticism. I don't get angry at anybody because they don't agree with me. Okay. So here's my theory. Okay. Since the 1940s, we started having Bigfoot encounters, Bigfoot stories, Bigfoot things. It actually goes back to the Indian days, almost back as 14,000 years. But anyways, 1940s, 1950s, 1960s was the big time for it. Never during that time was there anything paranormal, ever. Okay? Then we get into the 80s. Okay? What happens in the 80s? UFOs. We got late 70s, Close Encounters comes out. Then we get into UFOs. So people start researching the scars. They start watching for UFOs and stuff like that. Then we get into the 90s. What's the hot topic in the 90s? Ghosts. You have all these ghost shows on TV. Everybody's looking for ghosts. And then that's when orbs all of a sudden become a big thing. Orbs was never a thing until ghost hunting. Now it's orbs and spirits and this and this. Then we get into the 2000s. Well, at that time, the UFO thing had kind of died down. Ghost thing had kind of died down. Wasn't a whole lot of people researching Bigfoot. Well, then we get into the 2000s. All of a sudden, these people transition into Bigfoot research. You had people coming in from UFO research, ghost research, all coming into Bigfoot research. But what they did, they brought their luggage with them. They brought all this other stuff with them. And at that time, the Bigfoot community didn't put up a wall and say, no, we're not allowing
We tried to put up a wall. We tried to put up a wall. Like I said, when I first started, woo was, you did not talk woo.
Yeah,
and
it doesn't belong. To be honest, it doesn't belong. Okay? They're bringing in instruments that they used in those other researches into the Bigfoot research. See what I'm saying? So now we've got...
is they're bringing the same flawed way of thinking. They're bringing the same flaws with them. If I can't explain it, then it must be supernatural. If he can disappear, it's not because I didn't pay attention. You see what I'm saying? They're bringing the same flawed thinking with them.
Yes. Right. See, Marian? Yes. That's why I love you. Yes. They bring in the same luggage that they brought from the other things because they didn't make any progress. See what I'm saying? It died out. The shows died, blah, blah, blah. And they bring it into the Bigfoot research. And now it's a cancer. It's a cancer in the Bigfoot research area where the Bigfoot researchers, as you go far back as the 1940s, were boots on the ground, tracking, hunting, measuring, casting, collecting, to now mind speak.
System was different too, though.
Now mind speak. Now you're going to tell me Bigfoot's. How come? Tell me this, Marian, and tell me this, Frank. How come Bigfoot marks off every box now? Every box. Name anything that is crazy out. How come Bigfoot marks off every box?
Well, see, I kind of have a theory that there's two things going on, because there are some people that seem, like, okay, I was against the eye glow. I thought that was nothing. I thought zapping was nothing. Then I experienced myself. So when somebody says I experienced my mind speaking, I can't just say you're crazy, or you don't know what you're talking about. There's some nice people. Thing is that a Bigfoot or is that something else?
Have you ever been in the woods with somebody mind speaking?
No, but I've had people tell me stories, and they were kind of like how we talked about eye glow. They're like, this happened to me. I can't explain it. They didn't go into angels and demons or anything. They just said, Here's the thing that gets it. I love conversations like this. This is what makes the shows great, because this is what it's all about, us having conversations. And I love you guys. Here's the thing with mind speak is most of the time that I hear mind speak, there's people are like, okay, he's talking to me. We need to leave. We need to go. They don't want us here. We need to go. See what I'm saying? Well, that's awfully convenient. That's awfully convenient, because I don't know about you guys. I'm pretty sure I'm Frank, and I'm really getting there on Marian. You tell me not to do something, I'm probably going to do it. See what I'm saying? So if you tell me, oh, Bigfoot wants us to leave, don't go in that direction, I'm going in that direction. See what I'm saying? How come these mind speak people are always telling us that all this information, but yet none of it comes to light? Like, for example, well, Bigfoot is there to protect the environment and protect the forest and to guide us. And to guide us. And to guide us. Okay. What has he accomplished in that? Why didn't he just come out and tell me that? Why doesn't he make himself known? See what I'm saying? Here, I'm going by what you're telling me. See what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. See what I'm saying? I want to protect the environment. I'm a big, y'all hear me all the time. I'm big on no more friggin' development in the state of Florida. But, I mean, we need the forest. In the woods, or Bigfoot, you run into him, and what does he do? He tells you this whole thing about saving the world, saving the planet. Really?
But he hasn't said anything.
My thing, when I get around people that they're like the whole mind, and not to say that I've been around anybody, but I'm saying, like, if I was around somebody and they started saying that, and I've heard people talk about mind speak, I've always looked at it like this. Fear is a big thing, and who's to say that that's just not their conscience and their gut screaming at them inside their head so loud that they think it's something else?
Yep.
That's what I think.
That is a major point, Frank, and I love the fact that you brought that up, because when I had my very first encounter in 2005, it was a vocalization. And we'll go into detail because I want to do a show on my experiences. But in the end, when I was confronted by whatever this was, when I tell people what happened, I tell them that I turned around, I was leaving the woods. I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. Right. And the whole time I'm telling myself, don't run, don't turn around, don't look, just keep walking. Just keep walking, just, don't run. You know what I mean?
Right.
Somebody jumped in and said, that's mind speak. They're telling you, don't run from us and don't turn around. No, it was me. I'm a hunter. The one thing, and Frank will verify, as a hunter, when you come across a predator, we are taught, don't run.
Right.
Don't run. Show your dominance. Walk out positively. Walk out like you're the alpha male. And then, shoot it if you have to. But you don't run because you become game. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what I was telling them. All I was doing was going through my training as a hunter that this is what I need to do. See what I'm saying? I'm in fear. I'm scared right now. Something traumatic just happened. I need to get out of these woods. See what I'm saying? It was not mind speak. I'm telling everybody, it was not mind speak. See what I'm saying? The only thing that I questioned, in my entire encounter was when I told them that I heard, as I'm leaving, I was at 7 o'clock, and at my 5 o'clock, something was walking behind me that sounded like they were dropping sandbags. I heard these heavy thumps like something was dropping sandbags. Okay? I never turned around. Turned around because my hunting skills told me don't look. Just keep walking out. But I heard these heavy sandbags. Now, I'm almost 58 years old now. I can look back at it and say, okay, it could have been one or two things. It could have been footprints. It could have been foot hitting the ground, escorting me back where I came from. Or sometimes you get adrenaline pumping so hard, you hear your own heartbeat in your ears. Dum, 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 dum. Could it have been that? I'm a investigator that looks at all the options. See what I'm saying? Could it have been my adrenaline at that time? That's what I was hearing. It could have been. Yes, absolutely. I will agree. It could have been. See, but in my world, at that time, what was happening, it was so real. Now, I know the yell, the vocal, was real. I can't find another explanation for it.
Right.
But that's
what research
like comes
another
in.
one is
nobody spoke with me.
Another is stick structures. That's another one people disagree on. I mean, I think they do something, but when you see these fancy things, why did they do it? Like when we were in Tennessee and I was joking about that paw and you're like, well, why would somebody do, but why would a Bigfoot do it either?
Right.
Why? Why they don't need to build a shelter. They don't need to build traps. They don't need to build directions.
Yeah.
Well, here's what gets me with the structures, Marian. Every structure I've seen, you're going to tell me a 7 or 8 foot, 6, 7, 800 pound thing fit through that? Lives inside of that? That's where I draw the line on certain structures. But that's pretty small.
But why are they building it?
Not all of them.
Why?
Yeah.
They don't need it. Why are they?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I went out to a research area. Because a guy said he had a structure. So I drove all the way out there. I went out there. I met with the guy. I saw the structure. I'm looking at the structure. It looks man-made. But he was like, oh, this wasn't here before, and blah, blah, blah. So I'm documenting. I'm doing the documentation and everything. So we get done. We spent a couple hours out there. We get done. I'd say thank you and blah, blah, blah. I say, I'll get back with you. He goes home. As I leave, I stopped and talked because this was on a state park, and I stopped and talked to somebody. I said, and I showed them on the map where I was at, where the structure was. Did you know 200 yards away was a Boy Scout camp?
Yep.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
They build structures. But what I'm saying is when I look at a lot of the structure, when somebody sends me something, I look at it and go, can a 7 or 8 foot creature weighing 600, 800, whatever pounds live in that?
Right.
Can they use that as a structure?
Well, by structures, it's not just things that they can sit in. It's just supposedly their signposts, their markers, their, like what we saw in Tennessee, Frank.
Yeah. Well, the one too. What was weird about the one up there was it was different logs too that was on the tree. It wasn't the same branches from the tree, if I'm remembering right.
Yeah, and they were. You had a good point about. I thought, well, there was just clearing from the road, and it's like, well, why
Right.
stack it up against the tree? Why not just throw it off the ridge?
Right.
But
Yeah.
why would Bigfoot do that?
Right. And see, I'm real sketchy when it comes to tree structures, especially
Yeah.
in like South Carolina and places because I've seen some good ones in South Carolina but you don't know if it's natural or not, And
Right.
I seen one cool one in South Carolina the first time I went, and it had this trail went all the way down through this mountain, and down at the very bottom there was like a little. It almost looked like a little brick shelter, but it was open, and there was a ammo box chain inside and locked. But as you walk down through there, it was I think me, Leah, Jeff Blair, and somebody. It looked like what are they called ottomans? Like when people get married, they were too high for people to do it. These were like 30 foot, but they had been arched around and intertwined a couple. Now maybe it was the wind that done it. I don't know, but it was just very unique and something like that. It could be nature, but
Yeah,
a stick
I
structure
agree.
has to be very, very. It
There's
has
got
to
to
be.
be something that sticks out that says
Yeah,
something ain't right here. I
yeah.
give you a prime example. I videotaped this arch,
Hmm.
and it was a simple arch. It was an arch. And there was a palmetto bush, and the arch was shoved into the ground, but in the middle was a palmetto bush, and there, you had this arch. And I was like, okay, I'm going to document this. This is really weird. I came back 6 months later. On this arch there was a tree fallen that held it down. I was thinking, okay, that's natural. It fell, it held the tree down. When I came back 6 months later, the arch was gone, the palmetto was gone, the tree that was on the ground was gone, and nothing was disturbed on the ground. You know what I
Right.
mean? Those are the things that get my attention. That okay, something is not right here. Something is weird here. And I have a full video on it that you'll look at going, yeah, that's really weird. Um, but I look for certain criteria in structures. See what I'm
Hmm.
saying? One, can something of that size, of that manner, use it one for a purpose? Because if you're in the middle of a open area and there's all of a sudden a tree structure, that's not really smart because it's right in the open. See what I'm
Right.
saying? That automatically
Also,
tells me somebody built that
why
because it's
mark
right. It,
water? Why mark
huh?
roads? Why mark? I said, well, some people say they're markers. Oh, there's water over here.
Right.
Don't go over here because there's a trail, or don't go over here because there's a tree stand.
Hmm.
They don't
Right.
need that.
Right.
They,
Well, it's like this. When you see that, oh, that means don't go in there. No, that's your interpretation of it.
Because
Okay?
I've
For a
actually
prime
read that.
example is the swastika. I always use this. I'm not being a racist. But the swastika represents racism. But yet, 1,000 years ago, it represented something else in Egypt.
peace.
See what I'm saying? It's your
Wasn't it the
interpretation
Hindus
of
or
what it
Buddhists meant
represents.
peace? Yeah.
Huh?
Wasn't
Yeah,
it the
because I
Hindus
might
or
say this
Buddhists?
means stop, but this might mean go.
Hmm.
Well,
It's your interpretation of it.
that I was going to say that because I've read in books, in Bigfoot books, that for most, a lot of people will say it means don't enter, and then I've read that a lot of people say it means welcome. Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't
Here's the
put.
thing: is this is what I tell people about X's, and you've heard me say this, Frank. Any two sticks that fall on the ground will form an X, a T, or an L
Right.
automatically.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
The
just
only,
because you see two trees fall and form an X doesn't mean anything.
yeah. The
It
only
doesn't mean
one.
anything.
The only tree structure that I've seen personally that was just hard to explain, was up in British Columbia, and they were too big for people to do, but the way they was laying couldn't have been the way they fell, because one was underneath, and it was maneuvered a certain way. And that one was the only one that I've seen that I'm like, man, that's weird. Like, because
Well,
I
me
had
and
no
Brian
explanation.
Darcy found one that you had a
Oh yeah.
line of pine trees, and this one pine tree, same diameter of all the others, same diameter. They're all standing in a straight wall, but this one, same diameter, was bent down and wound through them.
Hmm.
Was this in Cypress Creek? Because I
No, this
found
was
one
in
in
my
Cypress
research
Creek
area.
by my house. I found the same thing. There were several pine trees, and one pine tree was in an arch woven between them. But this was right
Yeah,
next to a trail, so I couldn't say a person didn't do that.
right. Well, here's why I can tell you. This thing was about, I don't know, at least 4 or 5 inches across. Okay, so we tried to reenact it. We grabbed one of the similar trees because there was a bunch that were similar size. We couldn't bend it. Brian Darcy's a big guy.
Yeah.
Okay, at that time I was 220 pounds. I'm 190 now. Thank you, but I was 220 then. We could not bend this tree. So
Right.
I can eliminate humans doing it.
Right.
But can the wind do something where it bends a tree back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, where it winds itself to trees?
Right.
See what I'm saying? Those
Yeah.
are the things I look for in structures. Like, wow, that's weird. I don't know how it recreated. I think Marian, the one you just brought up, I think it's a plausible, good finding. See what I'm saying?
Well, the one I seen
Now,
that
if it's little,
no,
Right.
the one I've only seen that interested me, that made me think, was in Oleno. And that one, all the trees. I mean, there were other broken trees around, but these were broken about 7 feet off the ground, and they just looked like they were broken in one direction. But when you stood in front of them, you realized it was 1, 2, 3, 4. So it
right.
couldn't have been a wind whirling through. It couldn't have been something. They were overlapping each other, and I always thought that was kind of strange.
While you're talking, I'm trying to find something right now.
Well, it's funny while we're
It's not
looking that
working
up.
with me pretty
If
well.
anybody's got a question, me and Marion had on our last one was, why do they do 3 tree knocks now?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I always thought, because everybody goes out there, we're used to going knock, 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 knock,
Yeah,
knock,
yeah.
knock.
Yeah.
And
Well, she asked me one day, and I was like, I don't know. I said, they just tell me to do 3. I was like all the ones that you hear is normally 1,
it's normally 1. But, with Rick did 3, and we got 3 back.
I have heard that too.
That's
Yeah.
Rick.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's
Yeah.
got that song, the knock, 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 the
Mhm.
wood walk. But no, like, I wonder where that came, or if it was just something somebody did, and
Mm.
So this is a picture of a tree break. See what I'm saying? And see how weird that is? All the trees around are standing tall, but that's snapped. Now, what that is a Florida orange tree. That is a original Florida orange tree, not the ones that we see that we get fruit on today. This is the original Florida orange tree, and it's
Are they-
extremely flexible.
Oh,
Extremely flexible.
Yeah, they're soft wood. They're not hard wood, and they get very tall in the swamps. That's one thing you
Absolutely.
notice. For wild oranges and stuff, they get very tall in the swamps.
well, wonder
And-
if they get waterlogged down there. Like after the water goes down or something, it sits for so long. Which I don't know. I'm just thinking outside.
So I look at these things and I'm like, how did that snap? See what
Right
I'm saying? How did that, break in that manner? I'll bring
Well,
up another one here to give you another view of it.
Right, and that
So
would be
it's coming up
lowest.
now.
That's pretty low, though. You know what I mean?
See all the other ones around it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just snapped. Those are the things that draw my attention. Like, how did that break right there, that low, that fast because it's extremely flexible. I can bring that down all the way to the ground and not break it whatsoever. You know what I mean?
Well, could say, okay, say a big animal climbed up there to get the orange tree or tangerines especially, and it
tipped over.
Like a bear climbed up on it, or
and that's a great that's a good observation. Mm-hmm. But the oranges are non-edible.
Oh,
when you look at original,
when you're not,
mm-hmm. they're non-edible. They're so sour and tart because the thing is, these are original oranges that were planted a long time ago when there were settlers.
Oranges have to be cross-pollinated to be sweet. That's why they're not sweet in the
swamps. And they have to be picked.
Cross-pollinated. But
right, you have to pick them to produce good fruit. If they're not picked, if you don't pick the oranges off a tree, they become very nasty.
Well, tangerines aren't like that. The wild tangerines in the swamp are extremely sweet. But what I'm saying is some animals, it might not taste sour to them. And it is loaded with vitamin C, citric acid. Right. I'm just saying, throwing some out there.
But it is weird to be broke at that height.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah, and the power that it would take.
Well, here's what I was looking at when I went out there, and I was with other people, and they were showing it to me, and I'm measuring it and stuff like that, is, for example, a pencil. If it's flexible, you can bend it and bend a pencil,
mm-hmm.
But if I do it quickly, I'll snap it.
Right.
I'll snap it if I do it fast. And that's what I came with that was it had to have been broken fast. You know what I'm saying?
It looks splintered almost.
For it to break like that at that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to pull you up. Let me remove it. And I'm going to pull up one that I actually look at the joint.
Well, I was going to say, because it looked like
this one
exploded, almost like splintered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they usually say, again, this is what people say. I haven't seen enough to know for sure, but they usually say a Bigfoot does a twist and a break. They'll like twist and break,
mm-hmm.
not just fold and break. Does that make sense?
Right, because they're twisting as
they're
pulling.
But that looks like that.
But is that the norm? Is that everything?
Right.
But that almost looks like something gnawed into it before they broke it.
Yeah, I was looking to see what kind
of damage.
Very. No, but like it wasn't. The way it broke, it looks like it broke sort of slowly in a way how it splintered.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like it might have had weight on it and just came crashing down. And
I think there was weight on it. I actually think there's weight on it.
And usually it's going to break
all the trees. There was probably about.
Right. But
yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, because there was a lot of like this one. I'm going to show you two pictures here.
But with none of them else.
God, I wish those other pictures would show up. So this, I don't know if you can see my cursor. Probably not. There's a trail there. There's a animal trail. So this branch was across the trail, and other branches were laid across it. Okay, you can see those branches.
Like setting up a snare.
Yeah. So, but I want you to keep that in mind. But I want you to look at this. Okay, this is what I want you to look at. This is what made it weird. I walked up to it, I said, okay, no big deal, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Until I saw this. This is the same branch that is across the trail. And there's something in the middle lodged in there, like originally when it was pulled down.
Like wedged it.
Like it wedged it, like it made it stay down. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Very weird. Those are the things I'll document, because I don't have an explanation. I'm like, okay, that's weird. It's worth documenting.
Yeah, that's a strange one.
You know? And I'll get a close-up.
On the other side that was holding it down, though, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'll get a close-up of those other things that were in the trail. Let me see if I can find that. think it was this one. So give it a second. It'll pull up. But see, like that branch was laid against it, like blocking the trail. You know what I mean? It was just one of those things where somebody brought me out, and it was just very weird.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just very weird. I get this stuff all the time. I get this crazy stuff all the time. A lot of people haven't seen this stuff, so you guys are the first.
Yeah. I mean, that's one use I could see them making of branches is blocking a direction. Whether they're blocking us, whether they're trying to route animals into an ambush point.
Right. That's what I was saying. It could be that.
Here's an arch. See that arch? And the person standing to the right is about, 5'8".
Mm-hmm.
So that's a pretty tall tree to be brought down to an arch, and the end of the arch was actually shoved into the ground.
Mm. Yeah,
it was probably about almost 6 to 8 inches into the ground.
Now in South Carolina, I had to send you the pictures of those. They was about 30 foot high, and they was patterns. And one of the guys, he was an Air Force pilot, and he brought like a pair of $30,000 night vision goggles out that you could look through and everything. And I got a picture of him standing underneath one, and this thing's got to be 25, 30 foot up in the air, but there's multiple ones. And if I ain't mistaken, they said that land used to be an Indian, I don't know, I wouldn't say a burial, but just in that section, there's a bunch of those that are almost making like a bowl, like a big circle, but they're big. And I don't know how a person would do it, and if nature did it, it would be ironic. But it was pretty cool to see.
Mm-hmm. I
get sent stuff to me all the time, and I'll go out and I'll investigate and I'll look at it and stuff like that. Some of it's interesting. I'll look at it and go, okay, that's worth documenting. I don't know,
but I can't say a Bigfoot done it.
Right?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. I never, ever put my thumbprint on something being Bigfoot unless I know without a shadow of a doubt. See what I'm saying? Absolutely not. Absolutely.
And the only video I've ever seen of what looks like a Bigfoot bringing down a tree was, I think they call it the Florida tree shaker or something like that. And it's old, so you can't.
Okay, it looks a Bigfoot walks up to a tree and starts shaking it.
Well, you see
a pine tree.
You see it walk. It's either a pine tree or a palm tree, but it's got a really long arm, and it reaches up and it grabs it and it starts pulling it down. But it shakes it a few times, but it reaches quite a bit up. I think it's like a reddish brown or something.
Okay, a long time ago, I don't know, 2010s or something like that. This video came out. It showed a Bigfoot walking through the palmettos. It walks up to a tree and it's shaking it and stuff like that. And I remember seeing it on the Bigfoot forum, and everybody's, da-da-da-da-da. Well, I went back and looked at the YouTube channel, whoever submitted it. Whoever submitted it only had an account for a few months, and they also posted a monster walking through the swamp and an alien and then the Bigfoot. So,
and it looks grainy. Is it the same one that we're talking about that looks grainy?
It's pretty grainy. Old? Yeah, it looks like it's like in the 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah.
Here was the issue I had with it. Yeah, evidently Marian has more information, but here's the issue I had with that video. Was it walks over, it does grab a tree, and it starts shaking it. Mm-hmm. And people were commenting that, that's impossible for humans to do that. That's not true. That's not true. If you're in Florida and you know pine trees, that was a small pine tree, and you could shake a pine tree. See what I'm saying? They're very flexible.
That's why I said instead of arguing all that, I went to the source, and I realized the source was some guy that only had an account for 3 or 4 months. And he had other monster videos on it too. So right there, it's bogus. Right. And that's what I posted back then, but nobody listens. You know how that goes.
Right.
I'll listen, Marian. I'll listen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
But I'm
like
saying-
Lettuce Lake. Lettuce Lake
Well,
was fake.
Here's
I
the
keep-
thing.
One's Lettuce Lake.
Here's the thing with the Bigfoot community, okay? There is a research side that we're all part of, that we all take serious, that we all put our heart and soul into.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have the entertainment side of it.
I
See
call
what
it
I'm saying?
showbiz. I call it
Yeah.
showbiz.
So I'll give you a prime example, and I've used this person. I don't care if he sues me or not. But you've got Vader, okay? He puts out these videos of this Bigfoot and blah blah blah. It's all these different scenarios.
Oh,
He never claims anything. He never claims anything.
Is it the
He
one
just
that
shows
always
the
talks in
video.
the
He
middle of
never.
the picture?
Yeah, he never talks. He never says anything. He just shows the video and he moves on.
Yeah.
That's entertainment.
Right.
He's I wouldn't even put it in the category of hoax because he doesn't claim anything.
Right.
He just puts a video out there and people
Is this
jump
the one
on
that
it.
just cut the head open recently?
No.
Somebody showed me a video
I'll
of a
get
big
into
thing
him.
being
I'll get into
okay.
him. He's
Okay.
funny. But Sonny Vader, look up Sonny Vader. He
Is
has
he the
all
one-
these magnificent Bigfoot videos.
Is
They're
it
all
the
fake.
one-
They're all
is
fake.
it- I'm thinking of one that I know is fake, but I just don't know.
There's
the name.
he's got one that destroys a tent, one that shows up behind a bulldozer, one
Yeah,
that's
that's the guy.
destroying a
that's-
crime scene, one that's
Yeah.
throwing a tree. It's all
always
Sonny
perfectly
Vader.
in
It's
center.
all fake.
He always walks.
Yeah,
perfectly
his
by
camera's
the-
always in the right spot. Always in the right spot. Now the guy that you're talking about, I forget his name now. I want to say it was Patrick something, but who Marian was talking about. Let me tell you the background on him because we did a deep dive on this guy. It's all fake. We all know. He's a comedian. By trade, he is a dog trainer, and on the side, he is a comedian. He's just trolling the Bigfoot community. That's all he's doing is trolling the Bigfoot community. It's all fake. It's everything he does. He even does a video of a Bigfoot. Yeah, he does. Oh, yeah. He does a video of a Bigfoot penis. See what I'm saying? He's trolling everybody just to, I've had this for 50 years. It was my father's. The guy is just, I get his humor.
Can you imagine
He's
getting
just
up close
entertainment
and
purposes. He's not
personal
even
enough in
hoaxing.
order to know
He's
what
just
it
entertainment
looks like?
purposes.
If you're up close and personal
Right,
enough to know
right.
what it
He
looks
talks
like,
about being
you're not
sexually
coming back.
abused. Yeah, if you watch all his videos, he was sexually abused by a Bigfoot. And,
What's
I
the
mean,
name?
I get his humor. He's just trolling the Bigfoot community.
What's the name?
I forget his name now, but I'll search it and I'll
I
send
just
it to
wanna
you.
You know, there's a whole
But
genre
anyways-
of Bigfoot porn out there.
Oh no way!
Yes.
Oh,
I was
wow.
looking up on
But there's so many-
archive.org or something for old Bigfoot books, and there is a whole bunch of Bigfoot porn out there. Let me tell you.
Marian, quit being lonely. Stop it. Stop it.
No, I'm not going to go there.
No,
but I'm just saying the things that people are interested in out there. Oh my God.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And it's
well-
really weird because I had somebody talk to me one time. We were talking about my channel, talking about the YouTube channel, talking about the podcast. Rick, if you get into the paranormal, if you get into the crazy, all the weird stuff, dude, you're going to skyrocket. You're going to
Right.
skyrocket.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? I don't do that.
Oh, yeah.
I have 500 subscribers on this channel.
Right.
I've been doing this channel for almost 2 years and I have 500 subscribers. See what I'm saying? Because
Right.
I'm never going to sell myself
Yeah.
out. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying?
can't-
I'm just not going
I
to do
would-
it. I like
couldn't.
this. I like having
Yeah.
open discussions about the topic.
I couldn't fake it anyway. I just that's not me, so I couldn't.
No.
Me and a bunch of guys have talked about that. I've got some guys that in a group, we call ourselves the Gothy Gangsters because we all got tickets when we went to Gothy one night. And we were talking about doing like feral humans,
Hmm.
you know, just running around and shaking some bushes and saying, there's because we figured we could make a lot of money doing that, but none of us wanted to. Take
I
that
can tell
last
you right now, Marian, tomorrow, I can create a whole new cryptid.
Oh, yeah.
I can
Yeah.
create a whole new cryptid and I'll have 1,000 followers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden I'll have people that have seen it. I have
Right.
people
Yes.
that will show me film that they took a photograph of it. See what I'm saying? I can't go that route. I have to be honest with myself.
Yeah.
I have to be honest with me. You know what I
Right.
mean? That had a lot to do with why I chose Frank. I called Frank. Frank could have said no. Frank was literally number one on my list of people to call to see if they would like to co-host a show with me. You know what I mean? Because
Yep.
me and Frank think the same way. He's
Yep.
Yeah, you
logical.
picked a good cream. Good
He's
team.
not going to sell himself out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We both have the same religious background. You know what I mean? I knew I got to ask Frank first. If Frank says no, fine, I'll move on and move on and move on. Thank God he said yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
No, it's hard. I mean, I understand people. I try to understand it because people want to do a podcast. They're not doing it for the Bigfoot thing, though they say they are. It's mostly
They're
to
doing
get
it for
clicks,
popularity.
to make money. It's for profit.
Yep.
It's just what makes me mad is when it muddies up the data.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
And that's-
Absolutely, Marian.
Because
It's
all
kind
you,
of destroyed.
you know,
And
like
I
you
will
said,
walk away from somebody that muddies the water.
Well, but
Well-
if you look up Bigfoot videos on YouTube, other than like Small Town Monsters, and there's a few of them, but a lot of it is just like making this thing out into a murderer, and it's like, and then you have books that do that, and I get it, it's entertainment, but everybody talks about them being aggressive, and there's no real evidence of it because we know they're real. And I think when I first started getting into it, there was like a slight fear about it just because it's like, man, I'm not
here's these
scared.
huge things, powerful things.
Yeah,
Why
you're
aren't they
Well,
coming out?
you got to understand,
Right.
the Bigfoot is a $1 billion a year industry.
right,
Yeah.
right. But I'm saying like when I first started going out there, it's like, you're kind of at that mercy. But at the same time, if it was really just out there doing that, then
I'd be gone by now. You'd be
Right.
gone by now.
right,
If
So
they
it's
were
like-
really that aggressive and stuff, we wouldn't be here.
yeah. So it's like,
What brings me and keeps me from leaving this genre is it's the accounts. It's the eyewitness accounts. It's not the
Yeah.
Patterson Gimlin film. It's not this. It's not Jeff Meldrum. It's not Stacey Brown. It's not Ron Moorhead. It's not all these names that are out there. It's the accounts that I'm listening to. It's the people that I'm talking to. See what I'm saying? That tells me if I base my career or my life or my beliefs on a Patterson Gimlin film, then I focus on the wrong thing. That like when this whole new thing came out with the new documentary, oh, it's fake. If you based your belief on Bigfoot on the Patterson Gimlin film, you're in the wrong field. See what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because there's been a ton of eyewitness accounts since then. See what I'm saying?
oh right. Well, when they
That's what I base it on.
yeah, they
And
asked
you
us-
guys are in that field. You guys are those people that go and investigate those accounts.
right.
Well, it's not just us. There's a lot of people, like you said, Sasquatch Origins, Troy and Desi. There's Frank. There's a lot of people outside of the BFRO. It's just the problem I have with stories these days is that's getting messed up too, because all these podcasters, they have to have stories every week.
Yeah.
And I know of one, he said, yeah, he pays for stories now. He pays for somebody to find him stories because it's getting harder and they don't vet them, which I cannot kind of understand. You don't want to get on and tell your story and have somebody pick at you. But if you don't do some sort of vetting, then how do you know?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's the thing, and that's where it gets hard because like you're trying to be straight and as honest and pure with these people as possible. And there's a lot of times I hear people talk and I'm sitting there with a straight face, like, yeah, like, but in my mind I'm saying no,
No.
because-
I will always be
Yeah.
true to myself, and I will be true to this channel. Because
Yeah,
when
yeah.
me and Johnny Two Bears started this channel, it was all about the truth. Honesty was everything. Me and Frank can have a show next week or 2 weeks from now and not have a guest at all. Not have a guest at all. We're just going to have a discussion. We're going to bring up a topic and we're going to talk about it. So we took the guests out of the equation. If we can get a guest, great. We want a guest. If we can get a guest that we like and that we believe in, that we want to highlight, we're going to bring that guest on. Me and Frank don't need a guest. See what I'm saying? We're going to talk about the subject. Me and him are passionate about the subject.
That's what I'm saying, though, is that the stories are getting corrupted too, because there's some good stories out there, and I'm not saying everybody that comes on a podcast is lying, but I am saying that there could be misidentification, there could be whimsy, or or somebody stretching something, exaggeration. There could be just plain crazy.
And I think And I do think
and you bring up a good point, Marian, because that's how you should go into it. When we brought that up earlier, go in as a skeptic investigator. What else could it be?
Right.
And that's half the fun, is when you find out it was something else, like owls.
Right.
That owl screech. Right. Everybody goes through that. They hear that owl screech, and it sounds just
that's
like
my arch enemy.
Yeah, and then later on you're like, no, that's an owl.
Right.
And everybody goes through that.
Yep.
But that's again what's got me into a lot of the things that I'm into now with reading and studying and stuff, because I want to be able to be out there in the woods and hear something and be like, that's not this.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I do think there's a lot of people out there that are like that, but they just they get overshadowed by the person who had popcorn sitting on the couch, because him and Bigfoot are so close now, and but you hear a lot of it, and it's not, and you don't want to say that they're lying, but at the same time,
I'll give you a prime example, Frank.
More evident base.
I'll give you a prime example. This happened a few years ago. So, at that time, I had actually joined a group, okay? Because I've always been independent. So, it'd be nice to be a group. Everybody has a responsibility. I was wrong. But beyond that. So, one day, I get sent a photograph, or one of my guys gets sent a photograph. And says, "Oh my God, look at this. And it looks like a Bigfoot. It looks like it's walking. There's shoulders, there's a head, there's an arm, and I'm looking at this photo, and I'm like, wait a minute. I recognize that photo. So I said, wait a minute, I'll be back, because we're on a group chat. I go back, and back then I kept everything. I go through my photos. I found it. It's my picture. It's my photo. And I show them the original. And I put it side by side. It's exact. It's not a Bigfoot.
Well, that happened.
He pixelated it so it blurred, and it looked like, here's the clear, absolute picture, and you can see everything matched perfectly. I said, the guy's lying. He just picked the wrong group to send it to, because he took a picture that we took. You know what I mean? So there's hoaxers out there.
Well, see, that happened when we was up in Florida this past BFRO, and that sort of happened to us a little bit there, because we were all sitting in camp and somebody seen something dark,
Yes.
They zoomed in and took a picture, and me, Marian, and Dr. Bob, and
Leah?
Jeff. I think Leah tagged along a little later, but Jeff was already down in that way. So we took off, and we're going down this trail, and a little old man pops up out of the weeds, and the first thing he says is, "I ain't a Bigfoot," you know what I mean? Now, in the picture,
you see
it's a dark image. It don't really look.
It's a dark image, and it's obviously walking on two legs.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Y'all keep going. I'll be right back.
Okay.
But yeah, like you could have looked at that and posed it and said it was, but we know that it wasn't, because what are the chances of that happening, and then all of a sudden a man coming out, and he was wearing a dark coat and stuff, but it's like it didn't portray him like we seen him, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no.
But I'm sure, and I'm not saying that them people did, but I'm sure people could take that picture and say, "Hey, look at this Bigfoot that came across the trail right across camp." You know what I mean?
That's what happened. Everybody was so excited. I remember everybody's getting up and they're seeing this shape coming down, and somebody just took the picture and posted it before we even had any idea of what it actually was.
But, you know, even when we came back and was telling them and they seen the guy, some of them was still like, I don't know, man. It just don't look like the guy in the picture. And
The
I'm
guy
like,
walked right by me. I thought it was one of us because it was getting dark enough. I thought it was us. I said, anything interesting out, you know? And he's like, no, it's just a deer or something, and kept going. And that's when I realized he wasn't with us.
Right, yeah. But, you know, the people that took the picture, they was still passing it around like, could it have been this guy? You know,
no, it had to have been. Because look, it's all brown, and he's got a white shirt on. It's like, yeah, but he's also 200 yards away when you took this picture.
Right, and he had so I was like, but, you know, that's how, you know, people can say what they actually saw and it not turn into anything, and then somebody could take a picture of what they know is wrong and put it out there and be like, see, that's something, you know. And it's like, that's that stuff is what I don't get into. I don't like that. Now, if the man would have never popped out and we never would have seen the guy, then I would have been like, well, there's definitely something there, but
still don't know what it was.
Right.
You know?
Right. So, but it's stuff like that run it sometimes. And, you know, sometimes it's people that's not really out there that are just going out there for the first time and they're excited and you know, but that's the stuff that you gotta weed through,
well,
you know.
I tell people all the time, the brain is a crazy thing. It will do tricks on you. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it's your first time out there and your mind is set and like you said, things will happen. You know what I mean? The mind is a crazy thing.
Yeah.
I read something interesting the other day. When your eyes are scanning, they're not scanning smooth.
Mm-hmm.
No, they jerk to jerk because that's the only way you can focus on it. And sometimes between one focus to the next focus, some stuff can get messed up in there, you know?
Absolutely. Great point, Marian. Great point. Because that's happened to me. When I'm out where I work and I have this open view of the entire world, the entire horizon, I'll see something and stare at it, and it looks like it's moving up and down. But it's not. It's
that's
not.
Your eyes.
And I know that. That's why I'm able to, like you said, I'm able to recognize that. It's not moving. See what I'm saying? It's my perspective because my eyes are trying to focus on it. Great point, Marian.
Well, I think Frank knows that because it's sniping. Being a sniper, I'm sure that happened to you a lot, focusing on a target and having it move on you.
We used to do a thing to try to train our eyes where we would they would put like a 50 to 60 yard field and 100 yards long, and they would lay like an earplug or a battery, and they would prop it up a certain way where, you know, in order to see it, you had to really scan. And I would always go across, up maybe an inch, go across, up maybe an inch, go across. And I would find things that way, but it's a lot of scanning because your eyes are moving so back and forth that if you don't really train on it and stuff, it's easy to miss stuff a lot. And that was hard.
It's waiting for somebody else to make a mistake.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if the enemy moves, they just made a mistake.
Yep. And they're probably, you know, and if it is something like that out there, then, you know, they live out there. So it's like, you know, we're more than likely to move before them, you know. But
Flat Rock, I have that problem. That's something growing up in Florida, running around barefoot, you're always watching the ground. So I've got a problem with not stopping and looking up.
Yeah, it's funny, and I'll bring up 2 points. One is Kerry Arnold. Yeah, God bless his soul. He was a good friend. He made a comment one time that you're looking for Bigfoot until you see a snake. Now you're looking down on the ground all the time. You're not looking up no more because you're looking for snakes. And then the second thing was when I had my very, very first encounter, I was looking down the whole time. because I was looking for deer. I was out there hunting. I was looking for deer prints. I was looking for tracks for deer. So my focus was always on the ground. See what I'm saying? Looking for rubs, scrapes, prints, stuff like that. See what I'm saying?
But
so
that's,
good point.
And that's a natural
good point, Flat Rock.
Think about, well, me and Justin Mixon done that once where we were on a trail and there was a crew of it was on a day hike and there was a lot of people in the trail, and we went out and stood in a little open field that was about, I don't know, 40 yards off from the trail, and we were right there in the open, and we just stood still, and all you had to do was look. You've seen us.
I did that.
Not one person.
Juniper Springs, the kayakers in Juniper Springs. I was like 3 feet from the shore, and they just kayaked right by me. They didn't even look at me.
Right. All you got to do is freeze.
Well, and that's
stop moving. Saying.
Yeah, if we would have moved, then somebody would have picked us up. But the fact that when people walk in the woods, a lot of times they are looking down because they're trying to make sure they're making the right step, especially if there's a lot of rocks and stuff. And so, everybody's either looking down and only seeing a bare minimum, and all they had to do was look. And we was right there. Yep. But if you would have said, hey, I was right there, I was just right there looking, and I didn't see you. Like, of course, you were looking at the ground.
There's also that famous video of the guy showing where he says count. They got the red team, the blue team, and they're passing a ball. And he says count how many times the red team passes the ball. And then he asks the audience. He goes, okay, how many times? And then he asks the audience who saw the gorilla go through the middle.
Right.
And you replay it, and sure enough, a gorilla walks through the middle, does a dance, and walks off. But you're counting the balls.
Right.
Because that's the point I was bringing up. It's very easy to trick the mind.
Yep.
And people got to keep that in mind. When as researchers, we become researchers. First thing we want to do is research. We want to be out in the field. We want to look for Bigfoot. We want to find evidence. That's what we want to do. But then it morphs into talking to people that had, encounters and stuff like that. It kind of morphs. See what I'm saying? And that's where we've got to get, focused on all that material. See what I'm saying? Not just our own experiences, but what they're experiencing. And that's why I always bring this up, and I'll pull it up again. Let me see. Yeah. So this is a great book. I don't know if you're going to see it. I'm trying to get it on screen. Oh, yeah, there you go. You got it.
Steve
you bought it, huh? Show it again because I'm using a backdrop so it doesn't show up. Put it up there again. Fantastic book. Steve Coles is a great guy. It really breaks it down on how to interview and how to pull out this. Have you read it? It's pretty good, isn't it? I wasn't lying when I told you it was a good book.
Yeah, and I think it's very clever on making them don't be leading questions and stuff, and that's a big thing. And so far, what I've read of it's been really good, and I enjoy it. And that's the thing too. People should go watch that show, Brain Games. If you think that you can't get fooled like very quickly, like
the mind is a crazy thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I was reading this. I've seen getting some videos about body language. Okay. And one of the things they talk about is people's blink rate. You get an idea of their blink rate. And sometimes when they start lying, they start blinking very fast, or if they're upset about something. Now go back and watch some of the old videos.
Right.
Be surprised how many of them are blinking like crazy as they're telling their stories.
Yeah. I've read
those. Well, and it's funny. It's funny you bring that up, Marian, because I don't talk about my personal life. A lot of people don't know a lot about my personal life. I have a great history. One day I'll write a book.
His painting collection that he works out in.
Yeah.
That's why he has the backdrop on his screen. He doesn't want us to see it on his wall.
But I have a background that's really, really heavy into human behavior. Okay, let's put it that way. And I do that a lot because I've been on interviews. There's no doubt. You can go back. I'm not going to tell you which ones, but you can go back to past interviews with me and Johnny, and you'll see me. You'll know when I know that the person is lying or the person is not being truthful or whatever, because I'm like this. Because in this interview, we're having fun. We're talking. Here's me in that interview.
Yeah.
Watching them.
Yeah. That's why I say it's hard to tell your face to stay straight.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I know human personality. I know people. I know. I have a big background on this. I know people. I know behavior. You know what I mean? And that's why I never find myself in a dangerous situation. And I'm good at the job that I currently have because I can read people. I know people. You know what I mean? And people, even an 89-year-old grandmother, will lie to you. She will lie to you. Don't think, oh, it's grandma. No, she will lie to you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? I'm telling you right now. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just do that. So watch some of these shows from like this. I think it was an interview from the 70s or something. And there's been a couple others that now I know about the blinking. And yeah, so there's a lot of stories out there that people have taken as gospel ever since the 70s, because nobody would lie about this back then. They're lying their butt off.
Absolutely, Marian. Absolutely. Great point.
No.
Another key thing is looking down to the left.
Well, I was going to say, I've read about...
If they look down and look to the left or look down to the ground, they're lying.
Yeah. I've read stuff on that. It's like, if they looking left a lot, is a trait. And then the blinking and, sometimes, but, they'll pass it off and say that they're fidgety or whatever. And that's why I was
there's a lot. Like I said, I have a very extensive background. There's a pause.
Yeah.
Like if you ask a question, Marianne, and there's a pause before they answer, because they're thinking about the lie. They're thinking about the pause. They're thinking about the answer. If it was truthful, it's instant. It's instant.
Because, and not to say that there's not good liars out there, but I feel like, just military wise and just my life background and stuff, like I feel like I've got a pretty good grasp on, bull crappers and whatnot. And I think
me and you are trained to lie.
Well,
I'm not lying. Everything that I've told you, I can convince you I'm telling you the truth, because we're told that, because we're trained a certain way in case we're ever captured by the enemy.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on reading people because of stuff like it, and what really bugs me is when I know and I still have to go and deal with it, and because like at that point, I'm nothing you can convince me of at that point, because you're already a liar. You know what I mean? Not to say you can have experiences, but just know that only about 25% is making it through.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's
no, I understand 100%. Yeah, because I've interviewed people. I've gone out and talked to people, and within 10 minutes, I'm like, okay, this guy's not telling the truth. So for the rest of the hour that I'm going to spend there, I'm going to give him my hour. Right. I know he's full of crap. Right. See what I'm saying? Right. But I'm going to placate him. I'm going to walk around. I'm going to take photographs. I'm going to do this. But I know when I walked away, he is not truthful. He was not truthful from the beginning.
Yeah, and then you turn around and see him talking to somebody else. So.
Yep. But then a month later, they're going to ask you why. Hey, I haven't seen you put anything on video. I haven't seen you do this. I haven't seen you do that. That's because you're a liar, dude. Right. Now they're pissed off because you didn't put their lie out there.
Right. And, that's the thing, too, is like, these people that post all these like what Marian was saying earlier, like we can report it. It don't mean it's going to make it out there.
Right.
Like it's not our fault, but we're not in control of that. So we just put it out there. And if they decide, hey, yeah, let's put it out there, then put it out there. But it's, like the guy that we had on last time, he seemed very believable. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't nothing about
Right.
his story that I thought was bullcrap. And I like those, but and even with Todd, when I went up to Todd, a lot of stuff I can say is legit, but there's a lot of stuff that I can say it's just not
You're
my
right.
forte. Like,
Well, that was
you
a
know,
big thing for me having you, Frank, because
right?
you literally financially, physically, put yourself out there
Yeah, yeah,
to put yourself in that position where you were with Todd Standing,
yeah,
which I think is 100% hoaxer, but you
yeah,
put yourself out there. You literally put yourself there
yeah, yeah,
to prove or disprove
yeah.
whatever. That's why I
Right.
respect you. You know what I
Oh
mean?
man, I
And
couldn't tell you how many people when they hear me on these things, if I mention Todd, they're like, "This dude's retarded,"
yeah,
and automatically
Mm.
shut off, and that's fine. That's their opinion. But
I like hearing your opinion. I like hearing other people's opinions,
well,
and
see
I
that
love
mostly, and
people's opinion.
I mostly what I see with Todd is just based on everything, talking to people and stuff. It's one of those things that there's something going on out there, but not what he's saying is going on.
Right.
Not
I think there is activity. I really
oh,
do.
I can tell you there's
But
activity for sure.
I think a lot of what he says, like let's say 10% is activity, 90% is bullshit. That's where I
There's
stand. You see what I'm
there's
saying?
some of the stories that he would tell me. It's like you know, again, I resort back to the uh, I hear you. I'm not sold on it, but I hear you. But there's a lot of stuff out there that I can tell you for sure that they're there for sure. But
Look,
Oh
you've
yeah,
said
I
that.
truly
Nelson
believe.
said that. Les Stroud has said that.
yeah, yeah.
And there was somebody, I think Brian King Sharp.
Well,
All of you guys have been out there.
you took me to Brian at the Ocala Festival right before I went up there because he had just got back, and
Mhm.
you walked me over and introduced me to him, and even him, he was like,
Well, me
"All
and
right,
Brian are friends.
Yeah,
yeah,
something's
You know what I
going on.
mean?
Not
yeah."
And
necessarily.
He told
I
me, he
called
said,
him when he said he was going there. I called him. I said, "Dude, do you really want to do that?"
"Yeah,
Here's the thing: is I respect Brian for going. He wanted to find the truth, and he literally said almost the same thing you said, Frank. Was
yeah,
I had some interesting encounters,
mm-hmm.
but a lot of
Yeah."
Todd's stuff is bullshit.
Like some of the stuff he says is just like, "You're never gonna make me believe." Like
Right.
he said that when they do tree breaks that another one can come over and put its hands on the tree break and almost like download the information and just crazy. You know,
Oh, I haven't heard that one yet.
yeah, yeah, and that was one of them that he talked to us about, and I was just like, okay,
First
but
time, haven't heard that one either.
yeah, yeah, he's got some. But what I will say is he's out there in remote places, and he goes, but what got me believing in it that they were there is one we heard. Uh, I think he was dating that girl. I don't know. I think they're broke up now, but she was out in the front meditating and started getting whoops while we were there. And but what got him was when we left is when I set out the audio recorders and I didn't tell nobody. And then when he came back, or when we all came back the next day or so after, when I listened to it, after we left, something came in and was pounding on our campers, and no one knew I had an audio recorder there. And they were scratching, they were grunting, they were doing like, and I have it all on audio. And I never told Todd until after I listened to it. Then I went to Todd and said, "Hey, I got this. What do you think?" And obviously, yeah, he's going to say it is, but
Right.
what else? It, and it beat on the side. You could tell it
Well,
started on one camper and beat and tapped and tapped and tapped and tapped all the way down, and you could hear it getting closer. And it sounded like there was two of them because one grunt was very guttural and I guess you would call manly, and then the other one was more feminine, I guess. But it could have been where it was farther off. But Brian told me, he said, "Don't be surprised if you see one peeking through the camper looking at you. And I heard footsteps. I heard footsteps as plain as day, and Todd never moved. He never got out. And he debunks things that he could have very easily said, yeah, this is Bigfoot. And he debunked it. He said, no, that's a rock, or that rock fell out of place and it looks like a footprint, and no, that tree weathered. So there's give and take there, but
Yeah.
But I will say
It's one of those things that here's what I told. This is what I said publicly. This is what I said about Todd Standing. If anybody's going to prove that Bigfoot exists, it's probably going to be Todd Standing. And the reason why I say that is because he's out there all the time.
And you're in a prime location.
But here's the thing with Todd Standing is he won't, even though he finds this evidence, he'll have no credibility. None. Right. See what I'm saying?
Because there is stuff that there's a pretty good argument that
right.
it was faked.
Absolutely. There was a deep... Yep. Absolutely, yep. Marian.
Yeah, he'll never be accredited any of it. He's already on the other side of the fence, and
Yeah, there was a deep dive done by Steve Coles. Go back and watch the video. You can go back. You'll find it where he really goes into a deep dive on Todd Standing. He has, dude, this guy. If y'all don't understand who Steve Coles is a really good private investigator. That's what he does. He investigates people. He deep dives really, really far into their world. Right. And he did Todd Standing. Found a ton of stuff that debunks everything that Todd Standings did. See what I'm saying? I'm not going to go into detail in it because Steve does a way better job. So I would encourage anybody to go to the Squatch Detective or Squatch DTV, Squatch Detective Television. Steve Coles does a fantastic job. He really breaks it down. But the bottom line is, the only thing that's the problem with Todd is he can come out with the greatest evidence, the greatest evidence. His credibility's gone.
Right.
See what I'm saying? And that destroys a person. I'm very big on integrity. Huge on integrity. I have lost professional relationships in this field due to integrity. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Big names. Big names. I could throw their names out here right now and you'll be like, holy crap, because their integrity was in question. See what I'm saying? But I don't throw people out there. It's not my nature. I don't destroy people. But their integrity is nil.
Yeah, there's a few. I've told Frank about it, a couple instances where I know for a fact that it was bullshit, but they went ahead and did it anyway. Yep. Showbiz.
Yep.
Showbiz.
Yep.
And Frank told me of instances
it's all about
one time too.
Yeah. I've been on them where
there is real investigation, and there is people that want to be famous.
Yep.
But it works.
That's all I can tell you.
It works because these people that are out there muddying up the water and throwing a lot of BS, and some of the stuff they may hit on some good stuff here and there, but they're the ones that people are going to and telling their stories now. They're the ones that are getting calls to come out to legitimate sightings.
Right.
And unfortunately, they're messing it up too.
You're so right.
I always
Marian, I love you right now. You are hitting right on the major points. Love you. Great. That's fantastic. You're so on point.
Yeah, but that's why I always respected Small Town Monsters, because on their stuff, if they didn't see nothing, they didn't see nothing. If they see
something, I was there for the corridor. We had a couple weird things, but nothing legit, and that's what they posted.
Right.
I mean, they didn't.
Let me tell you about the corridor.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you about the corridor, Marian. Here's what bothered me the most about the corridor. Okay? Because I watched it. I know Alex Bedikoff. I got his number.
Yeah.
I know all these people were there. Here's what bothered me the most about that video was Matt walking away from the group, everybody that was involved, and bashing Tim T. Verbally, openly bashing Tim T. I'm not saying I agree with Tim T. I do not at all agree with Tim T's. I'm not going to bash Tim T on television. I'm not going to do it. I'm not that person. But Matt is. Matt literally verbally says in his video, he brought Tim T purposely, see what I'm saying? To humiliate him, to show the woo side of it. See what I'm saying? That's when I drew the line with Matt. I was like, I've met Matt a few times. We've talked. Matter of fact, I have a picture of me that Matt took. You know what I mean? That bothered me. I
didn't take it that way because Matt was very clear.
I'm not going to personally attack anybody.
Okay, well, I mean, I didn't take it that way. Matt was very clear that he wanted a wide range of opinions because he had Kathy Westerman there, and
he
James,
literally called Tim T the Pareidolia King. He called Tim T the Pareidolia King of Florida.
I missed that part because
I'm
there's
like,
nothing
okay,
like that.
yeah, I agree. I'm not saying I disagree with Matt.
Mm-hmm. But Matt, the way
I'm not saying I
understood
disagree with Matt, and I think.
Yeah,
I'm sorry interrupting you, but what I'm trying to say
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
He made a point of trying to get as many diverse people out there. There were some people that said other people didn't belong. And he would defend them saying, hey, they have a different opinion. I want a wide range of opinions here. That's why I said when he said something about Tim, I don't know if he meant it as an insult or is that he had a mistaken idea that Tim was, like you said, the king of Pareidolia, when we know, no, there's other people that could take that title.
No, as a guy and as an investigator watching that show, he meant it as an insult. He did. I'm telling you.
I'll watch it again.
That's when I drew the line, and I was like, I don't agree, like I said, but I'm also I don't agree on calling people out on YouTube. I just don't agree with it. There's a lot of people, and I've disagreed with a lot of people on this why we're talking tonight. Never called them out. Never told you their name because I don't see the reason for that. I don't see the purpose of that. Matt did. That night, I watched it that night. It was a couple years ago, but I watched it. Matt called Tim T out directly, and I was like, wow. I mean, that's a low blow. Matt isn't even allowed to defend himself. I mean, even though I don't agree with Matt or agree with Tim T, I would literally talk to Tim T. I would give him his side. I'm not opposed to that at all. I mean, I love everybody. Like I said at the beginning, I do not dislike Tim T at all. I think he's a nice guy. I've met him. I've talked to him. I've shook his hand. He is a nice guy. See what I'm saying? But I don't think calling him out publicly on a YouTube is right at all. I don't think that's right at all. I don't think that's fair. You know what I mean? Another one is oh god damn, what's his name? Squatch Talk. Somebody throw his name out there. Squatch Talk. I forget his name now. It'll come to me. But anyhow, he does a show where he attacks all Bigfooters. He attacks them all. And I brought him up on the show. Didn't mention his name. Didn't say his name whatsoever. But I bashed him. I thought that was disgraceful that you would go on there and bash other people, because you're a non-believer, you're a skeptic, blah, blah, blah. If you're unhappy in the Bigfoot world, go someplace else. Go where you're happy, is what I said. He emailed me. Okay? If he's watching the show, I'll tell you right now, yeah, I got your email. I didn't respond because you don't deserve a response. Because here's the response was. Here's his response. Oh, I think it's unfair that you attack me and you don't bring me on your show to defend myself. You didn't do that to anybody. Anybody that you bashed. You did not do that to anybody. You attacked people left and right and never once invited them to your show. Not one time. So
Right.
why would I do that? How does that feel to be completely ignored? How does that feel to be completely ignored and not brought on? See what I'm
That's
saying?
true.
I treated him the
Mhm.
exact same way he treated everybody else. And that's why I felt about Matt was I had no issue with Matt until that day. I was like, wow. I mean, I'm like I said, I've openly said I don't agree with Chris Connor and I don't agree with Tim T, but I don't bash them. I think they're nice guys. I like
Mhm.
them. I mean I don't know them. I mean I've met Tim T, but I've never met Chris Connor. But I don't mind them as a person, as a human being. You know what I mean? I just don't agree with their research. That's all.
Mhm.
That's all. It's not personal. I just don't agree. It's not personal. Matt made it personal that night. I watched that video. Matt made it very personal that he was ridiculing Tim T. And that was the only time that I would come to Tim T's defense and
Mhm.
say that wasn't right. That wasn't right. I wouldn't
Yeah.
do that. See what I'm saying? I wouldn't do that. I don't attack anybody. Trust me. I have some people I could easily attack on my channel, and I don't do it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, Matt was having a bad weekend. This is not no excuse or nothing. This is just behind the scenes. His knee was messed up. So he had all these
mentioned
people
that.
that he coordinated with, and he couldn't even go out. He had to stay at camp. So he went out
He
and bought a
mentioned
whole
that.
bunch of these Apple tags, eye tags. I think he bought like, I don't know, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. And the idea was each team would have them, and he'd be able to track them on a screen. And none of them worked. So
Wow.
he invested all that money, all that time for this thing, and none of them worked. It was frustrating.
So what was this
No,
show?
I mean,
What was this show? What was it on?
Matt, what is he? Central Florida Bigfoot?
Central Florida Bigfoot Research or something like that.
Yeah, Matt.
It's been a while because he moved to Kentucky.
He moved to Kentucky, and Brian Darcy, which you met Brian at the thing.
Right.
They were
I love Brian.
researching the area where
Correct.
they call it the corridor. It's Hillsborough River goes from the big river and it goes through Zephyr Hills and stuff and eventually reaches the Green Swamp. And their thinking was this is a choke point that all animals would have to pass through who go up and down this corridor. So he invited a bunch of different researchers, Tim T, Connor.
It was a great idea.
Yes, some guys, Garvey, Mike Ann. I am terrible with names. I go blind, names, but a wide variety. And there's also a guy, he's a red-haired guy. He does documentaries. He's doing one right now about people that live on boats and such. So him and the guy from Small Town Monsters were interviewing people. I said I didn't want to be interviewed. I was Stan Sentner invited me to come with him, which I always thank you, Stan. That was a really nice. I got to meet these people, and just a wide variety of opinions and ideas and experiences. And they interviewed them why they were at the corridor. The idea was along this corridor, we were all supposed to get an air tag, and we were also supposed to find a section on this corridor at night, and we were going to stay in our sections, keeping an eye out. And I believe it was Brian was going to travel from one end to the other and back along to see if he could, flush anything out in between us or anything like that. And it just didn't work out. Matt couldn't get out there because his knee was messed up and none of the air tags would work. We couldn't keep track of each other. It just didn't work out like we hoped it would.
Was this a small town monster thing?
Small Town Monsters did a thing about it. He did.
Yeah.
They did a video, and that's why the integrity of them. They didn't make anything up. They said this is what happened. This is what we did.
And I had them on the show, and at Petikoff, great guy, and but like I said, I thought the whole idea. That's why I tuned in because this is great. This is awesome. You know what I mean? I think it's a good game plan. At least it's a start, anyways. But like I said, I was good until he walked away from the campfire. Everybody was standing around in a circle, and he bashed Tim T. Like I said, I'm not saying I'm a Tim T fan, but I'm also not a bully fan. Right. I believe in you don't hurt people. You know what I mean? And it just bothered me for a long time. And I met Matt, and he got me into originally kayaking and Bigfooting. You know what I mean?
I mean, I do
because
think it's smart, but it's just freaky in Florida.
yeah, he used
Yeah.
to kayak and Bigfoot at the same time. I
Right.
did that. I would get into really, really tough areas with my kayak, so I could do Bigfoot research. So
Yeah, they
I
did
give
everything
Matt
they
some
could.
credibility where he definitely opened up some options to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, him
Yeah.
and Brian. That was one of the only ways you could get into that area because Hillsborough River. When you start heading north, you get into the Dead River, I believe, and you're not allowed to camp there. And then there's places with houses and such that you can't get to the area
Yep.
unless you go by kayak.
And it's really funny because I'm an honest guy. I always tell the truth. Me and Brian went out one day and we were hiking and stuff like that. And I like Brian. I love him to death. I really, really like Brian a lot. I respect
He's a great
him.
guy.
I actually at the conference I told him that we need to
Talking about
talk
Sharp?
because no, Brian Darcy.
Brian Darcy. He was the guy
So-
that had.
He was
Yeah.
the guy next to us.
Yeah, big guy.
Yeah,
big
big
guy.
guy. Yeah, he
Yeah.
seems really good. He seems
And
like
I
really
told him
genuine.
that we need to talk. There's some off camera stuff that me and him need to talk about. But other than that, so we went out one day. He met with me. We went out to my research area. We're hiking and stuff, and everything was going great. And then he started talking about different things and talking about Matt. That's when I put two and two together. Now I know who Brian Darcy is.
Mm.
You know
Well,
what
that's
I mean?
where I met Brian, was at the corridor.
So that's when I said, this is way before the quarter thing. Way before that. And then that's when I turned and looked at him. I said, so I confronted because I'm honest. You know what I mean? And so I opened up to him about Matt and everything else. We were cool. Me and Brian were cool. You know what I mean? I love Brian to this day. He's just a great guy. Nobody ever will hear me say anything bad about Brian. He's a good guy.
Oh, you want to talk
Good guy.
skeptical. Brian, he's a good one to bounce ideas off because if there's a kink, if there's a little crack, he'll crack it wide open.
Well,
Yep.
when I seen his setup, I wanted to kind of read the stuff that he'd been researching because he's prior military too, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
Yeah,
I know he's an ordained minister. He's a pastor.
Yeah, he was military. He has some good stories about the jungles in South America.
Yeah, I thought he was infantry or something too. But yeah, he seemed like a really good dude.
Yeah, and he's
Brian,
the one. He's the one that put it through my head about people are running around doing things with equipment when they don't even understand how the equipment works.
right.
You know, he said that's a big problem he sees.
Yeah,
He's the biggest pusher for me to look into e-bikes. He's big on e-bikes.
I'll be
Yeah.
honest. In Florida, I think they're a lifesaver just because there's a lot of places that they got gated up that you can't really get around in a vehicle.
I'm willing to try.
They lock you at the front gate and say, walk in for 10 miles. No, I don't think so.
Right.
I'm willing to use an e-bike. I really am. I'm almost 58. Yeah, I want to try an e-bike. I just can't afford an e-bike. You know what I mean?
You'd be surprised. They're coming down. I mean, they're still expensive. And if you get ready to buy one, ask all of us. Ask Brian, ask Troy, ask Desi, ask me, because we can tell you the brands that are going out there and lasting.
Yeah, I want something that will get me out and get me back, regardless.
Because there's a lot of bikes out there that you could find bikes for $500. Are they any good? I don't know.
Right.
I just know with these guys that I ride, the bikes will take us out there and get us back.
Right. And I want something that can handle the terrain that I'm going to put it through. Because I'm going to put it through the terrain.
What I've read, what you was talking about the kayaking and stuff, and like where I was talking about that'd be a good idea because they're probably not used to that, but you're keeping more quiet. I think the same concept with like when people talk about they're out on a horse and they have an encounter. These e-bikes will be the same setup because they're quiet,
Right.
They're very quiet. I've ridden right up alongside hogs and turkeys and watched them go,
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Very quiet.
A few years ago, this is when they first came out. This has probably been it's been a few years. I'm out in a certain research area, and we're walking. There's a group of us. Some of us on the right hand side and left. It's like a road. So some on the right, some on the left. All of a sudden, a deer comes running down the road at us, not veering left or right, running right at us. And I told everybody, as a hunter, Frank, stop, kneel, get down on your ground. There's a reason why this deer is not worried about us.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's a reason. So I said, let's stop and wait and see what's going on. So this deer gets right up on us before it veers off into the woods. So we sit there and wait. Sure enough, it was an e-bike coming down the path with a hunter with a rifle on his shoulder. You know what I mean? So I see the benefit. I do see the benefit.
Yeah, because I'm not really educated in them, but we picked up some for the kids that were, cheaper ones, but they're supposed to go 100 miles. So we'll see,
100 miles, maybe with the kid on a road with the wind in his back.
Well, I think these are like, if you're not just out there pedal to the metal the whole time and stuff like that, which,
Mine's supposed to have a range of 65.
Right.
But by the time I go, I think the longest I've been is 30 something miles, about 35 miles. I still had 40%.
Oh, wow. That's what I need. That's what I want right there.
Yeah. But, like I said, that when they gave me a range of 65 miles, that was probably a 100-pound person on a cement road with the wind behind their back. I'm
190 pounds. I want to at least do 10 to 15 miles in the woods.
Those are easy.
Yeah.
That's easy. But you'd be surprised.
And I'm 190 pounds.
But if you go from the Dade City entrance to Green Swamp West, all the way to the northern fence, that's about 10, 12 miles right there. So you probably want to extend your range to at least 30 or 40 if you can.
Right.
Something gives you, so that, like I said, get a battery that says they'll do 60, 80 miles and then you'll be fine.
Right. Because the property that, if you guys do come, it's more wide than it is long. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it might be, and this is an estimate, I don't know. Let's say a mile that way, but it's unbelievable miles left and right. See what I'm saying? Right. So even though we get to the barrier to the county area, you know what I mean? It's left and right that's more important. See what I'm saying?
Right. Gotcha.
So I would, if I ever got an e-bike, I want something that I could do 4 to 5 hours on, and get me back to my truck. You know what I mean? Without me dying.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't want to be pedaling, because if I'm going to pedal, I might as well walk.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and a lot of them, the way they're set up, if you got it set on a certain gear and you're pedaling, it'll give you a boost every now and then, so it's not as hard and you're not using as much power. So, I mean, down here, I think they would work good. Todd had these ones in British Columbia. I'm sure he had to pay quite a penny for. I mean, and, they had issues, but you could go up, he'd tell you, hey, we're fixing to go up this hill, so build up some speed so you can carry.
Right.
And they would work, but, I don't know how far they'd go. We didn't go like super, super far, but, if I could have one and they work for 20, 30 miles or whatever, then that's fine enough, because
that's about,
yeah.
Or you could do Brian, he actually attached extra battery packs that he could switch over. Right. The thing you need in Florida is you need the fat tires.
Right.
You need the fat tires, because not only, it saved my neck one night. We were riding, Troy and Desi and I were riding in the Green Swamp, and we're going down the road, and your headlight only shows so far. And a log appeared right in front of me. I didn't have time, and it was pretty decent size. It got about 4 inches or so. My fat tires took me over it. I thought I was like, I'm going to eat it now. I thought I was going to hit it and flip. No, my fat tires took me over it.
Right.
Sand, they'll get me through the sand. Usually I have to scooter. I can't pedal because you're going like this. But when you scooter, you can balance yourself. And then there's the pig ruts. They chew up everything.
Yeah.
Fire breaks and stuff. You got pig ruts everywhere. You get smaller tires, you kind of have problems with that. Even if they're supposed to be knobbies or something, it's a smaller diameter tire, you can have problems with it.
Right.
The thing to
Yeah.
get is
No, I noticed that when I was looking at the one I got, I was like, man, because it came with a big fat tire, and I was like, that would be very helpful.
yeah.
Yeah.
You need front suspension, shocks on the front suspension. You got to have that. Otherwise, and if you can afford it, rear suspension's nice too. I don't have it.
Yeah, I've thought about getting one, but like I said, I just bought this phone. That was $1,500 for a
So you could have
friggin'
got a
phone.
good one for that.
Yeah.
So once I paid this off, because I put it on my credit card, then maybe I'll look at, it's either a gun or a friggin' e-bike.
Well, the other thing to look at, I noticed, is they have all these different brands and stuff, but look at the components. Because the
Right.
brand I got, I wasn't even looking at, but it had a Bafong motor. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. It has an LG battery. It had the name brand shifters. It had the name brand gearing, names that you recognize when you start studying bikes. Where some of these Chinese ones, they sound like a great deal, but who made the motor? I don't know.
Right.
Who made the battery? I don't know.
Right.
So that gives you an idea of the quality. If you recognize the name on the components, that'll tell you something about the quality of the bike itself.
Right.
Yeah, I have to do that because
I plan on doing something at some point because I'm not getting younger.
No.
Even though I think I'm in great shape now and I can hike forever, with brakes.
well,
With brakes.
but I
With
be
brakes.
but to be fair, even with me, I have a lot of disc issues, and sometimes walking and hiking and stuff takes a toe out of me for a while. I mean, I'll do it,
Yeah.
but it sucks.
Well, then you with the disc and stuff, definitely need a rear suspension. You can get a suspension in the seat itself, like the seat column, because you will be hitting, especially on those fire brakes and stuff. The
Yeah.
other thing to think about is what you're going to carry. Because
Yeah.
I had to.
That's
I had
my
to switch.
biggest thing.
Well, I had to switch bikes. The first bike I got looked really cool, has the nice, sissy bar and stuff, green. But I realized in order to put the pack on the back to get on, I couldn't get my leg up and over the bar. I had to swing it over the pack. And then what happened is I ended up crashing all the time because whenever I couldn't get my leg back over the bar and I couldn't get it back over the pack. I ended up having to get a step through. Or you could get something like Troy and Desi's electric bikes. They have this long post in the front because the bikes fold in half. They've got a shorter tire, but because of the long post, they can put gear there and they can put gear in the back. And it's short enough that they can step over. So they can have, they look like camels sometimes with the humps full of gear. But that's something to consider when you're buying one.
Yeah,
I got to get with them. I got to talk to them. Matter of fact, Troy still has a couple of truck cams that he was testing for me. So I got to get with him. He was supposed to bring them to the conference, but it was like last minute that I told people I was coming to the conference.
Yeah, very last minute.
Very last minute.
Well,
I'm going.
He's out towards Winter Haven or something, I believe. So if that's out in your direction and we all meet to go hiking, you got to let him know about it.
Yeah, he's only, matter of fact, if you guys come, let's say next week, I could probably get Troy to come because he's only 45 minutes away.
Yeah. And then he can bring the cameras with him.
And because he's got to bring my cameras back. It's one of those things where I used them, but they weren't working. I wasn't picking up anything, and they were cutting off, and they were doing this, and I was like, I can't figure this shit out. He's like, hey, send them to me. I'll figure it out. And so he did. And but no rush because I have a very expensive camera that's solar powered and everything else that I use. So I was like, I'm not rushed because at least I have one camera that I can use. But then when I went to the conference, I was like, hey, did you bring? Because he made the comment he was going to bring them to the conference. If I come to the conference, hey, I'm going to bring your cameras. And then I showed up at the conference, and he was like, oh, I didn't bring the cameras because I didn't think you were going to be here. My fault. It was a last minute thing that I decided to go. And really, Frank was the whole reason why I went. I don't want anybody
I was talking to him, that night, and he was like, I don't know. Yeah, like he told me like hours before the conference. He was like, yeah,
because I wasn't going to go. And because I just, like I said, I wasn't impressed by any of the guest speakers. So I was like, not a big deal. I can skip this year. But then when me and you talked and you were going to be my co-host, I was like, man, I really do need to go so I could talk to Frank. Me and Frank can get to know each other, create this, bond between each other. So that was really the only reason why I went, was because of Frank. You know what I mean? But I took advantage of it. I did a good video of the conference. Did you see the video? I did a good video, and highlighting the conference, and I got to do one interview and stuff like that. So it was a good day. But it's a 3.5 hour drive for me. So I was the first person there, and I could prove it because it's in the video. You look at the video, I am the only car in the parking lot. I'm like, I am the first one here. I was there at like 6 a.m. And so I do this outside video and stuff like that. But I had to leave early because I have a 3.5 hour drive back. You know what I mean? So it's a long day for me. It's a long day. So
next time, make time, and we'll camp out before, we'll camp out after. That way you don't have to do a turnaround. Because I camped out in the woods, the night before. Frank camped out in the woods the night before. Yeah. Usually that's what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what Frank was doing and stuff like that, and it really determines, because I have two vehicles. I have a truck and a Toyota Highlander hybrid. It depends on which one I'm going to take, what equipment I'm taking and stuff like that.
A lot of times it's hard to get into a hotel anywhere around there, you know, and so it's like, I'll just use this time to camp. And
I actually stayed at the RV center the night before because they had showers. They have air conditioned showers there.
Oh, man.
That was
if I can shower somebody, I'm okay, because I know I'm going to go into the conference. I'm going to walk around people. I don't want to smell like smoke and or BO or anything like that. Because I do this whole thing where I walk around and I do a good overview of the conference and stuff like that. And but maybe next year, maybe we'll work something out and we'll all camp together or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I was trying to get up with people this time, because I know the year prior, I think Marian was part of I think you all went out with the group and camped out there.
Yeah, we went out to the Ocklawaha Prairie and did a little bit of walking around, not a whole lot.
Well, the one thing I won't do is some kind of investigation after the conference. And I know Kathy does like a big thing afterwards and stuff and gets everybody.
Well, that's what it was. Kathy and me and Brooke and some other people, and we just invited everybody out because it was a place where you could either sit around and BS a fire or take a walk if you wanted. Yeah, it's just up to whoever in the group wanted to do something.
Yeah, and
that's the part I probably won't participate in. But
we were just trying to get a little group together to. Go out,
sit around the fire and BS. That's half the fun.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, I'm moving.
Because we tried one year, we tried a party, and that was good too. A lot of people came, but you couldn't talk.
Right.
The music at the restaurant was so loud, you really couldn't have any good conversations.
Right.
Well,
we did that one year. After the conference, we all went back to the hotel. And then we all met at a very specific restaurant and stuff like that. Yeah, it was very hard to have an open conversation with everybody. You were stuck talking to whoever was in front of you or beside you.
Yeah, the second night, I was going to stay and camp another night. And everybody was like, it was just unorganized. So I just drove home, And, but I mean, I would like to get back. I think Ocala in that area has got a lot of creepy looking areas that I'd like to get into and actually look at, but it was just, I guess, wasn't the right time,
Yeah. And what's really cool about it is not far from Ocala is Dunellen. Okay. It's like a neighboring town, Dunellen. That's where Jeepers Creepers was filmed.
Oh,
so all the streets and the buildings and stuff like that is in Dunellen.
That's a good. I like Jeepers Creepers.
That's a cool movie, but boy, I see somebody dumping a body, I'd be calling the police, not stopping to see what they did.
Yeah. I mean, you know, obviously there's got to be a lot of that stuff that goes on, but it's just got, I guess, with the Spanish moss and all that stuff, it just, there's some places in there you're like,
Well, the
Well, I
place
wonder
I
if I
told
could-
you, that I slept off of, I guess it was Forest Road 99. That place made me nervous. I mean, I was tucked in at a crossroads so I could see everybody coming and going and stuff. But every time I got out of my van about taking a walk or something, I was like, nope. I stayed by the van for some reason. I just didn't like the feeling.
Well, I've heard a lot of weird stuff about the Fort McCoy area, and so I kind of keep my, So I was like, I don't care to go out there and camp, but if there's really no purpose to it, then there ain't no point to it. But that's what I was wanting to do. But then it started raining on the final night, I think. I don't know if it reached all the way up to the conference, but I know it was looking around, it was storming. And then as I was driving south, it was storming. So I was like, I probably made the best choice.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, we'll think about doing something like that, getting together before, after.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah, let me know because I don't know
me,
where. I mean, my job is
Well, see, that was me.
unbelievably.
I wanted to take that time being up there because a lot of the reports that had came sort of in that area, and I wanted to take the time to try to get to know some of the spots, and but it just, like I said, it never played out. So we'll have to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll work
there's
something
a place.
out. Just,
There's a place.
I mean, they're already putting it out there. This
they?
is the earliest I've ever seen.
And they already got the date. Yeah.
We're never
Yeah.
doing it.
There's
I
same
forget now, but-
weekend. I think you know how every year the day moves up once, it may be the 14th instead of the 13th.
I know
But it's
they
like
had
the same weekend.
I think the first year I went, they done it like in April or something. And
Now, this is June again.
Yeah.
I've done them all, except the one in Lakeland. I think
I've
that's
done
the
them
one
all.
I missed.
Yeah.
I've
I
done
think
them
that's
all.
the one I missed.
The
Can't
reason
remember. I got all the things. I got them all bundled up right here. You know. What I can tell you is I won't do the VIP thing again.
Nope.
I won't do that. Nope. It's not worth the money. It's $175, and it's not worth $175.
No, it's
Especially this year, I didn't do it, but I talked to people and they said, "Oh yeah, all they did was cater in Sonny's barbecue." Well, Sonny's barbecue ain't worth $175. And two, you really don't get that one-on-one with the guests and talk to them and stuff like that. It's all group photos. That's all it is. So to me, it's not worth $175. So I won't do that again.
Well, Lori took me over there with her and Jeff, and it was.
Get closer to your mic.
I mean, I'm about right there. Lori took us, me and Jeff, and it was, they're not trying to talk to you. They're there for business. They're there to take a picture, and then they're trying to get out there too, And I've learned that. But the first time I went, it was supposed, and it was my fault. I seen the advertisement for it, and it was supposed to be like Jeff Meldrum and all them. And I thought, man, I want to go see Meldrum. So I bought the ticket and everything, and then I get there, and they had put the picture up from the year prior. So when I got there, it was Matt from North Carolina. I can't think of it. I got one of his books. It was Matt. He's worked with the guy that you talked to earlier, the British guy, Davies. Davies.
Davies, Pruitt. Wasn't it some guy from
Matt Pruitt, yeah. And it
Expedition
was,
Bigfoot or something like that?
Russ Accord and them. And so I didn't I didn't really know any of them. I like Matt. I love his book.
I like Matt too. Yeah.
Yeah, and Davey seems pretty legit, but then, uh, but Russ, that's the entertainment side. You know,
Right.
so it's like they bring him out, and everybody.
You want to hear a story about Russ?
Yeah, yeah.
One of the best comeback jokes I ever heard. I met Russ Acord. Stacy was doing a film at the Bridges. It never got published. Something happened, but Russell Acord was there, and I don't know if he's still married to her or not. He had a wife, and she played Carolyn Bridges in the movie. And there's another guy, and I can't remember his name, who's doing the filming. And we're down in the bowl where the creek is, and there's a lot of spiders, banana spiders everywhere. And this guy that was filming hated banana spiders. So he's trying to follow along, and he's trying to film, and he's dodging spiders. And Russell Acord took a spider or something on a stick and was getting in his face with it. And, the guy was getting upset because he's trying to do his job, and Russell's here with this thing. And finally looked at Russell, and he goes, oh, my husband's going to hate this joke, but he goes, you must have a big dick. And Russell goes, why, yes, I have, or something. Or yeah, you must have a big. And Russell's like, yes, I have. And he goes, well, spit it out. It's mine. And Russell's face just went, I mean, he had no comeback to it or not. It was funny. I know I didn't tell the joke right, but it was just like I had never seen.
I'm thankful out of all the conferences I've been to. And I'm there mostly for Florida research. I'm not there for the Hollywood side of it and stuff like that. I'm really good about highlighting, and I've highlighted every Florida researcher that's there, regardless. It's not about a like or dislike. It's highlighting what they're doing.
Right.
But I think my biggest thing was getting the book and the footprint from Jeff Meldrum and having him autograph it for me. I got lucky enough that I was there really early in the morning because I had a booth and all that, and we were there at like 7 a.m. and I got a chance to sit down with Jeff, literally sit down and talk.
Right.
And I got some great answers. I felt that I asked some good questions, and he autographed a book for me, which I have to this day. So that's a big accomplishment for me, that I have a book that he signed.
Remember when they sold the banners? They had that silent auction with the banners. I got his banner, and I got him to sign it.
Nice.
Yes.
So I had the big Jeff Meldrum banner, and in silver, he put his name across it. He's great.
He's the only one I wanted to meet, and I missed it by a year.
Yeah, I know.
He was somebody that absolutely influenced me a lot in the Bigfoot community. I think a lot of the beliefs that I have and the focus that I have is really through Jeff Meldrum, because he comes across as a very scientific, logical, let's look at the evidence type person. And that's what I'm focused on.
That's why I like Matt. That's why I like Cliff, because they're along the same lines.
Yeah, I like Cliff, and I got an opportunity to talk to him a couple of times. Not this last time was good, but it was brief. But I've got to talk to him in the past. But Jeff Meldrum was that peak. That was that peak, and I'm thankful. And I'm thankful in a couple of ways, because I'm thankful that I got to meet him. I'm thankful that I not only was friends with Carrie Arnold, but I was in the woods. I've been in the field with Carrie Arnold, not once, but maybe 5 or 6 times. So this journey that I've been on for the last 20 years, I've really got to meet some really fantastic people. You know what I mean? Some are unknown. People don't think about, like Brian Darcy. I think the world of Brian Darcy. Desi and Troy. I think the world of Desi and Troy. And the list goes on. There's a lot of people that I've met through, this journey that I've been on, that I highly respect, regardless of what happens in the world or in life and stuff like that, they'll never hear anything bad from me. But Jeff Meldrum was that pinnacle. That was that peak. That I feel I'm so glad that day I got those things from him. The footprint, which I have right here. I've got the.
Yeah, that's what's nice is the community is still small enough that you can still talk to your heroes.
Yeah.
They're still approachable and stuff. It's getting a little bit worse in some cases. There's some that don't want to talk to anybody, but they're still approachable.
I always wanted to meet that guy, Robert Murray. Robert Murray.
I don't think I've met him.
He's kind of in the 80s and stuff, and
is he alive?
I think so.
That book was written a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, because it's a great book.
I think I read that one, but
Frank, do some research, see if you can't hunt him down, and we'll bring him on the show. We'll bring him on the show.
Try to find him.
You know what I mean? I have some great books. I have a lot of books. I think one of the ones that I really, let me see if it's here. I like Steve Cole's book. Is this it? Nope.
I like Krantz's book. I like John Green's book. Some of the books, they get into areas that I'm really, I don't know, maybe I should read them, but I start to, the areas that are more stories than anything else.
Well,
this one right here.
This is just a little brief.
This is a book.
It's
the Abominable Snowman. Ivan Sanderson.
Yeah, I have that one.
Yeah.
Ivan Sanderson. I don't know if y'all can see this because of my background. I don't know if y'all can see it.
I saw that right there. Hold it right. What? Okay. Right there. Yeah. Now you can see it. Abominable Snowman Legend Come to Life. Yeah.
That's Ivan Sanderson, who was this is the man back in the 1950s and 60s.
Yeah, the Russian scientist, I believe.
He's the one that coined the phrase cryptozoology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. There it is.
Yeah, that's a good one too. I've been so when I started, I take a lot of the books, and then when they reference these names to old books that they've got, I go back and I find those and I get them and read them, and then but it's also brought me to like people that have the same experiences that write books in Australia and China and stuff like that. And so I've kind of dove into about all of them, and I'm still finding great stuff.
If you ever get a chance, look at archive.org or annasarchive.org. There's a lot of good old stuff on there. I've come across old podcasts on there, old videos, and old books.
What's it called?
One's archive.org. They have the Wayback Machine. And the other one's annasarchive.org.
Okay.
And there you can find some of the books that you're pointing out. That they may have some of the books on there. But also you run into older books that, because there's a lot of writers out there. They may not be the most popular writers, but they have some good information.
Right.
Absolutely. Like Steve Cole's, he's got a number of books. He's got, 8 or 9 books, and they all hit certain different topics. Now, I chose, and that's the one he held up. I chose the one that was the Sasquatch Detective's Guide to Investigations. This really breaks it down really good on how to do a good investigation, what questions to ask, what to look for, and stuff like that. Fantastic. I love Steve. I think he's fantastic. But the Ivan Sanderson book, I looked it up because, when you do a deep dive in the Bigfoot community and you start researching and stuff, I spend, a lot of people see me out in the field, but I spend a lot of time on the internet just deep diving into things. And Ivan Sanderson was a fantastic guy because it doesn't matter what it was. It wasn't just Bigfoot. If there was a cryptid out there that somebody brought up a specific cryptid, he sent people there. Go find out. Go figure this out. Find out if this is true. See what I'm saying? He coined the phrase, and I stick by this, on cryptozoology. Here's how cryptozoology works. So when somebody comes to me and says, I'm a cryptozoologist, well, what is that? Okay? What is that? Let's break that down. First of all, the only person I've ever met to this day that meets the criteria of a cryptozoologist in modern time was Jeff Meldrum. And the reason why I say that is you have to have a degree in zoology, anthropology, archaeology, psychology. There's certain degrees. You take your current degree, whatever you're good at, that's what you went to school for, that degree, and you apply it to Bigfoot to see if it meets your scientific analogy. See what I'm saying? So you're taking your PhD, your degree, and applying it to a cryptid. That's a cryptozoologist. So I get these people, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm a cryptozoologist." Well, what makes you? Oh, I have a degree in what? Well, I took a course online.
I took an online course,
cryptozoology. But there is no such thing as a course in cryptozoology. You're taking the degree that you currently have and applying that science that you have knowledge in, that science, into the crypto field. Like Jeff Meldrum was, an anthropologist. He took that knowledge and said, well, let me apply the science that I already know to the Bigfoot phenomena and see what happens. And that's when he came out with, this thing exists. Everything shows that this thing exists. That's a cryptozoologist. I'm not a cryptozoologist. I'm not. I'm an investigator. I am a Bigfoot investigator. Or sometimes you say researcher. It's the same thing. But I'm an investigator. I want to find the truth. I want to talk to people. I want to look at the evidence that's presented to me or the evidence that I find myself and what is the conclusion in the end. See what I'm saying? So
that's why I like Todd Pruitt's book, The Phenomenal Bigfoot. I think that's one of the best books written on the subject because he goes
through Matt?
Everything. Yes.
Yeah, it's a great book. And, anybody that's just getting into the subject and stuff, I suggest get that book because it goes through everything and it's well written.
It looks at both sides. If this is true, then this should be seen. If this is false, then it should be this. What is it? It's this,
Right.
And that was a really good book that got me into, I guess, just getting more into books because it was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I've listened to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of podcasts and people's experiences. And that was fine at first, but then it was like, now I got to go deeper into it and see what more scientific into it. And a lot of that, and these books explains a lot of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Grover Krantz's. I like the old stuff. I read Grover Krantz's and I read John Green. John Green is kind of unorganized, but this is stuff that was written before social media.
Right.
Well, and that's the great thing is when we talk about the BFRO, it's such a good source of information. It really is. Regardless of what people think of Moneymaker, and I wish people would quit attaching him to why I don't like the BFRO because of it's so much larger than that. But it's the same with John Green. When the Bigfoot Mapping Project is a great tool to use. It's a great tool. I use it all the time.
Yep.
And he uses John Green's, he's now taken information from John Green and put it on the Bigfoot Mapping Project.
Well,
So you
John
can
Green,
look.
all his reports, there's a database. You can download it yourself.
Yep.
All of
Well,
John Green's
that's what this guy did. He took that
Yeah.
entire thing and applied it, so you now have a point on the map
Mhm.
to look at where John Green found this, where he saw this, what he did this, and blah blah blah. So
Mhm.
I'm a big advocate. I tell people all the time, if you have a sighting, if you have an encounter, okay, don't go to FWC, don't go to your local park ranger, because it's not going to go anywhere. You know what I mean? Go to the BFRO or go to the Bigfoot Mapping Project.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Put it out there so researchers like us can look at it, decide if we're going to go to that location. The only bad thing about the Bigfoot Mapping Project, it's anonymous. You don't have a phone number, you don't have a contact.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
what I'm
don't
saying. That's gotten a little bit corrupted because people can put the reports on themselves and there's no vetting.
right.
Yeah, I
You,
read
you
one that said,
definitely have to filter through it. You definitely do.
I seen one they put on there that said, "I seen a Bigfoot today. It jumped the fence and ran out onto the football field and kicked the ball or something." And I thought,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gotten corrupted. I don't know how much, you
Yeah,
might have their stuff, but
yeah,
but they all have. Even BFRO, there's reports in there that are just not true.
yeah, for
They're
the
just not
BFRO,
true.
there are some but not very
Yeah.
many.
There's one in my local area that's on the BFRO, that's in Lake Placid, Florida. I know the area so well, and I'm like, there's no way this is real. There's no way these kids told the truth. There's just no way. I've been to the area, the location, and I'm like, there's no way. It's impossible that this, just by physically being there, you're like, no, this can't happen. See what I'm saying? So, but yeah, you have to filter through them. But when you don't have a place, see what I'm saying? If you don't report it to the BFRO or the Bigfoot Mapping Project, who are you going to report it to? You're going to report it to a local researcher that you may have heard of or may know of. Like me, where I'm at, nobody knows what I do. It's I get reports and people call me and stuff, but it's not in my county so much as it's outside of my county. See what I'm saying?
Well, the other problem too is that, your reports are in your file, and Dave
Right.
Sidoti's reports are in his file, and Stacy Brown's are in his file. Only in the BFRO can other people see these reports.
Right.
So there's a lot of information out there, but nobody's sharing it because they're holding it onto it like trading cards.
well, see,
I got my reports.
and that was the main reason I got up with the BFRO, because I didn't know that there were these little groups of individuals, doing things. So the BFRO was the first one, and then when I learned about flats, that was the whole reason I wanted to do the investigating stuff, just because I was going to investigate regardless. But why not go this route? Because you get access to all these accounts that no one else has access to.
Right.
Well, but we do try to make them public. We try to do the report and get it out so the whole public can share it instead of it being cubbyholed in somebody's personal website. You know what I mean? I understand in some way why they want to hold on to the stories, but that's a problem. Good or bad, it's still a problem.
Right.
Oh yeah. There was a report in one of my areas that I go to back in the 1970s. I read the report. The guy literally said in a report, I went to the local, the it wasn't the FWC, but it was like the park rangers or somebody like that. He literally, as he gave his report and walked away, he heard them say, "Hey, we got another crazy guy." See what I'm saying? He heard them say that. He put that in his report that they didn't take me serious. That's why I'm saying put it in places that people are going to look at it and take it at least somewhat serious, enough to at least investigate and read into it. If I go out there and I go to the main gate of a state park and say, "Hey, I saw this," it's not going to go anywhere. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be circular filed in 5 minutes. You know,
I will say, unfortunately,
and that's why I encourage people, Go to the BFRO. Regardless of what you believe,
Well,
go to BFRO.
I mean, I will say,
Go to the Bigfoot
unfortunately,
Mapping
BFRO
Project.
has a lot of reports that we're trying to catch up on.
What?
And finding Bigfoot opened the gates. I mean, there's tons and
floodgates.
tons of reports.
Yeah, and it's just a lot. And there's not, honestly, to be fair, there's just not a lot of investigators really going out and doing it.
And some of the reports, I'm sorry, it's a lot of them, especially after the show. We're getting reports 20 and 30 years old.
Yeah.
10 years old,
Yeah.
7 years old. They're great to have in the database, but they're no use.
That's why me and Frank are trying to jump on this one, because we had a guy on the show just recently. His encounter was only a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I told him, in this genre, that's recent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm trying to work it out. Me and Frank will go meet with him and get on this property and investigate what he saw.
It's just there are people, I've seen people get upset. Well, I submitted a report, nobody ever called. Well, one, we either had a shortage of people, or two, your report has happened too long ago to really be of any great use. We're trying to take what limited resources we have and go after the more active ones, the more recent ones.
Well, right. It's
Mm-hmm.
like they posted one that I was, because I get on there and check and stuff, and they posted it this year, but it was like from 1973, and they're like, yeah, in this playground, but you can't go out there anymore because it's all built over. And I'm like, I can't. I just have to take you at your word and move on. And no offense, if I can't get to it and look at it, I'm not going to waste my time on it. I hate to say it.
Yeah,
but
I know. I'm not going to call you and listen as you go through a story that you may not even recollect correctly because it was 23 years ago.
Yeah. It was
I can tell you right now.
There.
There's an area that I camp at that I've had two, what I consider major encounters. You go there now, not even the same. Not even the same. It within the last 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, that area has completely changed. It's not even the same. And that's just a matter of a couple of years. So you can imagine something 30 years ago.
Right.
So I appreciate when people still submit it, because some of that historical information still comes in handy, especially if you do have a recent sighting. You can go back and look and say, oh, here's a pattern. But we're not going to be able to get to you and call you or go out to that location, or, not when it's that old.
Yeah, they even said, they said this, you can't even get to the location now because it's so built up. And it's like, it's 53 years ago.
Yeah. Like the area that I used to camp and had these encounters, they've closed it. You can't camp there no more. It's done. See what I'm saying? So
that's just one of the complaints I heard is, I submitted it, nobody called me. I submitted it, nobody got back to me. I submitted it twice and still nobody called me.
Well, that should tell you something.
No, it's just that, there's limited resources.
Well, and honestly, though, it is true that, there's not, the reports are there, but there's just not a lot of researchers really diving in and taking it on.
I've got to get back.
I wouldn't mind
one of the ones that don't do a whole lot. I like to stay in the background more or less, but yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing anything for the BFRO. It's just that I don't have the free time to travel and hit all these people and talk to them. I just don't have the time, And what little time that I do have, I personally want to be in the woods myself.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You also run into people that they're like, oh yeah, and they give this big account, and then they want you to come out and all this stuff, and then you.
Oh, I got pictures. I got audio.
Yeah, or they're like, yeah, I'm gonna get up here and we're gonna take you to this spot, and then you get up, you start calling them because they're like, yeah, on this week we're gonna do this, and then you're calling, and then there's no return. They're just.
Well, not only that is they don't understand. There's also people out there wasting your time. I had a guy that hit me up and said, oh, I got all this there. I got this location. You can't even get so far in before you ran out. I've got all these SD cards that I have all this proof and all that. Then you take the time. It's like, wow, this sounds pretty intense. You go out there. I researched every square meter of this property, and there's no way what he told me was true. I spent numerous times out there. I never got ran off. I never found any evidence. And then when I look at the SD cards, there's nothing there. It's all paranoia. So I wasted time when I could have been someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
One of the funniest ones I went to, this woman insisted there was a nursery behind her house and stuff. Well, she takes us out in the swampy area behind her house, I don't know, 20 yards where there's a bunch of bushes, and says, yes, this is the nursery. Well, I'm turning around, I'm looking at the neighbor's deck. Mm-hmm. What does your neighbor think of this? Oh, they never go out on their deck. I said, but you've got Bigfoot out here raising young, all these stories, and they don't hear anything on their deck. You know,
right.
Let's turn around.
That's what I'm saying is you get these ones that just waste your time, and you could be somewhere else. Like this guy that me and Frank interviewed, I think he's legit. I think it's an opportunity to go out there and talk to this guy. This is big acreage, and that's what I tell people. That's one of my criteria. Is I say, well, how many acres do you have? Well, I only got 5 acres. Okay, I'm not worried about the 5 acres. What's around the 5 acres? Oh, well, I butt up to a state park, and that's 50,000 acres. Well, you don't have 5 acres now. You have 50,000 acres because Bigfoot doesn't have boundaries. See what I'm saying? He doesn't know that you just have 5 acres. Those are the ones I look for. See what I'm saying? Because if you have a thriving family unit or whatever of Bigfoot, even one trying to survive and food sources and stuff, he's not going to do it on 10 acres.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So if I'm in a park and it's only 10 acres, okay, this isn't enough. He's going to run through everything in a year. He needs to move on. So I'm looking for big acreage.
Pass through,
Yeah.
So,
they might have passed through or something. Yeah, another one I remember is this guy was telling me, you know, he's hearing all this stuff, and it sounded kind of legit. But then he said, and he threw this 200-pound log. And I said, he threw a log? Yeah, it had to have been 200 pounds. I said, did you see the log? No. Did you see him throw the log? No. Then how did you know? Because I know what 200 pounds sounds like when it hits the ground.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sorry. I couldn't take him seriously after that. So you heard something hit the ground. It was,
That's the thing I don't think people understand as investigators. We have to weed through all that. It's not just weed through that. It's weeding through all the AI. It's weeding through all the short 15-second clips that people. You didn't go to the news media. You threw it on TikTok. See what I'm saying? And you're throwing something on a 15 seconds or 30 seconds on TikTok or something like that, and you're claiming this is what it is. Why isn't it anywhere else? See what I'm saying? You know,
and the ones
that's why I tell people all the time. Like right now, I'll give you a prime example. That one guy, his name is Snake, that found the dead body.
Yes.
Remember, that was a couple of years ago.
I just recently came across that.
The one at the
that was
fair
a couple of years ago.
Tank.
But now, it's running through a cycle again. It's being reinvented. So people are sending it to me. Hey, what do you think about this? Dude, that was 2 years ago. It's been debunked. It's not real. See what I'm saying? This stuff has a longevity. And like you said, you know, Marian, it muddies the water because it never goes away. It keeps resurfacing. It's like Rick Dyer. Rick Dyer's stuff is going to resurface at some point. Somebody's going to say, hey, look at this. This guy's got a dead body. He's traveling in the country showing it. Yeah, that was 3-4 years ago. It's debunked. See what I'm saying? But we continue to have to... Huh?
Lettuce Lake. Have you ever seen the Lettuce Lake video?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Ree Monteith, who's also a BFRO member, she's out of Tampa. Me and Ree, we debunked it. It was about the time of the Myakka Town Hall. And this video comes out. It was not too long after another video of a head of a skunk ape with the stripe down the center that was supposedly in a swamp. Fake stuff. But by connecting calls, emails that the BFRO was getting from somebody having information, email addresses used to reserve the town hall, social media. We found a group of guys that one of them likes to create models and stuff. They had done a 2-headed alligator in Temple Terrace, and we were able to trace him back to this gorilla head with the stripe, because he also had the art in his MySpace, and we also able to track them down to the Lettuce Lake. And at the time, we did an article, and we had all the links, the connections, everything. People still insist it's real. They still, it's popping up and popping up, and even though I tell them no, we debunked it. How do you know?
Well, and that brings up the point that we brought up earlier. If I jumped on all that and said it's real, everything, I'd have 50,000 subscribers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, because we're just going to believe everything. I rather have 500 subscribers than 50,000 subscribers, because I'm going to be true to myself. And like you said, that Lettuce Lake, I can watch that video and say that's not real. You can look at it and tell there's something not right. There's something not right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's another one where this Bigfoot's in this tree line. This guy's filming it, and as it's moving, it reaches across and grabs another tree. Well, his arm stretches 3 times its body length to reach that tree.
Well,
you know what I mean? I'm like, what the hell, dude? You know, it's impossible. That's not real. You know what I mean? And if you give me a blob squatch, I'm going to ignore you right away. With today's day and age, with our cameras and our phones and everything else, it's so clear, 4K imaging, there shouldn't be no blob squatch. But what they're doing is they take a photograph, not a film. I'm big on video. Let me see this thing moving. Let me see motion so I can get a better perspective of what's going on. But you send me a photograph, then you zoom in, photograph it, zoom in, photograph it. So now it's so pixelated, it's a blob squatch. You can't tell anything, but you're going to convince me that's what you saw. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm not going to listen to you.
Is that the Hillsboro one where it looks like it's in the water or whatever?
Like it grabs something out of the water? Yeah, that's the Hillsboro River. It's the park is Lettuce Lake Park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a couple things. Yeah, I know. There's old ones. There's like the Sobe Sasquatch, Sobe Bigfoot. Long time ago. This is back when you could scrub YouTube, where some kids are doing a fire and they do the Sobe bottle, I guess the soda or something like that. You put it in fire and explode. And when it exploded, this figure, looks like this white figure, jumps up and walks away.
Right.
You know, it looks like a Bigfoot. Well, when you scraped it off YouTube and you started going through frame by frame, it's a guy. It's a guy in a white T-shirt or a light colored T-shirt. And to me, it looks like when he stood up, he pulled his pants up.
Well, it's
It's
like the one where that lady's turkey hunting, and those guys walk by carrying the bags, and they walk by.
Where she's sitting against the tree.
Yeah, I'm like, and so many people believed it, and I'm like, you can evidently see it's other hunters walking. You know what I mean?
Right.
But that's what I'm saying is you could put out the most minimal thing. She didn't take it to the local news. It wasn't on Fox. It wasn't on CNN. No, it was on TikTok. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You know, that's the first thing. That's why I tell people all the time when I comment on things is, if this is real, why is it only on TikTok?
TikTok, yeah.
Well, you know, Squatch Watchers, I think's who it is. I think they do that a lot because they'll post a video and it'll say, tell me what you think about this, you know. And the last one that I seen them do, like the other day, was it looks like an orangutan up in up on a tree or something. I don't know if it is, but it looks like a monkey or some sort of ape that's up in a tree, and it reaches around and hollers at them, but then it starts trying to grab, but then these limbs fall that you can totally tell is AI, because before it zooms in, there's no limbs above it. You know what I mean? But all of a sudden, now that it moves its arms, all these branches are tearing down and stuff, and it's like, you know, if that wouldn't have happened, you could have been like, That's curious. Not that it's a Bigfoot, but because there is monkeys in Florida, but like, uh, but the AI stuff, it's like, it's
Mm. It's
it's
getting
terrible.
it's getting harder.
Here's the
All,
thing. I've got a research channel. Now, granted, I haven't done anything with it in a year now because I'm so busy with the podcast and everything else. But you can go through 500 and something videos on that channel, and not one time, not one, do I claim a Bigfoot on anything.
Yeah,
And 99% of it, I go out, I research, and come back with nothing.
right.
Nothing. That's
that's one of
Bigfoot
the
research.
that's one of the
That's what I
biggest
tell people.
red flags is when somebody goes out and they're always finding a track.
Always.
Always getting an audio. They're always
Every
finding
week.
stick breaks. It's like, really? Really?
Always getting a sighting, always getting a print, always getting a tree break, always getting it's always something. That's a huge red flag for me.
Anywhere they
Huge red flag.
Anywhere they
Because
go, yes.
you got people that have been doing this for 50 years and still haven't had an encounter, but you have
I'm
8
up
of them.
to 30 years, and I have maybe a handful of really good. And the ones I've gotten
I have no
just the last
sightings
year.
whatsoever, but I've got some great encounters.
Exactly. That's
But
what
no
I have.
sightings. But yet these people go out and in the last year, or let's say 2 years, they got 8 or 9 sightings.
Yeah.
How is
Well,
that possible?
That's what I try to tell people with, even with as many times as I go out and stuff. I may have a year where nothing happens. It just is what it is. And then there might be, like this past year.
Here's my
It's
challenge.
been a good
Here's
year.
my challenge to those people. Okay, especially in Florida. All you guys that pop up all the time, I got this, I got that. Video me a Florida panther. Get a Florida panther on camera, video, then we'll talk. Because we know it exists. There's 200 of them in the state of Florida.
Yeah.
Get that on camera.
I could show you from a trail camera.
Now you're telling me
Yeah.
8 or 9 times that you got the most elusive creature on the planet.
Right.
8 or 9 times you've seen it, but yet not one time you got a Florida panther.
I have seen one mountain lion in my life in person in Kentucky. And the video of the panther down here that we got was on this hunting property in LaBelle. And we got cameras set up all over. And last year, it's either late last year early last year. We got a video on a camera of a panther dragging a hog off. But other than that, you don't see them.
No. And we know they exist. We know they're here, but yet we don't see them 8 or 9 times in a year. See what I'm saying?
Bobcats. Bobcats are very hard to find. You don't really run across bobcats much. In turkey season, you got to kind of watch out. But because I about got attacked. I had to kill one. It was fixing to pounce me. Like I had no choice. I didn't want to shoot it. But I had no choice. It was about 45 pounds. And then I started looking up videos after that. And apparently in turkey season, it happens quite a bit. And I seen some videos where one guy, he's sitting in the woods and this thing comes up and he's watching it come right to him and he's not moving and it attacks him. Well, I
saw that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I shot it before I gave it the chance because it was snarling. It was moving its back legs, getting in the pounce mode, and its tail was doing like that. And I knew, I was like, this thing's fixing to pounce. And if it pounces, I can't make a promise that I'm going to hit it,
Oh, yeah. I was in North Carolina. I was a deer hunter. And I was in a ravine. So when I climbed up 20, 25 feet in a tree, I was actually ground level.
Right.
That's how deep this ravine was. And I was sitting in this tree stand, and this bobcat, huge, probably the biggest bobcat I've ever seen, came out and was playing around my tree stand. And I could have shot it easily, but I was looking for a deer. See what I'm saying?
Right.
Fast forward 10, 15 years after, I've never seen that again.
Right.
See what I'm saying? That's how rare it is for those things to happen. But yet these people or like, oh, I saw a Bigfoot, or I saw a Bigfoot last week, I saw a Bigfoot last month, or I filmed this, I filmed that. That's a huge
Even
red flag.
now, bobcat prints, I can find those out in the woods a lot, but finding a panther paw, you don't run across those much. And
No, I think in my whole career, and it just happened a couple of years ago, I found a Florida panther paw print. You know what I mean? And I saw it, and it made me weary. I'm looking around like, okay. And when I went back and I was leaving, I told the park rangers the area that I found the print and stuff, and they said, yeah, we have a female with a cub that is transferring through that area. But I still didn't see it. See what I'm saying?
Well, we just
I
had
tell
one,
people all the time.
pasture behind my house. We just had one a month or so ago. Because we board with horses, so we have pasture out there, and a bunch of boarders were out there with their horses, and they thought it was a coyote until they realized it had a long tail. But it had been seen in other places. I don't know if it's still there. They think it was probably a young male traveling, trying to find territory. So
I had an employee driving to work, and he said, "Oh, dude, man, this Florida panther ran out in front of me." I'm like, the first thing I said to him was, "You're very lucky. You're very lucky that you got to witness something like that." Because I'm 58 years old. I'm a fourth-generation Floridian, born and raised here, and yet to see a panther in the wild, in the woods. Now, I've seen trail cam photos, but I've not seen it personally.
The mountain lion that we saw, I was working third shift in the coal mines, and we were headed to work, and it was like, I think this was like 2005 or 2006. We were driving, and it's a real windy road. It takes you from all the way through into Virginia, and just so happens at this one spot, like it's super, super, super windy, and you're going up a mountain. When you come down, as we're going down the hill, at the bottom, you go across tracks. This thing was crouched down, looking down the ravine like it was fixing to pounce. And it turned and looked at us because our car, had seen our headlights. It turned and looked at us. It done one jump, jumped completely across the road, and then done another jump, and it was gone. And it was huge. A buddy of mine had one that he killed. He's 6'6", and he was holding it up underneath its arms, and its head was level with his, and its feet was still drug across the ground. Some of them get really big up there, but you don't see them.
No, and that's what I'm telling people is if you're seeing Bigfoot 8 times this year, you should have no problem filming a Florida panther.
Right. Yeah.
Should have no problem. You know what I mean? And I tell people, I use that as my baseline. I'm like, if I can film, even on my trail cam, I'm not even there. If I can catch a Florida panther on my trail cam, I know I can catch a Bigfoot.
Right. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? And like I said, when I talk to these people, or I see these things, I watch stuff all the time, and I'm like, red flag, red flag, red flag. You know what I mean? And as researchers, we just gotta. It's so difficult. They don't understand our job is to weed through all that bullshit
and
just to get to the basics.
It's not that you're doing it to be a jerk. You know what I mean? But
I'm not.
You're there to try to figure out.
Like it says on the show, I'm just searching for the truth. Right. Quit muddying the waters, like Marian said. Quit muddying the waters with bullshit. Yeah. Let's get to the truth. Give us the truth.
To a formula or some sort of pattern that we can recognize and we can repeat and apply to other areas and find them quicker instead of this hit or miss stuff we're doing.
Well, if I ever had a question, and like I said, Jeff Meldrum has passed away, and I think a lot of people have missed the opportunity to ask this question. But if I had the opportunity to ask him a question, it would be, as researchers, independent researchers, what can we do different? What can we do different? What is it we're not doing that we should be doing to prove the existence of Bigfoot? See what I'm saying? Because we keep doing the same things over and over and over. I do it too. I walk through the woods. I'm videotaping everything the whole time I'm out there. If I see something interesting, I document it. Blah blah blah. But that's the same thing we've been doing for 50 years.
Well,
What
you know,
do
what I what
scientists
I've
need us to do today?
Well,
what
I
I've
hate
been
to.
go ahead.
Go ahead, Frank. Sorry, go ahead.
No, no. What I've been trying to, what I just started doing because I got into the tracking stuff more along the lines of uh, just honestly to help me get back into nature and learn what all the animals do and stuff, and I love it. But I also started getting into like the wild edible plants and stuff, and the book that I bought, it shows for every region, states, and stuff like that, what grows, what time of year it grows, what grows in the spring, what grows in the fall, and stuff like that. And I want to, and I know it's been done, but it's like for me, I want to learn that for Florida. And then when you figure out, okay, all the animals go this way because they like whatever plant or whatever. If I know where that plant's growing, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
uh, and just try to follow the food. And I know it's been done, but it's just for me, it's something that I'm just going to get into and do and have fun with
No,
it.
I've had the same idea, but the problem is that, we call ourselves researchers and stuff, but when
Mhm.
you look at what real scientific paid to do researchers, they would be out there quartering, say, like the green swamp. They would
Mhm.
be out there quartering that green swamp and going over every bit of it and logging what food supply is out there, what animals pass through there, when there's their water there. Was it, you get all that down for that square mile or 100 yards or whatever, you go to the next one, you go to the next one. We don't have time to do that. That's one. We don't get paid to do that. That's two. And three, it's boring as hell when you
Yeah.
think
Well, not
about
only that, it's expensive. A
Yeah.
and
lot of
it's
people don't
expensive.
realize, we're not only independent researchers, we're independently funded.
Right.
But
know?
that's what we're not doing, and that's what it's going to take. I
Yeah.
mean, you
Yeah.
talk about
Eh,
Diane Fossey or whoever, or what's her name, that with the gorillas, they were in the field every single day for months,
Yep.
almost a year before they even got the first to
A whiff
see
of it.
it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And we
They
can't
would
do that.
find a group of apes and document what they could for that day. Go back. It would take them 4 months to find those apes again. 4 months because they
Mhm.
were moving. They were constantly moving. See what I'm
And
saying?
see,
But
and
yet I've got that's what that part that irritates me is like when I brought it up earlier. It's kind of funny how Bigfoot marks every box. It checks every
yeah,
single box. And you
yeah,
got people that are like, "Oh, I have a family unit. I've been talking to them and holding hands with them and taking pictures with them. They communicate with me, and we've been talking for 20 years.
yeah, yeah,
No documentation, no documentation whatsoever. Nothing to finally end
No
this mystery.
pictures. No
Nothing.
pictures. Oh, I
Just
can't
your
take the
story.
pictures. That'll, yeah.
yeah. I don't want to ruin it.
Especially a certain lady. There's a certain lady, that made some money a little bit, not a lot. She's not rich. She's but based on just her talking. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And I know for a fact that she's a liar because I have literal document. I've spoken to somebody that literally fed her a story at a
Mm.
conference. Fed her a story. Said, "Hey, this is what happened." She went on stage, repeated the same story as if she did it.
Yeah.
She lived it. See what I'm saying? And this is it's all lies. And that's what I'm saying. We got to filter through all that. We need to call out those people. We need to say, "Hey,
Yeah,
look, you're done. You're done. You need to move on." Because
You
the
can't call
Bigfoot
out
spectrum
crazy.
is so big. It's so big. We need to
Mhm.
get it narrowed down again to the real researchers.
I have a theory that some of these people that with habituations or long term, I think some of it may be PTSD. Because the few
It's
I've only
some
talked to a couple, huh?
it's some kind of mental disability.
Well, I mean, I've only talked to a couple, but it seems like they have a core story that's something that, yeah, that's reasonable. I could see that probably happen. And I think that they start with this other stuff as a way to control it because it probably
Yeah.
scared the shit out of them. You know what I mean? That there's something like the one woman I told you about that had the nursery. She had more stories than that, all kinds of stories. But the
I'll give you
fact
a prime
is,
example. I went to Ohio. I went to Salt Fort, and I met a young man that I was there. We did not hit it off right off the bat. Not on my part. He just had an attitude from the moment I met him, because I was brought there as a guest speaker. I think that he was jealous that this guy flew in. He's doing this thing, and this is my territory type attitude. We were there for a number of days. Every single day, this guy showed. He was never with us at night, never with us during the day. He would just show up in the mornings and had a sighting. Oh, I had a sighting. It was a Class A sighting, and I had this, I had that. No video, no audio, no nothing. You know what I mean? But he had this story, and I would call him out on it and say, "Well, did you film it? Did you?" "Oh, no, my camera was." It was always an excuse why he didn't film it, why he didn't do this, why he didn't do that. And then he goes, "I'm the guy." This is how he introduced. When I get out of the truck, I left the airport. They pick me up. I get to the campsite. I get out of the truck. This is the first guy to confront me, and he says, "I'm the guy that lived with Bigfoot. I lived with them. I was a child, and I lived with Bigfoot." See what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
yeah,
There's a
that's
mental
just a
issue
plain
here.
liar. Yeah.
It's a mental issue, because the first night, this is funny. The first night, and I'm not calling the guy out. I'm not mentioning his name, but so we're sitting there, and I'm introducing to people, and I'm getting to meet a lot of people and stuff like that. I was brought in. I was, I'm a guest. They paid for everything. I'm there for them. I'm there for them. You know what I mean? And he comes up and he says, "Oh yeah, last night I had an encounter. I drove down to the lake, and there was a guy in a boat, and he was drunk, and I'm watching him in my car. I got my headlights on him, and well, how close were you?" I said, "Oh, dude, I was like 20 feet from him, and he was drunk, and he passed out in the boat. Then a Bigfoot came out of the woods and walked over to the boat and started shaking the boat. And the guy woke up and he threw a beer bottle at Bigfoot, leave me alone type thing." And this is his story. And I'm like, okay, you're sitting there witnessing this whole thing take place. Did you video it? Did you photograph it? Did you do anything? No. And he had excuses why he didn't do anything. See what I'm saying?
Threw a beer bottle at it.
This is where, you're a liar. You're just fibbing. You're just creating a story. You know what I mean? And this is a guy that on numerous, not just that occasion, because he ended up getting kicked out. They didn't want him there. But other expeditions, other gatherings of Bigfoot researchers have all told him, "Do not come back." See what I'm saying? Because he's very aggressive. I was there as a guest speaker. I had an opportunity to address everybody, talk about different things, and I had this whole thing laid out. It lasted 5 minutes. It lasted 5 minutes because this guy walks up. I can see him coming, and I'm a person. I mean, my background. If y'all knew my background, I can read people really fast. He had a problem immediately. So as soon as he sat down, and I made the comment, "Okay, let me ask the crowd a question. Would you rather have a photo or a video of Bigfoot?" And so we started in a discussion. I said, "Here's the reason why photos are no good, because they could be doctored, they could be blurry, they could be this and this." I said, "But if you have a video and it's in motion, it's moving, you can answer a lot more questions than a photograph."
Right.
Boom. He's ready. "That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Pictures." See what I'm saying? He came there looking to debate me.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
And it became almost a physical confrontation, not between me, but other people stepped in and said, "Hey, this is bullshit. You need to walk away." That's, so it became but he's another guy that implants himself into the big community with lies, with
I think
falsehoods.
he's just mentally ill. There's
I
some
think so
people that are
too.
just plain mentally ill.
But
Yeah. I agree. I agree, Marian. I agree.
Well, and I mean, Mary can contest to this. There's a few we know in the BFRO that it's the same. I mean, anytime they're out, they have a sighting, and eh, you know, and I would never call them out online or anything like that. But I've just learned over time when they say the stuff, I'm just like,
Yeah, I think it's more of a misidentification thing.
it is.
I mean, we all get Bigfoot on the brain. It all happens.
Yep.
But I think, yeah, because they do
Well,
try to think it out, but it always ends up still being a Bigfoot.
If you go
Yeah.
into the woods to do an investigation with zero expectations,
mhm. Yeah,
zero.
and it goes back to like my wife, and it was funny when you mentioned about the police earlier with your husband. I was like, my wife, when I go out on these things, she's like, I don't know where you're at, and I don't know, like, if something happens, what am I gonna say? Like, well, he was Bigfooting, where? Somewhere out of state, you
Yeah.
Yeah.
know, and
I've
Somewhere in
been
the
there.
green swamp. We're in the
yeah,
green
She has a
swamp.
she has a legitimate concern, dude. She has a legitimate concern because I'm by myself. I'm
right,
not married. I don't have kids. I live by myself, and I go out and I got lost. I
mhm,
got lost. I ended up spending the night underneath a tree at night in the pitch black. It was a scary feeling. You know what I mean? And nobody knew where I was.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Until you don't
You
show
know
up
what I
for
mean?
work 3 days later.
right, right,
Exactly.
Yeah.
and but what do you? I just feel like it's got to the point now where we get looked at like the crazy folks,
Oh,
because
definitely
we don't.
crazy.
Yeah, like I could care less what. I mean, I got people that I've been friends with my whole life that know me to a T and know that if I'm talking about this, I'm not making it up. You know what I mean? Because I'm just not that person. and
that that that's funny, Frank.
yeah,
Because
and
I got friends that know me my whole life.
yeah,
I'm intelligent. I'm smart. I'm this. I'm that. I'm professional.
been out in the woods with these
All these
people my whole
great.
life
But as
growing up.
soon as I mention Bigfoot, oh
You're
shit, he's
crazy.
crazy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And at first it used to bother me, but now I'm like, whatever, dude. Like 6 years ago or so, I would have probably said the same thing. But it was something that made me curious. I got out there and I started, looking it up, and then it connected stuff that I'd had happen in the past, and I get out there and experience it. And people can talk all they want. They just need, but they're not out in the woods all the time.
Right.
Like you have to be out there.
Well, that's
And
like hunters. Hunters are
mhm,
the worst because they'll
yeah,
be like, I've been hunting for 20 years. I've never seen anything. Here's my
but
question. My single question. Were you looking for it?
right.
Were you paying attention?
But there's
Because
also a
I
lot
was
of
a
hunters
deer
out
hunter.
there. Yeah,
You're a deer hunter, Frank. I was a
mhm,
deer hunter. You're
yeah,
looking for deer. You're
right.
not focused on anything else.
Yeah,
See what I'm saying? But if you would change that thought and focus on the possibility of Sasquatch or skunk ape, all of a sudden you start paying attention to other things.
yeah,
So these hunters that say, "Well, I haven't seen anything," you weren't looking for that. You
yeah.
weren't looking for it. So you're not going to see it. You're not going to see the signs. You're not going to hear the signs. You're not going to smell the signs because you're focused on one thing. I did it too.
But
I
I
did it
think
as well.
I think a lot of credible accounts are from hunters too, because typical hunters really ain't your Bigfoot people. You know what I mean?
Well,
Because of
when
that.
it breaks their norm, when it steps
Right,
out in front of them and it breaks their
right.
norm, all of
Yeah.
a sudden now they're believers. That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
and when I hear those accounts, I'm like, man, it just, for me, it brings more credibility to somebody who's sitting in a tree stand, has no thought to it, and then one walks in front of him and he's like, oh my gosh, you know what I mean? Like, why would he get on? A lot of these people, they're not, they don't want to be on computers and stuff like that. So it's like I take some of them's encounters a lot more credible than a lot, because
Yeah.
they're not about that life, and it's something that happened to them. Otherwise, I don't think they'd even bother with it.
Well, I think they're the more sincere reports. The simpler the report, the more I believe it. Oh yeah, it came out and it picked up my cat and it whacked it against the tree and it got in the dog food and okay, whatever. But like you're saying, I was in a tree stand and this thing walked by and it looked at me and we looked at each other and then it kept walking. Or like Rachel Norcross's report, where she's going across this boulder field, she hears this clack, 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 and she looks up and as soon as it sees that she saw it, just drops the rocks and walks off. Or the Freeman video where it just walks
around. It's detailed, but it's short and to the point.
Well, it's acting like an animal. It's acting, animal or intelligent or whatever you want to call it, but it's acting like a physical thing. It's not doing something.
And I've said that, and Frank's heard me say it. Most encounters are happenstance.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You are at the right place at the right time, and it's usually it looked at you, you looked at it, and you both went your own direction.
Exactly.
There's no aggression. There's no nothing. There's not a whole lot to it. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Take driving down the road. You're driving down the road. It walks in front of you. That's it. It looks at you. As you drive by. That's it. It's happenstance. You're at the right place at the right time. It's brief.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But
and usually it's doing something like when you hear about in Vancouver or something or British Columbia where they're going along the shore and they see this, they think it's a bear digging out clams until it stands up and looks at them.
Right. But it's always a brief. It's very brief. And it's happenstance. You happen to be at the right place at the right time to catch this thing. See what I'm saying? Those are the ones that draw my attention.
Mine too. Those are the ones that really catch my interest.
And Frank knows when we're talking, like the last guy we talked to, it was a brief encounter. It was, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, now we could take that short video, that short moment, and let's find out more information. Did you see its face? Did you see its eyes? Could you tell if it was male or female? We break it down. So we don't broaden. We don't go outside of the range of what he saw. We focus in on what he saw. Those are the ones that, like I said, like yourself, that's the ones I'm focused on. You give me a long, half-hour long, story on this and that, and Well,
I mean, to be fair, my story that I said earlier about when they were yelling at us in Michigan, if somebody came to me and gave me that report, I would have just said, okay, because it was so fantastic. But that's one that I personally experienced. So I know it happened. So when people start saying eye glow, there's no such thing. It's like, well, it happened.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that you're just going to have to say it's impossible until we figure out how it is possible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like my encounters, every one of them was brief. Very brief. It started and ended very quickly. Very quickly. You know what I mean? There was no drawn out. It didn't bring me roses. You know what I mean?
I can, most of mine have been, but that night with all the eyes, we sat there with them for a few hours, and I believe that I personally think that they would have stayed the whole time if we ended up leaving, because we was fixing to leave before anything popped off, and then just so happens we catch a glimpse of it, and then everything kicks off, and it sat there and interacted with us for at least 2.5 hours, and then we finally was like, all right, it's getting late, let's go. I didn't really even want to leave just because Betsy, I think she was wanting to stay, and I was going to stay, and then everybody's like, we better not do that, and I was like, man, I don't want to leave this right now, and
you got the same feeling though that if you would have advanced or something, they would have retreated, right?
I think so. I think that there was a perfect amount of space between us to where they felt comfortable. I never felt fear at all. Like, I never once felt scared or anything. We was singing to them and all kinds of crap. And, but the only time, like I said, when the dude was messing with them and saying he was going to bring them liquor and stuff, their eyes turned red. And it was like, and then when he said, I'm joking, because all four of us on the video could hear it. And we was like, they didn't like that, and then when he's like, I'm sorry, I'll bring you bananas and cookies. They all changed and went back to like a bluish and then into amber, but they would change and nobody shined a light. We was all sitting in the dark. And it was.
It happened. It happened.
It happened.
Yeah. And, there was a second group the following night.
Mm-hmm.
They were in a different location and they had the same situation.
Same
in
thing.
this case, there was a stream. Then there's an island. There's a picnic area. There's a stream. There's kind of like an island, and then the stream was after.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever this was in the island. And as long as they stayed on their side and it stayed on their side, they had the same situation.
Yeah, because I think they was like, I know at the end of the expedition, we looked at it on a map, and from the first night to the last night, each thing was farther and farther east. It was like they were moving east or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was just unique, and I couldn't, but now when I hear people say that, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens,
So yeah, why we say that some of the shorter reports are more believable.
Yeah.
We can't discount all reports just because they're not short. Sometimes these things happen, like the zapping that I went through.
Right. There was a few of y'all got zapped on that expedition.
Yeah. Rick and I did, and then I did twice because I went back. And then we went and told the group, and we had another male and a female go up to the area, and they had something happen to them too.
Yeah. Well, I thought. And then the one that we was at, Lori got zapped in Tennessee, and Butch. If anybody knows Butch ain't one to, he's funny, and I love Butch to death, but like he's not going to try to hoax or bring up bullcrap. And he got something happened to him where he completely just went crazy, and like he was discombobulated. He couldn't find his way back to the camp or anything, and he freaked out and was like, "We got to get out of here." And Butch is never like that. And so that was and what was crazy was we was there for a week, and the first few nights, not a lot really happened, but the second half of it was great.
Yeah, it's like they just showed up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there's things that are happening we can't explain, but they happen. So if anybody laughs at me, well, sorry, it happened.
Well, yeah. I mean, and that's what these, especially my podcast is all about. Is it's not about right or wrong or truth or not truth. It's your story. What happened? It's your account of what you experienced.
But somebody could be accusing me of muddying the waters now because I'm coming up with something that is supposed to be impossible, like portals and stuff. It's. I'm just trying to say that, yeah, I realize that there are things that I can't explain or you can't explain that are going to happen. Doesn't mean it's all fake. That's true.
Right. Well, yeah, absolutely. And I've made that comment that there are things in the woods that we just don't understand.
And that's the thing.
I mean?
And
I think there's more than just Bigfoot out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it's not to dismiss people who see portals. It's just until I see it happen.
We can't take that as something to work with.
Yeah, and unless I absolutely see it, then, I mean, it may be somebody that I believe.
If it happens to me, I'll be the first one on the podcast saying, hey, this is what happened. This is what took place. Yep. But I'm also the type that when I'm out there, I'm constantly documenting. So hopefully I have video evidence of whatever I claim. I
gotta get better at that. I try, but then I end up not doing it. Like I end up getting out there and trying to record, and I'm like, nah. And then I just watch,
Yeah. Well, audio recorder is the easiest. I tell everybody buy a $100 audio recorder because that's the first interaction you're usually going to have is some sort of audio.
Yeah.
So like,
I have a good one.
When I got zapped, I've got audio of me going, it's happening, the conversation and such.
Yeah. This thing is my best tool. And it picks up stuff miles away. It's very sensitive. Very sensitive.
Yeah. And I think they're the best thing you can have. One of the best things for real, because I mean, there's places that I'll go and put stuff out, and then,
But I'm a video guy, and I tell people all the time that Bigfoot is probably the most selfish creature on the face of the earth because he's out there, he has nothing else to do, and all I want is 10 seconds. That's all I want. Give me 10 seconds. 10 seconds of your time. You know what I mean? And he won't give it to me. But that's the goal is to catch it on video. I want something in motion, kind of like the Patterson-Gimlin film. I need to see motion, and so we can analyze and look at different features and stuff like that. Pictures won't cut it. It's just not going to work. We need to move forward, and and like I said, I've never based my Bigfoot beliefs or experiences or anything like that on the Patterson-Gimlin film. Anybody who placed their whole belief system on that one film, you're not listening to tens of thousands of people that have had eyewitness accounts. So,
I hadn't even had a brain fart.
Well, on that note,
we're going on 6.5 hours.
Yeah, nobody's going to watch a 6.5 hour show.
No, I'm sorry.
But it has been fantastic. I can do this all night. I love the conversation. Yeah. I love the topic. That's why me and Frank have had long conversations on the phone. Me and Icebox have a long conversation. Me and Johnny have a long. I just love the topic. I love talking about it. I don't think anybody's going to watch a 6.5 hour show, but it's there in case they want to. If they're bored like I am at work and you just want to throw in something and listen, this is the show you want to listen to. I'm so thankful that you're here, Marian. I told you you're going to do great.
This is a good
This is the longest show I've ever had in history. Year and a half. This is the longest one. I think the one close to this was maybe 4 hours or 3.5 hours. It's somewhere around there.
I think I'm trouble because usually the ones that I'm on, it's like 3 hours.
Yeah, but it's fun. We're enjoying ourselves. We're talking about something we're all passionate about. You know what I mean? Nobody took offense to anything. Nobody is going to hang up and hate each other. You know what I mean? Marian, you are my friend. You have my number. I am always accessible to you, so give me a call anytime you want.
I got a note here. We'll check with you about this weekend. I'll check with you.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can do this weekend.
Yeah.
And of course, Frank is my friend. He's my co-host. I have a lot of friends. Icebox and Johnny Two Bears, and a bunch of different Florida researchers and stuff like that. I have an open policy. If anybody calls me and says, "Hey, Rick, I'd like to come there and check out your area," I'm all for it. I'm good to go. See what I'm saying? I'll make it happen. Oh shoot! Just dawned on me. What is next weekend? Is that August 1st? Is next Saturday August 1st?
Probably. Hold on.
Our luck.
Well, next Saturday, yeah.
Yeah, it's August 1st.
I can't do next weekend. I got to work.
Okay, so we'll figure out the weekend after.
Yeah, because I'm usually off Saturdays and Sundays, but next week my weekend person is taking a day off, so I have to work that Saturday. So I have to sleep because I have to go to work at 10 o'clock at night, and I won't get off until 6 a.m. Sunday. So, damn, I just thought about that, and I was so pumped. Next weekend, hell yeah.
Okay.
So, but it's an open invite. Yeah, it's an open invite, and we'll do something. And like I said, I still got to get with Mike because me and Frank want to go to over in his area in Sarasota and check out his property. So I think a lot of exciting things this year, because me and Frank can do a video there and show it on the site and stuff like that, and what we found and what we saw. But I want to thank you, Marian.
Thank you.
You did awesome.
Have a good time.
Love you to death. I told you at the conference I'm going to get you.
But you're relaxed.
She was. And I told her at the conference, I'm going to get you on the show, and she's like, "Oh, I don't know," Here you are.
Shit, it's just when you have to put on a presentation, I have a problem.
So. No, and that's what I told you. It's just a conversation. We're going to shoot the breeze. We're going to have a good time. We're going to talk about Bigfoot. We're going to throw theories and ideas and just everything. It's just a lot of fun. We just want to know what Marian thinks. What's on her mind? What does she think? And I think everybody got
the head doing,
Yeah. So I want to thank you, guys. I thank you both for being on here for 6.5 hours because I sure didn't think it was going to last that long.
It went fast. I just happened to notice the time. So.
It was a lot of fun. I don't regret it whatsoever. It was fun. So,
I liked it.
Like I said, there is no time limit. I'm off on weekends, so no time limit. We enjoy ourselves. We're, Also, if anybody's out there that watches the show, because I don't think anybody's going to get this far into it, so I'll go about my regular spiel and say, tomorrow I will be on the Dirt Road Big Show as a Dirt Road Bigfoot as a co-host. So we have a show tomorrow night at 8 p.m. So if anybody wants to watch that, it's a lot of fun. Dirt Road is a close personal friend of mine, and we're going to have a good show. A lot of great things happening in the Bigfoot community. Always keeping tabs. Like and subscribe. Especially hit that like button. The algorithms help out a lot. And I appreciate you guys. God bless. And I'm going to drop you guys backstage, and I'm going to end this show. I'm going to end it.
All right.
See you, Marian.
God bless you
Bye.
guys.
God bless.
Again, thank you guys. It was a long show. This is a record, 6.5 hours. So if you made it through the whole thing, or if you're going to watch it in spaces and stuff like that, God bless each and every one of you guys. I hope you have a great weekend, and we will talk to you later.